Chapter 32-39. Hua Qingxi smiled faintly. Palace Master worries too much. Ice Heart Valley will never refuse such a good thing. Yang Kai asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Hua Qingxi explained, "Because Senior Bing Yun has been missing for many years, and because Ice Heart Valley has been suppressed by the Seeking Passion sect, they don't have many properties and have only 2 or 3 cities under their jurisdiction. Most of their income comes from the spirit flowers and rare grasses planted in Ice Heart Valley. In recent years, Ice Heart Valley has also recruited many disciples, so it is likely that they are short on funds. Now that benefits have been delivered to their doorstep, how could they refuse?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. "If that's the case, we can count them in." He didn't know as much about Ice Heart Valley as Hua Qingxi, but since Hua Qingxi said so, it must be the case. If they could really pull Ice Heart Valley into the war chariot, then the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory would join forces. Who in the Northern Territory would dare to stop them? After a while, he made a decision. "Then let's count them in." Hua Qingxi smiled and said, "There's no time to lose. I'll go invite them over now." Yang Kai nodded and Hua Qingxi immediately flew out. In less than half an hour, she brought a woman with an ice-cold temperament into the hall. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned black and he looked at Hua Qingxi with some resentment, because the person she brought was Ji Yao. Ever since Yang Kai had secretly done it with Ji Yao, he was a little afraid to see her. On the one hand, it was exciting to do it secretly, and on the other hand he felt that he had let down Su Yan and the others. His heart was tormented, and the most important thing was that he still couldn't figure out Ji Yao's intentions. From beginning to end, she had never discussed this matter with him. She seemed to let him do whatever he wanted without letting Yang Kai have his way too much. This made Yang Kai feel like he was being held hostage. Now that Hua Qingxi had brought Ji Yao over, it was easy to imagine how he was feeling. Hua Qingxi looked suspicious. She seemed to have noticed something wrong with the palace master's expression just now, but at this moment she couldn't care less and cupped her fists. "Palace Master, Elder Ji is here." Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. "Junior Sister Yao?" In front of so many people, Ji Yao didn't show any abnormalities and simply bowed. "Senior Brother Yang." Yang Kai lightly coughed and said, "I invited Junior Sister Yao here because I have something to discuss with her. I believe the great general manager has already told Senior Bing Yun about this matter. I wonder what Senior Bing Yun's attitude is?" If he wanted to pull Ice Heart Valley into the water, Bing Yun's attitude was the key. Otherwise, everything would be nonsense. Ji Yao said lightly, "Honored Master said that Ice Heart Valley was only able to survive thanks to Senior Brother Yang's help. Now that Senior Brother Yang has encountered a difficult situation, Ice Heart Valley will do its best to help. If Senior Brother has any instructions, Ice Heart Valley will not refuse." Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he smiled slightly. "Good, then I'll have to trouble you." Looking around he said, "Since everyone is here, let's discuss the rules. This matter needs to be resolved as soon as possible." Since they had decided to do this, there was no need to drag it out. In any case, the 4 great sects had joined forces and no one in the Northern Territory could compete with them. There was no need for any schemes, they just needed to push forward. The rules were quickly taken out. It was nothing more than the 4 great sects working together, and then with High Heaven Palace as the center, they would spread out to the entire Northern Territory and announce the High Heaven Palace's position as the overlord of the Northern Territory. In return, the various sects and cities in the Northern Territory would have to provide some cultivation resources to High Heaven Palace every year. After the discussion was done, Ji Yao, Li Jiao, and Mi Qi immediately returned to their respective sects to mobilize their forces. The next day, in front of High Heaven Palace's sect defending array, a group of people arrived. On the left was a group of beautiful women. Most of them had extraordinary appearances, and their temperaments were all different, dazzling anyone who saw them. This group was naturally the disciples of Ice Heart Valley. On the right were the people from Fire Dragon Palace, while behind them were the disciples of High Sky Sect, each numbering over 1,000. Altogether there were 3,000 people. This was not a large number, but the proportion of masters among them was extremely terrifying. Dao Source Realm masters could be found everywhere in the Emperor Realm, and even the weakest was an Origin King. The people from High Heaven Palace were in the middle, led by the 3 Monster Kings. Yi Hen and the other Dao Source Realm masters were also dispatched, but the remaining people were not enough. Basically, all of them were Origin Kings, completely incomparable to the other 3 great sects. It was really because the disciples who had come from the Star Territory were temporarily useless that the High Heaven Palace side was seriously polarized. The strong were ridiculously strong while the weak were ridiculously weak. Hua Qingxi summoned Li Jiao Miqi and Ji Yao and spread out a map. The map was marked with red dots, and each red dot represented a city, a sect, or a force that wasn't small in size. After some discussion, the thousands of people were divided into groups of 8 and dispersed. Each of these 8 groups had 2 disciples, each led by a Dao Source Realm Master or above. The goal of these people was naturally the locations marked on the map. The only purpose of this trip was to make these cities, sects, and families recognize High Heaven Palace's position as the overlord, then pay tribute every year. Yang Kai had already spread the word. If they knew what was good for them, that would be good, but if they didn't, they would fight if they could, and if they couldn't, they would send a message back. The masters from the Emperor Realm were not to be trifled with. However, the teams led by Dao Source Realm Masters mostly went to places that were easy to deal with. The harder ones would be taken care of by the Emperor Realm. With the power of the 4 great sects working together, not many people would dare to act rashly. Yang Kai also led a group of people and rushed straight to the headquarters of the few first-class forces in the Northern Territory. 5 days later, in the main hall of Myriad Ancestor Sect's headquarters, Sect Master Hua Yu stood in front of the hall and cupped her fists in farewell. Only when the group of 8 disappeared did she put away the stiff smile on her face and let out a sigh, a sullen look appearing on her face. Vice Sect Master Cheng Dahai walked over and said with grief and indignation, "Sect Master, are we really going to give 30% of our annual profits to High Heaven Palace?" "Yes, with just a few words from that little brat, giving away 30% of our profits, what will others think of our Myriad Ancestor Sect?" An elder gritted his teeth and shouted. Hua Yu said sadly, "Then what do you think we should do? If Sect Master is willing, subordinate will lead people to intercept him and take back the jade slip. At that time, the dead can tell no tales, and no one will know it was our Myriad Ancestor Sect who did it. Yes, that little brat's actions have already angered everyone. There are countless people in the Northern Territory who want to kill him, but who will know it was us?" Hua Yu turned her head and glanced at the elders and protectors around her before shaking her head. "You are not his opponent." The elder who spoke said, "How do you know we are not his opponent before trying? That little brat is only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. If we all attack together, there is no need to try. I have already tried," Hua Yu said with a sad face. "You have already tried?" Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Only now did they understand why Hua Yu had brought Yang Kai to the secret room just now. It turned out that she wanted to test his ability, or rather, see if there was a chance to take him down. After all, no one was willing to give benefits to others for free. What was the result? Everyone looked at Hua Yu expectantly. "I was not his opponent at all," Hua Yu smiled bitterly. The elder said, "Sect Master, there is no need to boost others' morale and diminish our own. You are also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so you are not much weaker than him, right?" Hua Yu said, "It is precisely because our cultivations are similar that I agreed so readily. He let me attack him for 10 moves, but he just stood there motionless. I couldn't even touch his clothes." What? Everyone was taken aback, wondering if they had heard wrong. They were both second-order Emperor Realm Masters, but Yang Kai just stood there motionless for 10 moves, yet the Sect Master couldn't even touch his clothes? What kind of concept was this? In other words, did Yang Kai block the Sect Master's attack with just his Emperor Chi? But he just casually attacked and took this old master down. Hua Yu threw out another bombshell, causing everyone to feel dizzy and sighed. "With such means, how can my Myriad Ancestor Sect compete? If we do not do as he wishes today, I am afraid my Myriad Ancestor Sect's 10,000 years of foundation will be destroyed." "He dares." Cheng Dahai roared. Hua Yu glanced at him and said, "He probably dares. If the 4 top sects join hands and want to destroy my Myriad Ancestor Sect, how can we resist? A few days ago, I heard that the High Sky Sect had submitted to the High Heaven Palace, so I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems that it is true." Everyone fell silent. Their faces were filled with misery. 30% of their annual income had to be handed over, which meant that everyone would lose 30% of their income every year. No one would be happy about this. Things progressed unexpectedly smoothly. Yang Kai led a group of people to the Northern Territory, and with the High Sky Sect's submission, he was able to obtain the contracts that required the sects to hand over 30% of their annual income without much effort. No one dared to resist, at most like the Myriad Ancestor Sect, quietly testing Yang Kai's skills before finding a way out. Yang Kai also didn't just run away. Whenever he found a suitable place, he would arrange a space array and connect it to the High Heaven Palace. This way, if anyone failed to fulfill their promise in the future, the High Heaven Palace could come and teach them a lesson at any time. In the Northern Territory, as long as there was a city, a sect, or a family in charge, they would have to hand over 30% of their income. 30% might not be much, but 30% of the entire Northern Territory was a bit terrifying. This meant that even if the High Heaven Palace didn't do anything in the future, they could still take 30% of the Northern Territory's profits. What's more, with the connections of these cities, sects, and families, they could collect a large number of specialties from the Northern Territory, increasing the trade between the High Heaven Palace and the Southern Territory. The goods collected from the Southern Territory could also be sold in the Northern Territory, and the difference in profit was also a considerable figure. After being busy for more than 20 days, Yang Kai directly returned to the High Heaven Palace through a space array. He had gnawed on several difficult bones in the Northern Territory. The reason why things went so smoothly was because the news of the High Sky Sect's submission had spread. Even the High Sky Sect had submitted, so they had no choice. Secondly, this time the four sects had joined forces, so no one dared to resist. Chapter 3240. The matter in the Northern Territory had been settled, and there were still some loose ends that he didn't need to worry about. With Hua Qingxi presiding over and the cooperation of the other three, it wouldn't take much time to solve them all. It was almost time, so Yang Kai greeted Hua Qingxi and led Bian Yuqing to Azure Sun Temple through the space array. They didn't return to Spirit Sword Peak, but flew directly to Spirit Jade Peak where Qiu Ran was. It was the first time Bian Yuqing came to Azure Sun Temple, so she couldn't help but be a little curious. Looking around, she secretly compared Azure Sun Temple and found that the environment of Azure Sun Temple seemed to be worse than her own High Heaven Palace. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. She was born in the Southern Territory, and the Blue Feather sect she was in was just a small sect that didn't even have the Emperor realm. Azure Sun Temple, on the other hand, was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. It was much stronger than Blue Feather sect, so she naturally admired Azure Sun Temple. If she was still in the Blue Feather sect, it was impossible for her to be qualified to set foot in Azure Sun Temple, but now that she was the second chief steward of High Heaven Palace, she was qualified to do so. Looking at Azure Sun Temple from a different perspective, she naturally had a different feeling. Staring at the heroic figure in front of her, she secretly rejoiced that she had met a noble person. If she hadn't met Yang Kai, how could she have the ability to be promoted to the Emperor realm? She was afraid that she would have been killed outside the Spirit Lake Palace, not to mention now that she had great power. In the entire High Heaven Palace, she was only below Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi. She was the second chief of High Heaven Palace. There were guests at Spirit Sword Peak. Qiu Ran woke up from meditation and summoned Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing in the hall. After introducing both sides, Bian Yuqing saluted in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Greetings, Deputy Temple Master Qiu." She had also heard of Qiu Ran, the Deputy Temple Master of the Azure Sun Temple. He was a real person above all others. Before she came, she was still a little nervous. She naturally thought a lot when she saw this master, whom she had never met before. But after meeting him in person, she realized that he was nothing more than this. She suddenly realized that she was no longer the same person she was in the past. She lived in the High Heaven Palace all year round, and even the three great Monster King were often seen. A mere second-order Emperor Realm Master could no longer give her much pressure. Second Chief Steward. Qiu Ran cupped his hands in greeting. Yang Kai said, "As for the specifics of the cooperation, Brother Qiu, you can discuss it with Second Chief Steward Bian. I won't accompany you." The main reason he brought Bian Yuqing here was to discuss the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple. Gao Shueting had mentioned this before. Since it was Gao Shueting who brought it up, he naturally couldn't ignore it, lest that woman got hold of his weakness and kept nagging. Hua Qingxi was currently coordinating the affairs of the Northern Territory. He had no time to spare, so the matter of discussing the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple naturally fell to Bian Yuqing. Qiu Ran was startled. "Junior Brother Yang, don't you need to personally make such a big decision?" What he meant was, "You sent a second chief steward to discuss with me. Can you really represent me?" This involved a lot of interest. It would be awkward if Yang Kai didn't admit it when they reached an agreement. After all, he had seen Yang Kai haggling over every ounce with him. Yang Kai smiled heartily. "Brother Qiu, you can rest assured that as long as you reach an agreement, I have no objections." How could Qiu Ran know about his recent big movements in the Northern Territory? Although the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple could bring a lot of benefits, Yang Kai didn't care much about it. What's more, he also had a cooperation with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was a business, and it was the main business in the Southern Territory. Azure Sun Temple was just a foil. If he wasn't a guest elder of the temple, how could he send such benefits over? Turning around and walking out, he turned back and said, "Second Chief Steward, you might as well make some concessions. After all, I am an elder of the temple." "Yes." Bian Yuqing responded respectfully. Qiu Ran had a gratified expression on his face. Yang Kai said such words in front of him, which undoubtedly made him have a good impression of him. Immediately, Qiu Ran and Bian Yuqing began to discuss in detail. Yang Kai went straight to Gao Shueting's Purple Bamboo Peak. When he saw Gao Shueting, he asked about the Southern Territory Martial Gathering and learned that there were still 3 days before they could set off. There was plenty of time, so he went to find Murong Xiao Xiao and Xiao Baiyi to catch up. He had been in a hurry the past few days, so he didn't have time to talk much. Murong Xiao Xiao was fine. She was more enthusiastic and had a good personality. Everyone knew each other since they were in the Dao Source realm and had been promoted to Temple Elder, so they had a good chat. Xiao Baiyi was more annoying. The expression on his face was colder than Ji Yao's, as if Yang Kai owed him a few million. After a few words he asked him to leave, which made Yang Kai want to beat him up. It was inconvenient for a host to not keep a guest, so Yang Kai left in a huff. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye on Spirit Sword Peak. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly and all things were alive. On top of a Spirit Sword Peak, dozens of figures stood. The leader wearing a purple robe was particularly conspicuous. Yang Kai flew over and stopped in midair. When he saw the man in the purple robe, he was slightly startled and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Temple Master." The man in the purple robe was the Temple Master of Temple, Wen Zishan. He had a warm smile on his face and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked quite elegant and elegant. When he heard Yang Kai, he smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, Elder Yang. It is this subordinate's duty to share the burdens of the temple," Yang Kai said solemnly. It couldn't be helped. In the Northern Territory he was the Temple Master of the High Heaven Palace. Here he was just a guest elder, so he still needed to show the necessary etiquette. "Wait a moment, little Shueting hasn't arrived yet. Sigh, women are so troublesome. Even when going out they're so slow." As soon as these words came out, many people glared at him. Even Murong Xiao Xiao, who had arrived early, pouted. Being scolded like this for no reason naturally put her in a bad mood. Wen Zishan seemed to realize this as well. He reached out and grabbed the stubble on his chin, looked up at the sky and said with a look of vicissitudes, "Today's wind is very noisy. Elder Luo, Elder Xiao, Elder Murong." Yang Kai greeted the other 3 people from the Emperor realm one by one. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao naturally didn't need to be mentioned, but Luo Chen was a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with him, but because this person's personality was relatively cold, he didn't communicate much with the temple elders. Yang Kai only knew of such a person, but had never had much contact with him. The 3 people also returned the greetings one by one. "These are the disciples who are going to participate in this martial meet?" Yang Kai looked up at the dozens of people standing neatly behind him. The dozens of disciples cupped their fists in unison. "Greetings, Elder Yang." Among these dozens of people, there were Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and even Origin Returning Realm cultivators. After all, the martial meet in the Southern Territory was divided into several levels. Dao Source Realm cultivators were compared to Dao Source Realm cultivators, Origin King Realm cultivators were compared to Origin King Realm cultivators, and Origin Returning Realm cultivators. The temple naturally had to select the best cultivator from each level to participate in this martial meet. The dozen people in the front row were naturally Dao Source Realm cultivators, followed by Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm cultivators. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, finding that many of them were familiar faces. It seemed that they had participated in the 4 Seasons Realm trial together, but they didn't communicate much and were only familiar with each other. Back then they were all Dao Source Realm cultivators, and now they were still Dao Source Realm cultivators. Breaking through to the Emperor Realm was not a simple matter, and many people were stuck in the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm for their entire lives. Xia Sheng, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao Xiao were able to break through to the Emperor Realm partly because of their good aptitude and perception, and partly because of the benefits they obtained in the 4 Seasons Realm and Shattered Star Sea. Looking at them, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly paused on a young man's face, because he really knew this person and knew his name. Shui. Back then, Yang Kai came to the temple with Qin Xiaoyang holding the red dust token for the first time, asking for a spot to enter the 4 Seasons Realm. When the red dust token was issued, the temple could not refuse, so naturally they gave him a spot. However, the spots to enter the Four Seasons realm had long been allocated, and since the temple had also given out a spot, there was naturally one less. And the spot that was missing belonged to this guy named Shui. When the news spread, Shui refused to accept it and went to fight with Yang Kai, but the result was that he was naturally not Yang Kai's opponent. Many years ago, if Yang Kai had not seen this person, he would not have remembered it. Four eyes met, and Shui's expression was a little awkward, but there was also a kind of viciousness that came from knowing shame. Back then, everyone was in the Dao Source realm, but now Yang Kai had become an Emperor Realm Master, while he was still struggling in the Dao Source realm, so it was inevitable that he felt inexplicable. Yang Kai smiled indifferently, realizing that this guy had not been wasting his time all these years. Back then he was only in the Second Order Dao Source realm, but now he was already in the Third Order and his position was extremely high. Obviously he was the candidate that the temple had high hopes for. As they reminisced about the past, the two looked away as soon as their eyes met. Shui secretly sighed. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would settle accounts with him. Now that their identities were different, if Yang Kai really wanted to embarrass him, he could not resist. At this moment, a stream of light rushed over from Purple Bamboo Peak and stopped in front of everyone in an instant. When Zishan's eyes lit up as he said, "Little Xueting, you're dressed so beautifully today. Are you preparing to get married? Congratulations, congratulations." "Shut your stinky mouth." Gao Xueting glanced at Wen Zishan coldly, not giving him any face. When Zishan said, "Oh, why are you so fierce? Be careful that no one dares to marry you. If you can't get married, you'll become an old maid." Gao Xueting's eyes became colder and colder, and she had the urge to stab him to death with her sword. She coldly snorted, "It's none of your business." She was such a beautiful woman, but she was actually forced to use vulgarities. It could be seen how bad her mood was. The group of disciples lowered their heads and looked at the two with dull expressions, their quarrel going in one ear and out the other. Luo Chen looked down at the ground, Xiao Bai looked up at the sky, and Murong Xiao looked at her fingers, seemingly hesitating whether to cut her fingernails. Yang Kai came over and casually praised, "Junior sister's fingers are very beautiful." Murong Xiao blushed furiously, not knowing where to place her hand. Everyone turned their heads to look at him, and Yang Kai also realized that he had misspoken and his expression twitched. Fortunately, Gao Xueting asked, "Is everyone here?" Xiao Bai nodded, "Everyone is here." "Since everyone is here, let's go." After speaking, he took the lead and rushed forward. A group of people followed closely behind. When Zishan was stunned for a moment and touched his chin, "It seems, I am the temple master." Chapter 3241. Along the way, Yang Kai finally learned a side of Wen Zishan that no one knew about. A chatterbox. There was no end to his chatter. Although Yang Kai felt that this guy was a bit unreliable before, he hadn't spent much time with him after all, so he didn't know what his character was like. This time Yang Kai finally saw it for himself. First, he pestered Gao Xueting, so naturally he was snubbed. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, only Gao Xueting dared to not give him face. After suffering a setback from Gao Xueting, he slowed down and caught up with Yang Kai and the others, talking about the past and present with great enthusiasm. Luo Qin and Xiao Bai were both relatively indifferent people, so they didn't speak much. Out of respect for the temple master, they replied a few words before closing their eyes, looking like they were conserving their energy. With this, Yang Kai and Murong Xiao were in for a bad time. Fortunately, Wen Zishan didn't pester the two for too long. After half a day, they fell behind the crowd again and joined a group of Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm Masters. Murong Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The group of disciples behind them gave them face. The key was that Wen Zishan, a temple master, didn't put on airs, so how could they not cooperate? Especially the few disciples who were patted on the shoulder by Wen Zishan and praised as the future pillars of the temple. "The temple will depend on you in the future." They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves and wanted to take out their hearts for Wen Zishan to see, to let him know that their loyalty to the temple could be witnessed by heaven and earth and the sun and moon. Yang Kai glanced back from time to time with a wonderful expression on his face. He knew that he was a bit unreliable as the High Heaven Palace Temple Master, but compared to Wen Zishan, he was simply a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Flying all the way, they passed by several cities and passed through space arrays. In the evening, the crowd arrived at the location of Orthodoxy Temple. Towering mountains rose and fell like a giant dragon lying on the ground. The scenery was beautiful and varied. Orthodoxy Temple was also one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, so naturally, it occupied a paradise. The environment here was not inferior to Azure Sun Temple in the slightest, adding to the beautiful scenery. Looking from afar, clouds and mist rose from the mountains, and the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the world a golden yellow. In front of the gates of the Orthodoxy Palace, there were many people moving about. It was very lively. It was obvious that the date of the martial gathering was approaching. Many people had rushed over. After all, the martial gathering was a grand occasion for the entire Southern Territory. Not to mention the bountiful rewards that made people envious. If one could perform well in the martial gathering, they would definitely be able to receive the care of their elders in the future. There were also many lowly cultivator who wanted to fight for a future in the martial gathering. This was not without precedent. Although those cultivator of low birth could not participate in the group competition, as long as they performed outstandingly in the individual competition, most of them would be able to join the major sections. For those large sects, what they were fighting for was the ranking and face. The generous rewards were secondary. However, for some small sects or families, those rewards were really enviable. Not to mention there was a chance to make a great leap. Who would be willing to miss it? Therefore, every martial gathering in the Southern Territory was extremely lively, and there were countless participants. Tomorrow was the opening day of the martial gathering, and Azure Sun Temple had come at the right time. As one of the top sects, they naturally had to put on airs. Although Wen Zishan was not very reliable, he still knew the importance of this kind of thing. Today, the sect defending array of Orthodoxy Palace was not activated, but there were many people outside welcoming guests. As soon as the group from Azure Sun Temple landed, an elderly man dressed in black immediately greeted them. Beside him was a young man with a refined temperament. Both of them were the Emperor Realm cultivators. The elderly man was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, while the young man was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Temple Master Wen's visit brings light to Orthodoxy Palace's humble dwelling. Please forgive us for not coming out to meet you, the elderly man greeted with a smile and cupped his fists. Wen Zishan also put on the air of a temple master, as if the chatterbox on the way here was not him at all. He smiled lightly and said, "Elder Feng is too polite. Is Elder Feng the one welcoming guests this time?" The elderly man was none other than Elder Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Palace. Yang Kai had seen him more than once, so he was not unfamiliar with him. He had also cooperated with Gao Shueting many times. Back in the Four Seasons realm, when the demonic Qi invaded Maplewood City, and when the demonic spirit was revived in the southern swamp, he had appeared. However, the two were not of the same generation, so they did not have much interaction. Yang Kai, however, had dealt with the young man behind him. The young man obviously also noticed Yang Kai. His eyes lit up as he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, you're here too." Yang Kai returned the greeting, "Brother Zhuang." This young man was the rising star of Orthodoxy Palace, Zhuang Bufan. He had appeared in the Four Seasons realm and Shattered Star Sea. He was from the same generation as Yang Kai, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiaoxiao, so naturally they were not unfamiliar with each other. Now that they were gathered together, it was natural for them to have a chat. With this, no one paid attention to Luo Qin, but he was naturally indifferent, so he did not feel awkward and just stood there without saying a word. While they were talking, they suddenly heard a swishing sound coming from afar. Everyone looked back and saw a huge sword rapidly approaching from the horizon. The terrifying sword Qi it exuded seemed to be able to hurt people from a distance, so no one dared to underestimate it. Feng Ming smiled slightly and said, "Holy Master Ma is here." When Zishan curled his lips in disdain, he really knows how to pick the right time. He seemed to feel that he had suffered a loss by coming early. Star Soul Palace had sent people to observe the martial gathering in the Southern Territory, so when Zishan had personally led a team to give face. As a top force in the Southern Territory, Heavenly Martial Holy Land naturally would not be ignorant, so Holy Master Ma Qing had personally led a team here. They were all old acquaintances, so when Zishan knew that Ma Qing had come as soon as he saw the sword light. Sure enough, the sword light suddenly approached, and when the light dissipated, a group of dozens of people appeared. The leader was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was thin, but his eyes were as sharp as swords. His figure was tall and straight, and his whole person gave off an unstoppable feeling. "This is Ma Qing?" Yang Kai could not help but look at him curiously. It was also the first time he had seen the Holy Master of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, so he did not expect it to be an old man. Compared to him, Wen Zishan was much more pleasing to the eye. Feng Ming took the initiative to greet them and exchange pleasantries. Ma Qing and the others cupped their fists in return. This time, the people from Heavenly Martial Holy Land were similar to those from Azure Sun Temple, led by 4 or 5 elders from the Emperor Realm. There were dozens of disciples of all levels in total, and they were obviously the best of the best. Brother Wen, Ma Qing put one hand behind his back and stroked the beard on his chin with the other, nodding lightly to Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan was a little tired. Brother Ma is very punctual. He seemed to be mocking him for coming on time. Ma Qing's expression was still indifferent. My disciples are not very easy to worry about, so I took some time on the way. Wen Zishan smiled. If they know they are not easy to worry about, they should have set off earlier. It is not good to keep Brother Lei waiting. Brother Wen seems to have just arrived, right? Pfft. Wen Zishan curled his lips. I have been here for half a day, but I have only been talking to Elder Feng until now. The two seemed to have some grudges, and they were not at each other's throats as soon as they met. Not only were the two temple masters and holy masters like this, but even their disciples were the same. Dozens of Azure Sun Temple's disciples were glaring at Heavenly Martial Holy Land's disciples, and naturally the other side was not willing to be outdone and glared back, as if they were water and fire. Yang Kai was amazed. Although he was the guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, to be honest, he didn't know much about Azure Sun Temple, and he didn't know what kind of enmity they had with Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The moment the disciples met, they were silently confronting each other. The two temple masters and holy masters above were not easy to worry about, but the disciples below were not soft persimmons, and the same was true for the elders in the middle. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Murong Xiao Xiao and the others' eyes meeting with the 4 from the Emperor Realm of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning in the air. What the hell? Yang Kai was confused. Among the 4 elders of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, a young man walked out. The young man was arrogant and unruly, and his eyes were cold and sharp, like a fierce beast hibernating in his body, ready to burst out at any time. This young man's eyes were also very strange, one blue and the other red, looking very strange. Wuchang. Just like his name. Each of the top sects in the Southern Territory had a rising star in each generation. The rising star of Azure Sun Temple was Xia Sheng, the rising star of Heavenly Martial Holy Land was Jianghu Fan, and the rising star of Orthodoxy Temple was Wuchang. Yang Kai had dealt with him in the 4 Seasons realm and knew that this guy was difficult to deal with. He seemed to have a special physique, and his individual combat strength was extremely strong. In the last martial gathering in the Southern Territory, Xia Sheng was defeated by him and was ranked 2nd in the individual battle. Although he regained some face in the group battle, when it came to the number 1 youth in the Southern Territory, the first person that came to everyone's mind was Wu Chang, not Xia Sheng. Of course, Lan Sun from Star Soul Palace was also very good, but Star Soul Palace would not send disciples to participate in the martial gathering, so there was no ranking. Yang Kai secretly wondered if the two sects were fighting like this because of the last martial gathering in the Southern Territory. In the individual battle, Xia Sheng was suppressed by others, and the Azure Sun Temple was quite unconvinced. In the group battle, the Heavenly Martial Holy Land was suppressed by the Azure Sun Temple, and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land was definitely not comfortable. Wu Chang's 2 different colored eyes glanced at everyone, then looked at Yang Kai and said, Xia Sheng didn't come? He seemed to be a little disappointed. Yang Kai said, Brother Xia was guarding the Spirit Lake Palace and couldn't leave. Coward. Wu Chang coldly snorted. Xiao Baiyi's drooping eyes suddenly raised, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword as he glared at Wu Chang. Murong Xiao Xiao also looked at Wu Chang angrily. As soon as they met, Wu Chang scolded someone, and the person he scolded was Xia Sheng, the leader of Azure Sun Temple. Who in Azure Sun Temple could swallow this insult? Feng Ming glanced over, intentionally or unintentionally, but he had no intention of stopping them. He was still talking and laughing with Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan also pretended not to hear. It was not appropriate for him, the temple master, to intervene in the confrontation between the people below. The same was true for Ma Qing. Although the 3 top sects in the Southern Territory often cooperated, the competition was also fierce. Everyone wanted to suppress the others, but with Star Soul Palace sitting at the top, no one dared to fall out, so it was not a big deal to let the people below make a scene. Chapter 3242. Why are you scolding me? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Wu Chang sneered. He doesn't even dare to see me, isn't that cowardly? Murong Xiao Xiao said angrily, Brother Xia is busy, it's not that he doesn't dare to see you. Wu Chang clasped his hands behind his back and said, Everyone has excuses, he's just afraid of being embarrassed by this king again, right? That's not it. Murong Xiao still wanted to argue, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her and said flatly, I have also heard about what happened at the last martial gathering. A moment of pride is nothing, but before I came, Brother Xia said that junior brother Wu Chang is a very enthusiastic person, so I must accompany you. He hadn't even seen Xia Xing recently, so it was impossible for him to give such an explanation. However, he was now representing Azure Sun Temple, so how could he allow himself to be slapped in the face? Naturally, he had to refute and stabilize his momentum first. You. Wu Chang looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and nodded slightly. You have some qualifications, I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Maybe it'll be a surprise. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. This son of a bitch, don't fall into my hands or I'll teach you a lesson. Shameless boasting. Wu Chang sneered. Qin Wenhao turned his head and shouted, Wu Chang, shut up, this is Orthodoxy Temple, don't be presumptuous. Gao Shueting also said, stop talking. Wu Chang's face was filled with resentment, but he knew he couldn't refute his elder's face in front of outsiders, so he simply waved his hand and turned his head to the side. Yang Kai and the others naturally didn't bother to continue arguing, so the disturbance disappeared. After all, everyone knew that in this situation no one could fight. Arguing would only make them look like fools. When Zishan chuckled, young people are really full of youthful vigor, not bad, not bad. Feng Ming was non-committal as he cupped his fists and said, most of the southern mountain ranges' fellow Taoists have arrived. The hall master is currently accompanying them. This way, please. He then turned to Zhuang Bufan and said, Little Fan, lead the two seniors to the guest hall. Yes, Zhuang Bufan responded and stretched out his hand. Everyone please. Feng Ming said, Temple Master Wen, Holy Master Ma, please forgive me. I have duties to attend to, so it's not convenient for me to accompany you. Elder Feng is too polite, let's chat later. When Zishan smiled slightly and followed behind Zhuang Bufan towards the top of the mountain. Ma Qing also nodded at him. He led the group of people from the heavenly martial Holy Land and followed closely behind. This time there was no competition. As the group of people walked further and further away, Feng Ming suddenly looked back and fixed his eyes on Yang Kai. He frowned slightly. When there was no one around, he took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. No one knew who he was sending a message to. When the group was halfway there, they came to a fork in the road. On both sides, there were disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace waiting. When they saw people, they bowed and extended their hands in invitation. Zhuang Bufan turned his head and said, Seniors, please make arrangements for the disciples participating in the martial meet. This group of people was going to rest at the top of the mountain, and only those from the Emperor realm were qualified to do so. The disciples behind them naturally couldn't follow. Everyone was well aware of this. When Zishan turned his head and gestured to Gao Shueting. Gao Shueting immediately arranged for a group of disciples from Azure Sun Temple to follow an attendant to the right path. Heavenly Martial Holy Land naturally chose the left path. The disciples of the two forces didn't get along very well. If they were really arranged to stay together, it was likely that a fight would break out before the martial meet began tomorrow. One must know that at this time, there were no elders from the Emperor realm to suppress them. The remaining group of people followed Wu Chang up the stairs again. The people from the two forces were divided into two groups. Not long after they arrived at the top of the mountain. A magnificent palace with an extraordinary aura came into view. There were already attendants waiting outside the palace. Zhuang Bufan led a group of people into the palace. When they entered, a burst of noise came, causing Yang Kai, Murong Xiao, and the others to look at each other. They didn't expect it to be so lively. Looking around, they were a little surprised. There were no less than 500 to 600 people gathered in the palace, most of whom were masters from the Emperor realm. Attendants shuttled back and forth, and the palace was filled with tables with fruits and delicacies, as well as fine wine. The palace was full of guests and it was very lively. From time to time, there would be people shuttling back and forth, raising their cups and inviting people to drink. In the middle of the palace, a group of more than 40 young girls were dancing. Their clothes were not revealing, and each of them was full of youthfulness. Their faces were also beautiful and their waists were graceful. As they danced, some people smiled and looked at them. Although these dancers had been arranged by the Orthodoxy Hall to liven things up, the Orthodoxy Hall status was still there, so they wouldn't spend too much effort in this aspect. If they were dressed too skimpily, others would inevitably look down on them, so the current arrangement made the Orthodoxy Hall look even more imposing. However, most people's attention was not on them. This was the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory, and the sect masters and patriarchs of various sects were gathered here. This was the time to build relationships, so who would have the time to pay attention to them? It was not easy for people from the Emperor realm to gather together, and the martial gathering in the Southern Territory was a good platform for this gathering. As soon as Wen Zishan and Ma Qing let a group of people in, someone put down the wine cup in his hand and stood up to salute. Temple Master Wen, Holy Master Ma. As soon as the voice came out, the noisy hall quieted down. Everyone turned their heads and greeted him. Wen Zishan had a smile on his face as he bowed to everyone. Under Zhuang Bufan's lead, he walked all the way to the front. Ma Qing, on the other hand, was looking straight ahead with a cold expression. However, those who were familiar with him knew that he was like this. It was not that he did not give face to others. At the head of the table, a burly man in black clothes looked over with a smile. He turned his head and said to a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance sitting on his right, "I told you, those two would definitely arrive within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Look, aren't they here now?" The scholarly man smiled and said, "Brother Lei is truly a genius. Besides Orthodoxy Temple's Temple Master Lei Gu, no one else had the qualifications to sit at the head of the table here." This scholarly man was obviously a sect master from one of the Southern Territory sects. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and his seat was very close to the front. "Brother Lei." When Zishan and Ma Qing stepped forward and cupped their fists. Lei Gu stood up and said, "The two of you must be tired from the long journey. Please take a seat first." Although there were many tables in the hall and many people were seated, the 4 tables at the front were empty and no one dared to occupy them. These 4 tables were obviously reserved for people from Azure Sun Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. When Zishan and Ma Qing separated to the left and right, each leading their respective elders to sit on the left and right. When Zishan and Ma Qing naturally each occupied a table, while the few elders they brought along squeezed together in one corner. Azure Sun Temple's side had one more person than Heavenly Martial Holy Land's side, so one table was full. Immediately, a maid came forward to pour wine for everyone. Lei Gu slowly stood up, raised his cup high and said in a clear voice, "This is the Southern Territories Martial Gathering, a grand event. I am indebted to the Southern Territories fellow Taoists for holding this martial gathering in my Orthodoxy Temple. This Lei and my Orthodoxy Temple will do our best to create a fair competition for everyone in the Southern Territory. We will not show any favoritism. Here, I wish all of your sect's disciples victory and prosperity in the martial Tao, passing down the torch of our Southern Territory. This little wine is not enough to show my respect. Please drink to your heart's content." "Thank you, Temple Master Lei." In the hall, everyone responded in unison, raised their cups and drank together. The scene was lively. A toast was Lei Gu's etiquette as the host, followed by everyone's free time. Tomorrow was the day of the martial gathering, and at that time, it would not be so harmonious. Casualties and losses among the disciples were inevitable. Many people from Azure Sun Temple's table came to toast, but most of them came because of Gao Shueting's face. Luo Chen did not have many connections, so he did not have this privilege. Yang Kai, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao purely came to broaden their horizons and did not know many people from the Emperor realm, so naturally no one paid attention to them. Yang Kai took the time to ask Murong Xiao about it and understood why the relationship with Heavenly Martial Holy Land was a bit stiff. Things were as he expected. It was indeed because of the previous martial gathering. In the individual and group battles, both sides fought for first and second place, so naturally there was some competition. Half an hour later, Lei Gu, Wen Zishan, and Ma Qing left early. The 3 of them gathered together to discuss tomorrow's martial gathering. Although Orthodoxy Temple was in charge of the roster and the layout of the venue, Wen Zishan and Ma Qing still had to check it out. After the 3 of them left, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became livelier. It was obvious that the 3 of them gave off some pressure. Yang Kai drank and ate while looking around, looking a little bored. To be honest, he was a little interested in the martial gathering at first, but after coming here he found that it was just SOSO. If this matter had not been brought to him, he would have wanted to go home now. Although there wouldn't be any major problems with the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, the dust hadn't settled yet, so he couldn't be at ease if he didn't personally oversee it. The main reason was that his cultivation was high now. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so the competition between Tao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm Masters couldn't arouse his interest. He had already killed a lot of people from the Emperor Realm, so how could he be in the mood to watch these small fights? However, since Azure Sun Temple had given him the nod, he could only accompany them. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to Gao Shueting. Senior Sister Gao, what did that guy Wu Chang mean when he said that Brother Xia was afraid of losing to him again? Is this martial gathering going to have a competition between people from the Emperor realm? Gao Shueting said, there won't be a martial gathering, but there will be after the martial gathering. Participation is voluntary and there are no rewards. It's purely an exchange. Yang Kai nodded and secretly made up his mind. If Wu Chang provoked him again, he would definitely teach him a lesson. No matter what kind of special constitution he had, he couldn't be stronger than a third-order Emperor Realm Master, right? Yang Kai thought that with his current strength, it shouldn't be much of a problem for him to face a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If he used all his cards, even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would have to stand aside. He just didn't know if Wu Chang would give him this opportunity. Raising his cup to his lips, Yang Kai glanced sideways and saw Wu Chang looking in his direction. His blue and red eyes were extremely strange. Yang Kai sneered and showed a look of disdain, which almost made Wu Chang's nose crooked. Chapter 32-43. Late at night, the banquet was over. The people from Azure Sun Temple were led by a maid to their lodging. It didn't take long for them to reach a mountain peak that was full of world energy. The scenery was beautiful, and the soft moonlight poured down on the earth, illuminating the surroundings. There was a brightly lit palace on the peak. It was where the people from Azure Sun Temple were staying. The disciples had also come here to rest. The maid led everyone here and left respectfully. Someone else led them to the guest room. Not long after, everything was arranged. After a little tidying up, Yang Kai's heart moved. He took out a communication artifact and checked it. He frowned, opened the door and walked out. He turned a corner, came to another room and gently knocked on the door. Come in, Gao Shueting's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. He saw Wen Zishan, Luo Qin, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao in the room. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, what's wrong? Wen Zishan shook a jade slip in his hand. I have something to do. Saying so, he flicked the jade slip over. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. He closed the door and scanned it with his divine sense. He was surprised. What is this? Inside the jade slip was a list of names, each name corresponding to a number, causing Kai Yang to be confused. He saw his own name on the list and it appeared more than once. Gao Shueting explained, we led the team here not only to urge the disciples to work hard, but also to act as judges. Judges? Yang Kai was stunned. Yes. Gao Shueting explained, the martial gathering is divided into 3 levels, Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm. Let's not talk about the Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm for now. The fights between Dao Source Realm disciples can't be underestimated. They need the Emperor Realm to be the judge. First, to ensure the fairness of the competition and second, to ensure that no one dies during the competition. After hearing what she said, Yang Kai understood a little. Although the martial gathering was in the nature of a competition, if they really fought, the situation would change in an instant. It was very likely that there would be some unnecessary casualties, and if they wanted to avoid this, they would naturally need a stronger cultivator to stand guard. A competition between Dao Source Realm cultivators could only be stopped or rescued by the Emperor Realm. Otherwise, if 100 or 80 people died in a martial assembly, no one would look good. After knowing this, Yang Kai carefully looked at the jade slip and said, in other words, I need to be in charge of combat ring number 8 for a total of 5 days? Gao Shueting nodded and said, yes, the martial gathering will last for a month. In the individual battles, junior brother Yang, you'll be in charge of arena number 8. Remember the time and the others will take turns to guard the arena. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he remembered. This time there were so many people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, so even if the martial gathering lasted for a month, he only needed to watch for 5 days. Naturally, the rest would be taken turns. He couldn't be the only one watching for 30 days. After thinking about it, Yang Kai said, wouldn't this give some people a chance to cheat? If one of their own sect's disciples went up, it would be inevitable that they would take care of him. When Zishan chuckled, they're all people who care about face. Even if there's an opportunity, no one will do it too obviously. They will try to ensure fairness. Besides, other than you referees in charge of each arena, there will be others who will be watching the various arenas. It won't be easy to cheat. Gao Shueting said, in any case just remember one thing. Don't let anyone die. As for other situations, you'll have to take care of yourself. Yang Kai nodded and said, I'll do my best. He didn't take it too seriously. Although it was the first time in his life that he was a referee with his current strength, protecting two Dao Source Realm cultivators in a battle without risking his life was not a problem. In addition to Yang Kai, Xiao Bai Yi, Murong Xiao Xiao, and the others also had this task. Everyone would be referees for about 5 days. When Zishan gave a few more instructions before the crowd dispersed, Gao Shueting took out her communication artifact and called the participating disciples over, giving them another round of instructions. At the same time, on another spirit peak in a secret room, a burly man was sitting on the ground. Black chi was wrapped around his body, filling the entire secret room. It kept turning and swimming around like a spirit snake, looking extremely terrifying. There was a knock on the door, and the burly man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were completely black, without the slightest trace of whiteness. A timid person would probably be scared half to death if they saw this. Just as he opened his eyes, the black chi wandering in the secret room seemed to be summoned and retracted into his body. His black eyes gradually returned to their original color, and the black chi disappeared, making him look no different from an ordinary person. "Come in." A majestic voice sounded. The door was opened and an elderly man stepped in. The burly man looked up at him. "Why is that guy here?" The elderly man frowned and said, "I'm also surprised. I haven't heard any news about him for more than 10 years. It is said that he has long left the Southern Territory. I don't know why he would appear at this time." The burly man said, "What the hell is Wen Zishan doing? It can't be that he specifically called him here because of the martial meeting, right? Maybe it's just a coincidence?" The burly man coldly snorted, "Whether it's a coincidence or not, this person can't be left alive. He's a hindrance to our grand plan." The elderly man raised his brow. "Master, you mean? Prevention is better than cure. Find a way to get rid of him." The elderly man was silent for a moment, then frowned and said, "This person is not easy to get rid of. If it's easy to get rid of him, then why did I call you here? The martial meeting is scheduled for a month. Think of a safe way to get rid of him within a month. Be sure to leave no traces behind." "Yes." The elderly man cupped his hands. Seeing that there were no more orders, he retreated. He came to the door of the secret room and sighed. If it was just an ordinary person from the Emperor realm, then it would be fine. They could find more people to get rid of him, but this person was somewhat unusual. He controlled the law of space. Even if he couldn't beat him, his ability to escape was first class. Once he escaped, the news would be leaked and they would fail. This was difficult. After thinking for a long time, the elderly man finally made up his mind. It seemed that he could only find someone from that side to make a move. Only someone from that side could get close to him without him noticing and give him a fatal blow. After making up his mind, he hurriedly left. The sky was clear and blue for thousands of miles. In the huge basin surrounded by mountains on all sides, flags were fluttering and heads were moving. This was the place where the martial meeting was held in the Southern Territory. In the entire Southern Territory, there were at least tens of thousands of cultivators gathered at the Orthodoxy Palace. Other than this basin, there was no other place that could accommodate so many people to compete together. In the basin there were hundreds of arenas scattered like chess pieces. They were all meticulously built and protected by arrays. It was enough to allow hundreds of cultivator pairs to fight on the arenas together. Halfway up the mountain to the east, there was a row of newly built huts with tables set up. Sitting here, one could have a panoramic view of the mountain valley. The Emperor Realm Masters of the Southern Territory's great sects came here in 2s and 3s, and after some polite greetings, they sat down one after another. The people from the 3 great sects naturally sat at the top. On the first day of the martial meeting, whether they were willing or not, the leaders of the 3 great powers all showed up. Because there were even more important people on the stage, they couldn't afford to be careless. In the valley, tens of thousands of cultivator pairs who were about to participate in the martial meeting held their breaths. The tense atmosphere spread. Many people looked up at the mountainside with reverence, secretly fantasizing about when they would be able to sit there. And this martial meeting was definitely the best platform for carps to leap over the Dragon Gate. As long as they could perform outstandingly in the martial meeting, those with good backgrounds would receive more resources to nurture, and those with poor backgrounds might be able to reach the heavens in a single step. In the stands, the people from the Emperor realm couldn't understand this feeling, so they continued to chat and laugh. Suddenly, a streak of light came from afar and landed on the stands. "They're here." Legu smiled slightly and stood up first. Everyone else also quickly stood up. Originally, there were people who were secretly surprised at who dared to fly so arrogantly in the Orthodoxy Palace, but after seeing Lei Gu's expression they could guess a thing or two. How could they dare to be careless? The light landed in front of the crowd, revealing several figures. The one in the lead had a dignified appearance and a vigorous aura. Surprisingly, he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. The people behind him, regardless of their cultivation, were all dignified and had extraordinary temperaments. The people from Star Soul Palace had arrived, and it was Xiao Yuyang. "Greetings, Brother Xiao," Lei Gu and the others cupped their fists. Xiao Yuyang smiled slightly and returned the greeting. "No need to be so polite, this Xiao has arrived late." Every martial meeting in the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace would appear. After all, it was a matter of the entire Southern Territory. As the guardian god of the Southern Territory and the Overlord sect, Star Soul Palace naturally had to participate, but they didn't send their disciples to participate. Instead, they were here to supervise. Not late, the timing is just right." Lei Gu chuckled. Although their cultivations were about the same, Xiao Yuyang was here on behalf of Star Soul Palace, so how could he not give face? After inviting Xiao Yuyang to take a seat and casually exchanging a few words, Xiao Yuyang said, "It's about time, let's begin." Lei Gu nodded and winked at Feng Ming. Feng Ming stepped forward, took out a scroll, spread it out with both hands and read aloud, "Today tens of thousands of young talents from the Southern Territory have gathered here for the martial meeting. Orthodoxy Temple is honored. With Star Soul Palace taking the lead, we have drawn up a few rules. We hope all participants will abide by them. If anyone violates them, they will be severely punished." His voice wasn't loud, but with the support of his Emperor Qi, it spread throughout the mountain valley, allowing tens of thousands of people to listen attentively. There weren't many rules, and if there were too many restrictions it wouldn't be interesting, but there were still some restrictions. For example, if someone had already admitted defeat, they couldn't be ruthless. Another example was that no spirit pills could be taken during the competition, especially those that could stimulate one's potential and increase one's cultivation. Once discovered, not only would the person involved be punished, the sect behind them would also suffer. Every martial meeting had these rules. Before coming, the elders of their respective sects would repeatedly remind them of these rules, so the tens of thousands of people naturally knew them by heart, but they still had to follow the necessary procedures. For a time, only Feng Ming's voice echoed throughout the mountain valley. After the rules were read out, it was time to read out the rewards. This was the highlight of the competition. Everyone had come here to compete for these benefits, so the tens of thousands of people in the mountain valley immediately raised their heads in anticipation. Chapter 3244. The rewards for every martial gathering were extremely generous, and if the rewards weren't good enough, it wouldn't attract people to risk their lives. Under normal circumstances, the rewards were pooled together by the three great sects. Star Soul Palace would also contribute half of the rewards, which included pills, secret techniques, and so on. What made the tens of thousands of participating cultivators even more excited was that not only would the first place in the individual and group battles receive generous rewards, they would also be able to enter the secret lands of the three great sects to cultivate for a month. Each of the three great sects of the Southern Territory had their own unique foundation. Azure Sun Temple's Divine Ascension Mirror World, Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Martial Intent Palace, and Orthodoxy Temple's Outer Astral Winds all had their own benefits. The Divine Ascension Mirror World was a place to cultivate one's soul, Martial Intent Palace was a secret land to comprehend various concepts, and Orthodoxy Temple's Outer Astral Winds were an excellent place to temper one's physical body. The secret lands of the three great sects contained a cultivator's essence, chi, and soul. If one could pass through one of these three places, their future would be limitless. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a reward? Resources were all external forces, and one's own strength was the foundation. Not only would the first place receive these rewards, but they would also be able to choose any sect to join and be directly nurtured as a core disciple. When this reward was announced, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain valley all breathed rapidly, unable to contain their excitement. But then again, in the past martial gatherings, the first place winners were always from the three great sects, and they were all core disciples. Thus, although this reward was very attractive to 90% of the participants, it was just icing on the cake for the disciples of the three great sects. There was no need to pay too much attention to it. The reason why this reward was given out was to show the other cultivator apart from the three great sects, to attract them to use their full strength and strive for the best ranking. Over the years of the martial gatherings, there had been people who had done this, and it wasn't just once. Originally unknown cultivators had stood out in the martial gatherings, been accepted by the three great sects, and finally achieved extraordinary results. The second-place winner's reward was slightly less attractive. They could only choose a sect to join as a core disciple, so the reward for the 3 secret lands were reduced to 2. The third-place winner could choose a sect to join, and the reward for the secret lands. Below that, there were only resource rewards. There were no opportunities to join a sect or cultivate in the secret lands. When such a reward was announced, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain valley naturally rubbed their palms together. They secretly made up their minds that they had to perform well this time. Perhaps they would really be able to leap over the dragon gate. Phone. Phone? The sound of gongs and drums resounded throughout the entire valley, deafening everyone's ears. Halfway up the mountain, silhouettes appeared one after another, each with a different color flowing light on their bodies. It was as if a meteor shower was falling from the sky. One after another they landed on the chest-like high platform in the valley. Kai Yang was also among them. As the referee, he naturally had to take the stage first. This was the first time in Yang Kai's life that he was acting as a judge, but with his knowledge and experience he was able to remain calm. Standing on the 8th arena, Yang Kai held a jade slip in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. Inside the jade slip was a series of numbers, each number representing a cultivator. The order of appearance and their respective opponents had already been arranged, so all Yang Kai needed to do was call out the numbers of both sides and wait to see what would happen. Raising his eyes and looking around, he said in a clear voice, "The first match, number 308 against number 1561. As soon as his voice fell, a petite figure flew out from under the stage and landed firmly on it. Bowing to Yang Kai, she said in a crisp voice, "Greetings, senior." Yang Kai sniffed. He wondered if he was older than the other party, but with his strength, there weren't many people in the star boundary who could stand on equal footing with him or call themselves his senior. The newcomer nodded and smiled before taking a closer look. The one on the stage was a petite woman with 2 delicate ponytails tied behind her head. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind. She wore a decent dress that accentuated her exquisite figure. She didn't look too old and still had some youthful aura. Her cultivation was also quite good, a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator. Yang Kai wondered which sect she came from. While he was still sizing her up, another person jumped onto the stage. It was a handsome man dressed in black robes that fluttered in the wind. His aura was imposing, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He didn't look like someone to be trifled with. He was in the third-order Dao Source realm. Kai Yang glanced at him, secretly thinking that this number 301 was in trouble. Not everyone was like him, able to fight above their own realm, beheading opponents who were stronger than them as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. The difference in cultivation between 2 realms was often a huge disparity in strength. If that wasn't the case, what was the point of cultivating so hard? Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be generalized. In a life-or-death battle, one's own mentality, grasp of the situation, and the ability to adapt to changes were all key to victory or defeat. There were many examples of the weak defeating the strong. Seeing her opponent come on stage, number 301 cupped her fists and politely said, "Rakshasa Sect's Jade Chalice." No matter how they fought later, she still had to show proper etiquette. The referee was watching from the side. The man in black robes didn't think so. He just raised his hand and pointed at the Rakshasa Sect's Jade Chalice, saying expressionlessly, "Get down, you're not my opponent." His tone wasn't arrogant, as if he was stating a fact. He was indeed qualified to say so. After all, his cultivation was 1 minor realm higher than his opponent's. Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed across Jade Chalice's face. Biting her lower red lips, she said, "We haven't fought yet, how do you know I'm not your opponent?" The man in black robes said, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Jade Chalice was furious, but she suddenly took a deep breath to calm the anger in her heart. Turning her head to look at the calm Yang Kai, she asked, "Senior, can we begin?" Since she had come here, how could she be scared off by a few words? However, the other party's condescending attitude really made her angry. If it weren't for her good upbringing, she would have taken the initiative to attack instead of asking for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his stomach, looking calm and composed. He nodded and said, "Yes." In fact, the 2 of them could have started as soon as they entered the ring, but Jade Chalice's scholarly appearance won her some favor. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black robes suddenly rushed towards Jade Chalice like a whirlwind, a large saber as tall as a grown man appearing in his hand out of thin air. The saber flashed with electric light as he rushed in front of Jade Chalice and chopped down without the slightest intention of showing mercy. Looking at his posture, it was as if he would only stop after cutting Jade Chalice in half. Jade Chakram was shocked. She didn't expect the other party to attack so suddenly. There was no warning at all. In a hurry, she flicked her wrist and lashed out with a soft whip, turning it into a series of afterimages to protect her vital points. A series of clanging sounds rang out and sparks flew everywhere. The two people in the ring, one in front and one behind, rapidly dashed forward face to face. The man in black robes closed in step by step, the large saber in his hand giving off an extraordinary aura. His attacks were bold and fierce, as if he didn't care about defending at all, suppressing Jade Chalice until she was a little breathless. His cultivation was one level higher than Jade Chalice's, and since he had taken the initiative, he naturally had the upper hand. However, Jade Chalice was obviously not bad. That soft whip in her hand was like an extension of her arm, and even though she had lost the initiative, she was able to block hundreds of fierce attacks from her opponent in an instant. Although she was a little out of breath from the pressure, she was not so weak that she couldn't withstand a single blow. This scene made Yang Kai raise his eyebrows slightly and watch seriously. He couldn't help but take it seriously. He was the referee of the 8th ring, and had to do his best to ensure that no one died. Once he sensed that something was wrong, he had to stop it. This was the first day of the martial meet, and he didn't want anything to go wrong in the first match. To be honest, from a personal point of view, he was biased towards Jade Chalice. This had nothing to do with gender, but mainly because Jade Chalice was very polite to him. On the other hand, the black-robed man's arrogant look made him feel uncomfortable. "I am the referee of the 8th ring and you don't even call me senior. What do you mean by not even looking at me when you come up?" But the referee couldn't side with anyone and could only wait and see. At the same time, he sighed slightly in his heart, thinking that Jade Chalice was doomed. Her cultivation was not as good as the others, and she had lost the initiative. If nothing unexpected happened, the winner would be decided very soon. On the ring, the two people flew quickly, one in front and one behind. In the blink of an eye, they retreated to the edge of the ring. Jade Chalice was forced to retreat, so she couldn't pay attention to the situation under her feet. When she realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Once she fell out of the ring's range, she would lose. This sudden change made Jade Chalice panic and she cried out in alarm. Her body suddenly leaned back and her center of gravity was unstable. The black-robed man who was chasing after her had already expected this. After all, the angle of vision was different, and he could see clearly what Jade Chalice couldn't see. Seeing this, he sneered, "Get lost." As he spoke, he slashed at Jade Chalice. Yang Kai almost couldn't help but make a move. But in this instant, Jade Chalice's body bent to an unbelievable angle, one foot hooked on the edge of the ring, and her bent body just happened to dodge the black-robed man's slash. Then, with a shake of the soft whip, she wrapped it around the broadsword, and with a twist, she floated behind the black-robed man. The two people's positions were switched in an instant. Many of the cultivator watching below the ring were stunned, and a group of cheers rose and fell. Obviously, it was Jade Chalice's fellow disciples who were cheering. Yang Kai was also a little stunned. He didn't expect Jade Chalice to find a way out of a hopeless situation. He saw clearly that this wasn't Jade Chalice's plan, and her reaction after missing the step and the panicked expression on her face weren't fake. She was able to escape the danger of falling out of the ring all because of her own adaptability. Chapter 32:45. Yu Chao, who had escaped from the crisis, did not stop and flicked the whip in her hand, causing it to shoot out like a snake from its lair towards the back of the black-robed man. The black-robed man's saber missed its target, but his figure had already noticed that something was wrong, so he quickly turned around and slashed out with his saber. Guang. With a loud bang, the black-robed man's figure swayed for a moment before he recovered. On the other hand, Yu Chao was sent flying by a huge recoil, coughing up a mouthful of blood mid-air before she staggered to the ground. Yang Kai secretly lamented. If Jade Chakram also had the same cultivation as her opponent, that blow just now would have been enough to clinch victory. However, because of the difference in cultivation and Jade Chakram's hasty attack, she was unable to grasp the opportunity and was instead injured by her opponent. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the two of them had already walked around the checkpoint where they had failed. It was truly a dazzling sight to behold. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his spirits. He hadn't expected to encounter two such people on the first day of the competition. He could see that whether it was Yu Chakram or the black-robed man, Both of them were extremely strong in the Dao Source realm. Even if they were placed in the top 3 forces, they would be highly valued figures. Yang Kai really didn't know how they cultivated to have such a heritage. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated all the sects in the world. A sect that could survive for less than 10 million years must have its own reasons for existing. It was not only the top sects that could produce outstanding talents. In a trance, Yang Kai remembered Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. The Four Seasons realm trial had brought fame to 2 people. One was himself, who had refined a heaven-defying extraordinary treasure pill with his Dao Source realm cultivation, and the other was Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. The octagonal door was a small sect in the Southern Territory, inferior to Blue Feather sect in the past, but Luo Yuan, who came from the octagonal door, was not even afraid of Wu Chang and was able to fight him head-on without suffering much of a disadvantage, which was a testament to his strength. Thinking of Luo Yuan, Yang Kai had seen a guy who looked somewhat similar to Luo Yuan yesterday, but because he had been too far away, Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to him, so he wasn't sure if it was him. Maybe it really was that guy. The octagonal door was from the Southern Territory after all, so there was no reason for them not to participate in the martial gathering. Just as he was lost in thought, Jade Chakram and the black-clothed man began to exchange blows again. On the stage, the 2 men's silhouettes intertwined non-stop, a blade and a whip clashing against each other, producing clanking sounds. One of them had a ferocious aura, and the other was agile. They were actually fighting back and forth, and it was not a one-sided situation. The situation here also attracted the attention of many cultivators. In a short while, the surroundings of the 8th arena were actually filled with people. All of them looked at the stage with a serious expression, secretly wondering how they would win if they encountered these 2 opponents. Yang Kai was also excited to see this. If it wasn't for the fact that the High Heaven Palace didn't need to open their doors to accept disciples, he would probably have asked Hua Qingxi to hold such an exciting competition. Although this kind of competition was a little complicated, it was indeed the best way to select outstanding talents. However, he couldn't guarantee their character. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the black-clothed man's expression became more and more ruthless. After all, in his opinion, his opponent's cultivation was slightly lower, so he should be able to easily deal with her. However, the fact was that the woman who was jumping up and down was actually the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. This made him feel a little embarrassed, and his attacks became more and more fierce. Although Jade Chakram relied on her own quick reactions and agile movements to constantly contend with him, after all, the difference in cultivation was her biggest shortcoming. It was already very difficult for her to fight until now, and it was almost impossible for her to win. Her 2 ponytails were a little messy, and many places were broken in half, which was caused by the opponent's astral island. She looked quite miserable, gasping for breath, her chest rising up and down, and her face was covered with fine beads of sweat. However, she gritted her teeth and refused to admit defeat. However, Yang Kai could clearly see that her hand holding the whip was trembling constantly as she continued to exchange blows with her opponent's broadsword. The violent force transmitted from the whip was not something she could withstand for a long time. The black-clothed man obviously knew that using his advantage to attack was a disadvantage, so he didn't give Jade Chakram any time to breathe, forcing her to fight him head-on. Finally, when the saber came into contact with the soft whip, a soft cracking sound rang out. The soft whip was actually cut in half by the saber, and the tip of the whip shot out. The black-clothed man was overjoyed when he saw this. He had had enough of his opponent's whip. Now that he had broken her artifact, how could she still have the strength to fight back? Looking up, a cold light flashed across Jade Chakram's face as she hurriedly tried to retreat. But how could she retreat? Die. The black-clothed man shouted as he swung his broadsword downwards, a look of victory on his face. Winning is not easy. Before this thought had even crossed his mind, he suddenly saw the panic on Jade Chakram's face disappear and a sly light flash across her eyes. Forming a seal with one hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out behind her. Not good. The black-clothed man's expression changed. Although he didn't know what kind of trick Jade Chakram had used, it was obvious that he had been careless and it was too late for him to withdraw his hand. A fierce light flashed across his eyes as he swung his broadsword at an even faster speed. Jade Chakram hurriedly used the remaining half of the whip in her hand to block, but her opponent's all-out attack was too fierce for her to block. The broadsword slashed down from her shoulder all the way to her abdomen, nearly cutting her in half. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a rag sack. While in midair, she changed the hand seal in her hand again. The black-clothed man only felt his body tighten as he finally realized what Jade Chakram was doing. The half of the whip that he had sent flying had taken advantage of the moment he was unprepared to wrap around him, catching him off guard. An inexplicable force emerged from the whip, suppressing his cultivation, causing the source chi in his body to become somewhat sluggish. When he raised his head again, a look of despair appeared on his face. Because Jade Chakram had been sent flying backwards, the half of the whip in her hand had been sent flying straight towards his forehead. If this hit, he would undoubtedly die in his current state. "I admit defeat," he hurriedly shouted. The long whip suddenly stopped, stopping an inch away from his forehead. Just a little bit more and it would have pierced through his head. The energy coming out from the tip of the whip was like an awl piercing his forehead, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The half of the whip had been thrown out by Jade Chakram. The fact that it stopped in front of him was naturally not because of Jade Chakram's control, but because of Yang Kai's actions. The moment he shouted the word, "Admit defeat," Yang Kai had reached out and grabbed the whip, protecting his life. At the same time he raised his other hand and Jade Chakram's flying body stopped in midair. The black-clothed man looked over in shock, his face suddenly becoming ugly. Because Jade Chakram's body was floating at the edge of the ring, just a little bit away from leaving the ring. Everything had been for naught. If he had shouted just a little bit slower, Jade Chakram would have lost. But at this critical moment of life and death, how could he dare hesitate? It was useless to be upset now. When Yang Kai released his hand, the whip that had stopped in front of the black-clothed man's forehead fell to the ground. His other hand was slightly pulled back, and Jade Chakram, who was supported by an invisible force, slowly floated in front of him. Looking down at the woman at his feet, Yang Kai frowned. This first battle could be said to be incomparably tragic. Although the black-clothed man didn't suffer too much injuries, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. After suffering such a great loss, he probably wouldn't dare to underestimate people whose cultivation was weaker than his. Jade Chakram was even more miserable. She was already at a disadvantage in the head-on confrontation, and now her two arms were shaking uncontrollably. There was a bloody wound from her shoulder to her waist, and blood was gushing out. It was a terrible sight to behold. This could be considered a serious injury. Although it was not life-threatening, if she was not treated properly, she would not be able to face the next battle. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai squatted down and pressed one hand on Jade Chakram's shoulder, urging his Emperor Chi to stabilize her injury. His other hand flicked out a healing pill and stuffed it into Jade Chakram's mouth. Jade Chakram's eyes were a little dazed. Obviously she had just been hit hard and was still a little dazed. When she saw that it was Yang Kai who was treating her, she could not help but feel a little embarrassed and asked in a trembling voice, Did I win?" Yang Kai looked at her with an expressionless face and declared in a clear voice, "Contestant 301 wins." Hearing this, Jade Chakram's eyes bloomed with surprise and she smiled happily. When the black-clothed man shouted that he had admitted defeat, she had not fallen out of the ring, so naturally she had won. But soon, Jade Chakram could not smile anymore because of the severe pain from the wound on her waist. She forced herself to look up and suddenly blushed. Where the black-clothed man had cut her, her clothes were tattered and her delicate undergarment was exposed. Others might not have seen it because of the angle, but the referee was squatting in front of her, so how could he not see it? For a moment, Jade Chakram had the urge to faint. Yang Kai really didn't pay attention to this, only thinking that this woman was trying too hard. After noticing that her complexion wasn't right, he followed her gaze and his brow twitched. Taking out a piece of clothing from his space ring, he covered her wound before looking down and shouting, "Who is her fellow disciple?" Immediately, two beautiful women rushed up and cupped their fists. "Senior, take her away and treat her." Yang Kai waved his hand. The two women thanked him and put away Jade Chakram's artifact before helping each other away. Below the ring, everyone was silent. When Jade Chakram walked down, everyone involuntarily parted to make a path for her, their faces filled with respect. On the ring, the defeated black-clothed man stood for a while before shaking his head sadly, cupping his fists to Yang Kai before also flying down. Although he had lost his first battle, it was not a complete loss for him. He would have another chance later, so he was not too worried. Yang Kai stood on the ring and acted like a referee, his expression meticulous as he gripped the jade slip and shouted, "Number 605 against number 8036. Chapter 3246. Perhaps it was because the battle between Jade Chakram and the black-clothed man had a good start, but the following cultivators were all trying their best to show off. They used all kinds of magical techniques and fought fiercely. Some of the fights were really not bad, making Kai Yang nod his head repeatedly. But there were also some fights that were dull and boring with nothing to write home about. If it wasn't for his duty as a referee, Kai Yang would have already dozed off. A day passed, and when evening came, the sounds of fighting in the various arenas in the valley stopped. Tens of thousands of cultivators rested and waited for the next battle. Yang Kai also returned to the spirit peak that belonged to the Azure Sun Temple. He was exhausted from the day. In fact, he only stood in the arena and watched. He didn't fight many times, but it was very tiring to maintain his focus. After resting for 2 hours, Gao Shueting sent a message to him, asking him to come over. Yang Kai had no choice but to open the door and go out. Outside the hall, several elders of the Azure Sun Temple from the Emperor Realm were waiting. After seeing Yang Kai appear, when Zishan grinned, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Yang Kai couldn't help but be suspicious. "You'll know when we get there." When Zishan had a mysterious look on his face as he led everyone in a certain direction. Halfway through, he asked Gao Shueting and found out that they were going to participate in a conference. The martial gathering in the Southern Territory was a grand occasion. Tens of thousands of cultivators in the Southern Territory gathered in one place, and hundreds of cultivators from the Emperor Realm gathered in one place. It was an extremely rare scene. During the day, a group of cultivators from the Emperor Realm were responsible for acting as judges and maintaining the order of the martial gathering. At night, it was time for the cultivators from the Emperor Realm to gather and interact with each other. This was also the custom of every martial gathering. With so many cultivators from the Emperor Realm, everyone had some good stuff on hand. It wasn't worth it to sell these things, but they could be exchanged with others for treasures they needed. Of course, as the host, the Orthodoxy Temple would also collect many treasures and take them out to attract others during the martial gathering. This wasn't the only exchange meeting. There would be an exchange meeting on the first night and another every 5 days. There would be a total of 6 meetings. It was guaranteed that everyone from the Emperor Realm would gain something. Hearing that it was an exchange meeting, Yang Kai was also interested. When they arrived, they saw hundreds of people from the Emperor Realm gathered in a large hall. Although there were many people, it wasn't noisy. Only the surging spiritual energy indicated that these people were secretly communicating with each other. After the people from the Orthodoxy Hall arrived, a simple opening speech was given and the exchange officially began. As the host, the Orthodoxy Palace was the first to throw out a few extraordinary treasures, stirring up everyone's enthusiasm. Soon after, there were people who took out things they didn't want to trade for things in the hands of others. During this period, the exchange meeting was just a platform. As for how to make sure both sides didn't suffer a loss, that would need to be discussed in private. Azure Sun Temple didn't make any moves for the time being. Yang Kai didn't know what the others were thinking, but he didn't see anything that interested him. Now that his knowledge and experience were far greater than before, ordinary treasures couldn't tempt him, so he was mainly here to watch the fun. On the other hand, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao seemed to be very interested in many things. Unfortunately, the two of them had just broken through to the Emperor Realm not long ago, so they didn't have enough wealth to exchange with others, so they could only sigh. In the middle of the night, the exchange meeting ended and everyone returned to their own places. The next day, the martial gathering began again, and the mountain valley that had been silent all night was lively again. Yang Kai didn't join in the fun again and just sat in his guest room to rest. Today he didn't need to be a referee, so with nothing to do, he simply entered the small sealed world to investigate. Recently, he had been busy, so he didn't pay much attention to the situation of the small sealed world. Now that he finally had some free time, he naturally wanted to take a look. As soon as he entered the small sealed world, Yang Kai felt that there was an invisible will in this world that was paying attention to him, as if a sleeping dragon had raised its eyes to look at him for a moment before closing them again. Yang Kai knew that it was the will of the rolling stone, so he didn't take it to heart. In the star territory, using the small sealed world as a carrier, he used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor to devour cultivation stars, inadvertently giving birth to a trace of will in the entire small sealed world, and even transforming it into a rolling stone, which could be said to be a great gain. However, the rolling stone didn't have much self-awareness. Its existence was very strange, and Yang Kai still didn't know how it was born. Even if he was given another chance, he couldn't guarantee that he could make a second rolling stone. Today's small sealed world was vast and full of vitality. The rolling stone had devoured several cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Not only did it integrate the territory of those cultivation stars, but the creatures that lived on those cultivation stars were now all living in the small sealed world. The existence of these creatures brought about birth, old age, illness, and death, becoming, living, becoming, breaking, and emptiness, allowing this world to have an initial cycle of reincarnation. Inexplicably, Yang Kai felt that today's small sealed world was a little different from before. It seemed that this was the real world. With just a thought, an invisible and magnificent force was added to his body, making Yang Kai feel like he was the real world. World force. Only by comprehending the world force could one be qualified to become great emperors. Yang Kai, who clearly felt this power, was pleasantly surprised. Although he could control the small sealed world before, he didn't feel the world force from this world so easily. It seemed that after the rolling stone devoured several cultivation stars and countless creatures, it had really changed this world. Although he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master now, he would never stop at the level of the Emperor Realm. Even if his future was full of thorns, he was destined to move forward bravely. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and focused on perceiving this world. It was a wonderful feeling. His whole body felt warm and indescribably comfortable. It was as if his whole body had integrated into this world, but also as if he was lying in his mother's womb, undisturbed by any external disturbances, allowing his body and mind to drift endlessly. There was no need for him to deliberately feel anything. The world had turned into a hotbed, making him willing to sleep here and never wake up, forever maintaining this wonderful state. Invisible and formless power gathered from all directions, like a silkworm spitting out silk, surrounding him in layers. The world was quiet. Yang Kai closed his eyes and maintained this wonderful state. Suddenly, a chill came from his mind and all the warmth and comfort disappeared. An indescribable sense of crisis descended from the sky, causing Yang Kai to open his eyes. He felt dizzy and only sensed that the divine sense he radiated showed signs of merging with this world. His face changed drastically and he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to force himself to wake up. His divine sense, which had spread like a tide, suddenly returned with a loud bang. His ears went deaf, his vision went black, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body stiffened and fell to the ground. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's lifeless eyes gradually regained focus. An indescribable pain spread throughout his body, as if he was being cut by 1,000 knives. This was especially true for the depths of his head, which felt like it was being torn apart. His fingers twitched for a moment before he slowly regained his senses. Finally, he sat up cross-legged and began meditating. At this moment, Yang Kai's whole body was soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water, a look of lingering fear on his face. He didn't know what had happened. He just wanted to use this mysterious small world to comprehend the world force, but his soul had actually shown signs of dissipating. If it weren't for the soul-warming lotus playing a role at the critical moment, Yang Kai was afraid this time he would have been in deep trouble. What was going on? It was just a small meditation session, but he had almost failed miserably. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he faintly felt that the so-called world force was not something he could touch right now. It was precisely because he had come into contact with the existence of this world force that he was unable to bear it. The Emperor Qi in his body was a little chaotic. Yang Kai wanted to investigate, but he found that he was unable to condense his spiritual energy, so he could only give up. After resting for a while, Yang Kai slowly regained his strength and with a single thought, he appeared directly in the medicine garden. The entire mysterious small world had undergone tremendous changes, but the medicine garden had not changed at all. This was the core area of the mysterious small world, and also the restricted area of the entire mysterious small world. The existence of the medicine garden had long been concealed by Yang Kai using some methods. From the outside, this large area was hazy and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Without his permission, even those from the Emperor realm would not be able to break in. After entering the medicine garden, Yang Kai found that there were many people gathered around, all of them origin kings. Obviously, they were the cultivator from the cultivation stars that had been swallowed by the rolling stones. They had probably also discovered the strangeness of the medicine garden and wanted to see what was going on, but unfortunately, their strength was insufficient. At this moment they had all gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, discussing how to enter the medicine garden. This scene amused Yang Kai greatly as he did not expect his medicine garden to be so attractive to these people. He had placed the hundreds of millions of living beings in the mysterious small world for 2 reasons. Firstly, when the rolling stones devoured the cultivation stars, he had no qualms about swallowing these living beings as well. Although Yang Kai had the means to expel them, it would take a lot of time, so he simply let them go. Secondly, he wanted to see what changes would happen to the mysterious small world after these hundreds of millions of living beings moved in. Facts proved that the mysterious small world had indeed changed. If the previous mysterious small world was just an empty shell, then the current mysterious small world had become more substantial. It was like a walking corpse that had its own consciousness and had truly become a world of its own. This could be seen from the changes in the world force. However, Yang Kai would not allow them to have any improper thoughts about his medicine garden. Gently raising his hand, Yang Kai released an invisible force from the ground. In the next moment, the many cultivators gathered around the medicine garden showed looks of horror on their faces because everyone was pushed back uncontrollably, as if there was a giant invisible hand dragging them. Whether they were third-order origin kings or second-order origin kings, no one could resist this force. In front of such a force, everyone felt small and insignificant. Chapter 32:47. If you dare come any closer, you will be killed without mercy. A majestic voice rang out between heaven and earth, like rolling thunder, deafening everyone. Everyone who had just steadied themselves had a drastic change in expression. They could tell that the owner of this voice was the so-called Lord of the World. Who would dare to stay where they were? They all fled. Two delicate little people noticed the situation here and flew out from the medicine garden like dancing butterflies. When they saw Yang Kai they bowed, "Master." These were Mu Zhu and Mu Lu that Yang Kai had brought out from the ancient desolate lands. Mu Zhu swept her eyes over Yang Kai and covered her red lips. "Master, are you injured?" With Yang Kai's pitiful appearance, it was difficult not to notice. Yang Kai weakly waved his hand at them and continued to regulate his breathing. The two wood spirits glanced at each other and nodded at the same time. Suddenly, their figures flickered and one stood in front of Yang Kai while the other flew behind Yang Kai. At the same time they formed hand seals, constantly changing their positions. Suddenly, a dark green light curtain appeared and enveloped Yang Kai. From the dark green light curtain, firefly-like lights flew out and filled Yang Kai's body. As Yang Kai breathed in and out, these lights were swallowed into his stomach. Yang Kai also knew what the two were doing, but he had no intention of stopping them. He had long heard that the Wood Spirit clan was extremely good at healing, so how could he not understand their intentions at this moment? As the dark green light swallowed and exhaled, Yang Kai felt the pain all over his body gradually disappear, replaced by a burst of soreness and itchiness. His body gradually regained its strength and even his soul that could not be condensed quickly recovered. Looking inside himself, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little surprised as he discovered that there was actually a green light inside his body. This light was full of vitality and was repairing his damaged flesh and meridians. The green light was clearly the work of the two wood spirits. Narrowing his eyes, he saw that the tiny person floating in front of him had a solemn expression. Sweat was slowly dripping down the tip of her nose. It seemed that doing this was a burden for them as well. To be honest, it was difficult to tell if these two wood spirits were Yang Kai or not. But, judging from the person in front of him, it was likely that she was Mu Zhu. If she was Mu Lu, it would be easier for her to be embarrassed. As if sensing Yang Kai's peeping, Mu Zhu pursed her lips and smiled at him. Yang Kai closed his eyes without batting an eyelid. With two wood spirits assisting him in healing, he was able to relax. In less than an hour, when Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he had already recovered. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly sensed it as well. They both stopped, and the green light screen that had been enveloping Yang Kai suddenly dissipated, along with the green light. "Thank you." Yang Kai thanked him. Mu Zhu pursed her lips and said, "Master, you are too polite." Yang Kai stood up and swept the medicine garden with his divine sense, raising his brow. Although he had planted many spirit flowers and rare herbs in this medicine garden, Yang Kai had never carefully taken care of them because there was the immortal tree here. The immortal tree was full of vitality, and coupled with the heavy earth and many earth vein stones in the medicine garden, anything he planted here would not wither. But now, looking at it again, such a large medicinal garden had been taken care of in an orderly manner. The spiritual grasses and medicinal herbs were not spaced apart, but they were arranged neatly. Some of the short plants had already borne fruits. Those fruits were cyan green and red, looking extremely pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai was sure that this was the work of the two wood spirits because he had only casually arranged these herbs when he was planting them before, so there was no need for him to carefully plan them like this. He even saw many plants that he had never seen before, but they all seemed to have just sprouted and looked very young. The immortal tree and the firmament tree were particularly conspicuous as they were located on both sides of the medicine garden. Yang Kai looked over and saw a leaf of the immortal tree curled up like a small bed. Looking at the firmament tree, there seemed to be a similar situation. Yang Kai chuckled and asked, "Do you usually sleep on those leaves?" Mu Zhu and Mu Lu glanced at each other and the former said, "Is it not good? If it is not good, we—" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You are the experts in this area. Do whatever you want." "Thank you, master." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Why are you thanking me? I should be thanking you." The Wood Spirit clan was an existence that specialized in taking care of medicine gardens in ancient times. If there was a wood spirit in a medicine garden, the yield would increase by at least 30%. Yang Kai did not expect that Mu Lu would force 2 of her people to stay with him. From this, it could be seen how attractive these rare plants were to the Wood Spirit clan. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were not very willing to be separated from their clansmen, but after coming to this medicine garden, they understood why their patriarch wanted them to do this. The legendary immortal tree and the incomparably wondrous firmament tree were existences that could only be seen in the records of ancient books. Who would have thought that they would be gathered in this small medicinal garden? When they entered this medicine garden that day, the 2 wood spirits were stunned, and only then did they understand their patriarch's intentions. These 2 precious treasures could only be carefully taken care of by the Wood Spirit clan, and by taking care of them, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu could also obtain great returns. This was related to the special cultivation method of the Wood Spirit clan, so it was not something that outsiders could understand. Mu Zhu bit her red lips and said with some apprehension, "Master, we decided to plant some things here." "I see." Yang Kai had long discovered that there were many sprouts that had just broken through the ground in this medicine garden. Although he didn't know what they were, since they were planted by them, they must be rare spirit medicines. If they wanted to plant them, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't stop them. In any case, once they matured, he would be the one to benefit. Seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of objecting, Mu Zhu couldn't help but feel relieved. Every wood spirit had collected many strange seeds and planted them in this medicine garden. If Yang Kai objected, even if they couldn't bear to, they would still have to eradicate them. Fortunately, Yang Kai had no intention of objecting. "Plant whatever you want, there's no need to tell me. Since the medicine garden has been handed over to you, you can make the decisions here." "Thank you, master." Mu Zhu smiled but hesitated to speak. "If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to hesitate." Mu Zhu glanced at Mu Lu and pushed her. Mu Lu blushed and said shyly, "Master, can you expand the medicine garden a little? The place now is a little small." The medicine garden wasn't small. Many of the herbs that Yang Kai had collected over the years were planted here. How could it be small? But to the wood spirits it was still small. Such a medicine garden, whether it was Mu Lu or Mu Zhu, could be managed by one person. It was a little difficult to expand. "Of course it can be expanded. How much do you want to expand it?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Mu Lu thought for a moment and said, "Double? What other request do you have?" Mu Lu lowered her head and said, "If master can find more seeds for us from outside, that would be great." "No problem." Now that the High Heaven Palace was powerful, it was naturally easy to collect some seeds. The 2 wood spirits only had these requests, so after mentioning them, they were satisfied and warmly invited Yang Kai to take a look. They weren't asking for credit but just wanted to show their results. Yang Kai didn't refuse and immediately strolled around the medicine garden with them. The 2 wood spirits accompanied him on his left and right, explaining a thing or two from time to time, allowing Yang Kai to gain some knowledge. It had to be said that the Wood Spirit clan's understanding of flowers and plants was unparalleled. They knew the characteristics of each spirit medicine, its growth environment, its maturity cycle, and how to harvest it like the back of their hand. After half a day, Yang Kai left. Before leaving, he naturally doubled the size of the medicine garden according to their wishes. There was nothing in the new medicine garden, so Yang Kai left it to them to deal with. The next few days were uneventful. Yang Kai spent most of his time in retreat, meditating in his room. While cultivating, he recalled the insights he gained in the small sealed world. Although he was quite embarrassed at that time, it wasn't without gains. At the very least, he gained a better understanding of the world force. After a few days, Yang Kai acted as a referee for another day. That night, he called Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao Xiao to participate in the exchange meeting. Last time, Yang Kai just came to join in the fun, but this time he came prepared and had a target to exchange with. It was rare for so many people from the Emperor realm to gather together, so Yang Kai could exchange some strange seeds from them to satisfy the needs of the two wood spirits. As for what he wanted to exchange, he had a variety of monster cores in his hands. If he took them out, they would definitely cause a commotion. There were also various artifacts and pills, but Yang Kai still chose Emperor pills. 2 bottles of Emperor pills were thrown out, and sure enough, it attracted the interest of many people. As he wished, he was able to exchange them for some plant seeds. After returning to his room, he tossed them to Mu Zhu and Mu Na. Seeing Yang Kai get the seeds so quickly, the two wood spirits were naturally happy. Although they had also collected some seeds themselves, the medicine garden was now expanding, so they didn't have enough seeds on hand. The seeds Yang Kai exchanged just happened to solve this urgent problem, so they kept urging Yang Kai to bring them more. Yang Kai naturally agreed. However, he probably wouldn't be able to exchange for anything at the exchange meeting. Seeds, even if someone had them, they would just collect them casually. It was impossible for them to be treasured like the wood spirits, so naturally there wouldn't be too many. Yang Kai could only wait until the end of this martial gathering and return to the Northern Territory to think of a way. He believed that by then, with the help of the entire Northern Territory, collecting some seeds would be a piece of cake. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in his room when he suddenly heard a knock on his door. He opened his eyes and raised his hand. The door opened, and a woman dressed as a maid stood outside. She bowed and said, "Elder Yang, there is someone outside who wishes to see you." This maid was arranged by the Orthodoxy Temple to serve them. In truth, the Emperor realm didn't need to serve them. They were only here to run errands and do odd jobs. Who is it? Yang Kai felt a little strange. Since it was someone who wanted to see him, it was definitely someone with a lower status than him. Yang Kai couldn't think of anyone who would want to see him at this time. It's a woman. She said she's here to thank Elder Yang for saving her life. She seems to be called Jade. Chapter 3248. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, it should be the woman who fought in the 8th arena on the first day of the martial meet. Seeing that she wasn't stupid, Yang Kai smiled lightly. His first thought was to refuse. That day he was the referee, so when the Jade Chakram was sent flying, he naturally had to lend a hand. He didn't expect the other party to repay him, but after thinking about it for a moment, since the other party was already here, it would be unreasonable to refuse, so he quickly changed his mind and said, "Bring her here." Yes. The maid nodded and left. Outside the hall, Yu Chuan stood there respectfully, her hands held flat, holding a piece of washed clothing. She looked a little nervous, wondering if Elder Yang would see her. After receiving Yang Kai's help that day, she had recovered after a day of rest. She wanted to thank him immediately, but she didn't know who Yang Kai was or which great force he came from. She had been inquiring about him for the past few days and had finally found some clues. The referee who saved her and secretly fed her a spirit pill turned out to be an honored guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai's name was not unfamiliar to many people in the Southern Territory. He had refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, he had been conferred the title of guest elder by Azure Sun Temple, and he had clashed with an elder of Star Soul Palace during the coronation ceremony. It was just that he had kept a low profile for more than a decade and was gradually forgotten. Yu Chuan didn't expect that she would be lucky enough to meet such a person and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Now that she had inquired about Yang Kai's identity, she immediately rushed over. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple came in and out, and after seeing her, they all looked at her strangely. Some people even asked her why she was here, but after learning that she was here to visit Elder Yang, they didn't ask any more questions. Just as she was worrying about her gains and losses, the maid returned. Jade Chakram's expression turned serious as she looked at her nervously. Fortunately, the maid smiled slightly and said, "Elder Yang invites you in." "Many thanks," Yu Chuan nodded politely. The maid didn't say anything more and turned around to lead the way. Jade Chakram followed behind without looking sideways. Not long after, they came to a side room. The maid gestured, and Jade Chakram took a deep breath and stepped in. There was only one person in the room, standing by the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery in the distance. After hearing the sound, he looked back, and when their eyes met, Yu Chuan immediately recognized him as the referee of the 8th arena. Rakshasa sect's disciple Yu Chuan greets senior. Yu Chuan stepped forward quickly and bowed. Yang's eyes, Yu Chuan's eyes met Yu Chuan's eyes and smiled. Yu Chuan. Yuzhua raised her head and stared at him with her big bright eyes. She said respectfully, A few days ago, I was saved by Senior and received the help of the elixir. Yuzhua is here to thank you. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's my duty. Miss you, you're too serious." Jade Chakram pursed her lips and smiled. "Senior, saving me is your duty, but giving me the spirit pill is a kind act." Although Jade Chakram's consciousness was hazy at that time, I didn't completely lose consciousness. If it weren't for Senior's spirit pill, Jade Chakram wouldn't have been able to continue the next few days of the competition. This was the truth. Although she didn't know what grade of spirit pill Yang Kai had secretly given her, without that spirit pill, she definitely wouldn't be able to go all out in the following matches. Giving you a spirit pill was only a small gesture because the martial meet was already over. If it had been anyone else, I would have done the same. The implication was that she shouldn't think too much. Yang Kai suspected that this woman had approached him for some special purpose. If that was the case, then this woman was simply too realistic. Jade Chakram nodded. "Senior is right." Yang Kai stared at her without blinking. Although Jade Chakram didn't meet his gaze, the corner of her eye clearly sensed something. Suddenly feeling uncomfortable, she lowered her head and said, "If Senior doesn't like it, then I will take it back." Her mood couldn't help but be a little gloomy. She bowed and said, "Sorry for disturbing Senior, Junior will take her leave." Speaking of which, it was only a set of clothes. How could she have the nerve to take it out? Now that she thought about it carefully, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Since it is a gift of thanks, there is no reason to take it back." Jade Chakram looked up at him with a stunned expression. Without waiting for her to recover, Yang Kai took the clothes from her hand. He didn't try it on mainly because the clothes were too beautiful. If he wore it, he would definitely look flashy. Yang Kai didn't dare to wear it. Seeing that he really took it back, Jade Chakram suddenly smiled, revealing 2 small dimples on her cheeks. Her eyes were clear. It seemed that he had thought too much. Yang Kai observed her expression and made a judgment in his heart. Then Senior should rest, Junior will take her leave. Jade Chakram bowed again, feeling both physically and mentally happy. Wait a moment. Yang Kai raised his hand. What other instructions does Senior have? Jade Chakram half turned and looked at him curiously. I heard you mention a city square just now. Is there a city square nearby? Jade Chakram nodded and said, There is a large city square inside the Orthodoxy temple. Everything is sold there. Senior hasn't been there before? Yang Kai shook his head. He really didn't know about this, so he asked, Where is it? It's just below a canyon not far from here. If Senior wants to go, I can take you there. Jade Chakram volunteered. Just point me in the direction, I'll go there myself. Jade Chakram smiled and said, It doesn't matter, my competition today is over anyway, there's nothing else for me to do. Yang Kai didn't know what she was thinking, but she didn't know what the word, avoid suspicion meant. When she heard that Yang Kai wanted to go to the city square, she became extremely enthusiastic, even adding, I don't know what Senior wants to buy. I'm quite familiar with the city square, so I can show Senior the way. Since she had such good intentions, Yang Kai couldn't refuse, so after hesitating for a moment, he simply nodded and said, All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Jade Chakram quickly waved her hand. Senior is too polite. After reaching an agreement, the two of them walked out. Yang Kai wrapped Jade Chakram in his Emperor Chi and followed the direction Jade Chakram pointed towards the city square. Casually asking about the situation of the competition over the past few days, Yang Kai learned that Jade Chakram had actually passed all the challenges without suffering a single defeat, which made him look at her in a new light. In fact, Yang Kai had seen this on the first day. Based on her performance at that time, no matter what the final result of this martial gathering was, she would definitely enter the eyes of many people. As long as the Rakshasa sect was willing to let her go, Yang Kai estimated that the top 3 great forces in the southern territory would not refuse her joining. The question was, would the Rakshasa sect be willing to let her go? Of course not. It was not easy to cultivate such a disciple, so how could they give her up so easily? Moreover, whether she was willing to leave the Rakshasa sect was still unknown. Chatting along the way, Yang Kai had more or less grasped her personality. She was quite lively and cheerful, and indeed not a scheming person. Yang Kai didn't reject such a person, not to mention she was quite beautiful and had a clear voice, so it would be nice to have her by his side. The martial gathering has always been a place for fish to leap over the dragon gate. If at the end of the martial gathering, someone invited you to join a better sect, what would you choose? Yang Kai asked casually. Jade Chakram suddenly said with a solemn face, The sect has been very kind to me, and my honored master has treated me like her own parents. I will not leave the Rakshasa sect." After a pause, she looked at Yang Kai and said, "Senior, do you want me to join the Azure Sun Temple?" She looked embarrassed as if she didn't know how to choose. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "I just asked casually, that's not what I meant." "Oh." Jade Chakram nodded and suddenly pointed down, "We're here, that's the city square." Chapter 3249. The city square was very large. A canyon that was more than a dozen miles long was almost the entire territory of the city square. On both sides of the canyon inside the caves there were many shops. Countless cultivators came and went, and the sounds of shouting could be heard constantly. This was the market of the Orthodoxy Temple, and all the shops belonged to the Orthodoxy Temple. There were also some businesses owned by the Orthodoxy Temple's disciples, selling everything. Although it was usually lively, it was not as lively as it was now. The main reason was because of the recent opening of the martial gathering. Tens of thousands of cultivators in the southern territory gathered here, so naturally some people came here for a stroll. Yang Kai had not yet landed when he saw the cultivator below dressed in the same clothes, and groups of disciples shuttling back and forth. In fact, every great sect had a market like this, and Azure Sun Temple also had one, but Yang Kai had not seen it before, so he thought it would not be worse than this one. Landing in front of the market, Yang Kai was not stopped and he walked directly in with Yu Chua. Women were naturally interested in this kind of lively place, and their personalities were cheerful and lively, so after arriving here they smiled and walked backwards, looking at Yang Kai and asking, "Senior, what do you want to buy here?" Although she was walking backwards, it was as if she had eyes on the back of her head, shaking her shoulders from time to time to avoid the crowd. "I want to buy some seeds." Yang Kai looked around. The reason he came here on the spur of the moment was to buy some seeds. The main reason was that the wood bead and wood dew's demand for seeds was too great recently. Although he had obtained some from the exchange last time, it was simply not enough for them. When he sent the seeds over, the two wood spirits kept urging him to get more as soon as possible. Before, he did not think that there would be a market here, but now that he knew, he decided to make a trip here. Seeds. Yu Chua was a little stunned when she heard this, seemingly not expecting Yang Kai to come here for this, but after thinking for a while she said, "I know where they are, Senior, come with me." Saying so, she turned around and drilled into the crowd, like a fish swimming in water, her figure flexible. Although Yang Kai was not in a hurry, he did not fall too far behind. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a shop. It was a shop that sold herbs. Under normal circumstances, this kind of shop would also sell some seeds, but the quantity would definitely not be too much. In fact, this was indeed the case. Under Yu's inquiry, the shopkeeper took out some seeds. Yang Kai checked them a little and did not dislike them. He bought them and left. Who would have thought that Jade Chakram would actually haggle with the shopkeeper? She had a sharp tongue and forcefully lowered the price by about a fifth, which made Yang Kai laugh. When it was time to pay the bill, Yu Zhuang also wanted to snatch it. How could Yang Kai let her do this? Naturally, he didn't agree. After leaving the shop, Jade Chakram led Yang Kai to the next shop. She seemed to be very familiar with the place. Yang Kai wondered how many times she had been here. After half a day they had reached the end of the 10-kilometer market. Yang Kai's harvest was also quite good. Although the seeds he bought weren't too precious, the two wood spirits didn't ask for too much, so he just let them try to grow them. "Senior, what else do you want to buy?" Jade Chakram blinked at him. "Nothing for the time being." Yang Kai smiled slightly and looked at her. "You still have to compete with others tomorrow. Go back and rest early. I'll have to trouble you today." Jade Chakram smiled, her eyes curved into a crescent shape. "It's no trouble at all. If Senior has any instructions in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." After a pause she said, "Then I'll go first. Senior, you should also go back and rest early." Yang Kai nodded and Jade Chakram rushed to the sky. Halfway through, she looked back at Yang Kai and waved her hand vigorously. Watching her leave, Yang Kai weighed the animal skin bag in his hand and stuffed it into the small sealed world. He placed it in front of the medicine garden, believing that Mu Zhu and Mu Lu should be able to find it. He turned around and flew towards the spirit peak where Azure Sun Temple was. The news that Rakshasa sect's Jade Chakram came to look for Yang Kai spread like wildfire among Azure Sun Temple's disciples. Murong Xiao Xiao deliberately came to ask about it, as if Yang Kai and Jade Chakram had some unspeakable relationship, making Yang Kai a little speechless. Even Gao Shueting looked at him a little strangely. Xiao Baiyi, needless to say, had a look of disdain on his face, which made Yang Kai a little angry. The following days were still uneventful. Yang Kai would come out of seclusion every few days to act as a judge in the mountain valley. As time passed, more and more cultivators were eliminated. Those who could continue to stand in the ring were more or less capable. During this period, Jade Chakram once again stood in the 8th ring. Her opponent was still a cultivator from the 3rd Order Dao Source realm. This battle was even more difficult than the battle on the first day, but it was resolved by Jade Chakram's ability to adapt at the critical moment. She did her best to blast her opponent out of the ring. However, Yang Kai also saw that although Jade Chakram's ability was good, it would be difficult for her to enter the top 10. Her cultivation was her biggest shortcoming. If she also had the cultivation of a 3rd Order Dao Source realm, she would definitely be in the top 5 of this martial meet. Yang Kai did not go to the Emperor Realms exchange anymore. There was nothing good anyway. However, Gao Shuiting came back to pass a message to him. Many cultivators from the Emperor Realm wanted to exchange some Emperor pills from him, and he had to name the price himself. Yang Kai ignored all of them. That day he exchanged Emperor pills for seeds casually. How could he throw out more Emperor pills to attract covetous eyes? On the 20th day of the martial meet, the results of the individual battle rankings were released. The one who won first place was not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, nor was it a disciple of the 3 Great Forces, but someone from the Octagonal Door. Yang Kai recognized this person. She was the beloved daughter of the previous sect master of the Octagonal Door, Su Zi. This was a huge upset, causing the 3 Great Forces to lose face. Yang Kai did not have much contact with Su Zi, but he knew that she had a soft spot for Luo Yuan. Back then, when Yang Kai refined an extraordinary treasure pill in the 4 Seasons realm, Su Zi asked Yang Kai for one. She wanted to give it to Luo Yuan to help him reach the Emperor realm as soon as possible, but Luo Yuan did not appreciate her kindness. Instead, he directly stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth and forced her to swallow it. Falling flowers are filled with love, but flowing water is unintentional. After so many years, Su Zi's cultivation had also reached the peak of the 3rd Order Dao Source realm. With the extraordinary treasure pill as her foundation, it was not difficult for her to break through to the Emperor realm. This time she suppressed tens of thousands of young talents in the Southern Territory, adding luster to the Octagonal Door. For this reason, the unknown Octagonal Door once again entered the sights of many masters. In fact, since Luo Yuan ascended to the Emperor realm, the Octagonal Door was no longer a small sect. Its influence had expanded greatly, and Luo Yuan had also taken over the position of Octagonal Door's sect master. This time, Su Zi also won first place in the Martial Gathering's individual battle, which brought great glory to the Octagonal Door. Today the Octagonal Door only had Luo Yuan in the Emperor realm, but in time when he and Su Zi fully grew up, they were bound to lead the Octagonal Door to prosperity. One had to know that the reward for first place in the Martial Gathering was an opportunity to cultivate in the secluded lands of the 3 great sects. Coupled with the extraordinary treasure pill, Su Zi would likely be able to break through to the Emperor realm after coming out of seclusion this time, making countless people green with envy. Second place went to Shui Yi of Azure Sun Temple, who lived up to expectations, suppressing the participating disciples of Orthodoxy Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Third place went to Orthodoxy Temple. Heavenly Martial Holy Land had no chance to enter the top 3 this time, so the leading elder had a bitter look on his face, probably not knowing how to report back. Further down the list, most of the disciples from the great sects ranked near the top, showing the strength of their respective sects. The individual battles ended here, and the remaining 10 days were for the group battles. The competition venue was still this mountain valley. Several hundred people from the Emperor realm spent a day dismantling the hundreds of arenas and dividing the entire mountain valley into more than a dozen territory areas, each of which could accommodate hundreds of people. In the individual battles only 1 referee was needed, but in the group battles 5 referees were needed in each territory to ensure that no one died. Naturally, Kai Yang was also called up. Just like before, everyone would take turns to act as a referee, rotating once every 3 days. In order to compete for the ranking of the group battles, the disciples of each sect did their best, fighting vigorously in the arena. All kinds of tricks emerged one after another, and plots and tricks were played one after another, making people amazed. It was hard to imagine that this group of people would do anything for the ranking. But it was no wonder the ranking was related to the face of each sect, who dared to not pay attention. Azure Sun Temple's disciples were all elites, and no matter what the ranking was in the individual battles, they were invincible in the group battles. In the first few days they didn't meet any opponents at all, until they met the disciples of the other two top sects. On this day Yang Kai was meditating again when a maid came to report that Wuxia was asking for an audience. Ever since that day Jade Chakram had come here every few days. There was a legitimate reason for this visit, the main reason being that she was here to deliver seeds to Kai Yang. At that time she saw that Yang Kai was very interested in the seeds in the market, so after returning she asked her fellow disciples to help collect them, and then sent them to Yang Kai. She had already delivered 3 times, and although the things were not expensive, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was not right. This woman's eyes gradually became a little sticky, and Yang Kai was not inexperienced. How could he not know what she was thinking in her heart? Perhaps the way he saved her the first day had buried something in her heart, and through these days of contact, it gradually showed signs of taking root and sprouting. Although she was very careful to hide it, Yang Kai was not blind, so how could he not see it? Yang Kai felt that it was necessary to have a good talk with her. He really didn't want to provoke any woman now, and the matter with Ji Yao was not clear yet, so he asked the maid to bring her in. Not long after, a head popped out from the door frame and Wuxia smiled and said, "Senior, did I disturb you?" After several contacts she found that Yang Kai was not arrogant, and was more familiar with him. "Since you're already here, what can I do if I disturb you?" Yang Kai looked at her snappily. After several contacts they were familiar with each other. Chapter 3250. Yu Chao stuck out her tongue and flashed into the house, taking out an animal skin bag and handing it to Yang Kai as if she was presenting a treasure. "I found some more seeds for you, take a look." Yang Kai reached out and took it, muttering, "You don't need to find more in the future, it's enough." Yu Chao froze for a moment and nodded, looking a little disappointed, but she soon cheered up and asked, "Senior, why do you collect these seeds?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "How could I not pay attention to what Madame told me?" "Madame?" Yu Chao was obviously surprised. "Senior, you have a madam?" How come she had never heard of such a thing? These days she had inquired a lot about Yang Kai, but there was no information about this at all. Yang Kai nodded, took a sip of tea and said lightly, "I have several." Several. Yu Chao couldn't help but be a little absent-minded, her mood suddenly becoming very lonely. She was no longer as lively as before, and when she learned that Yang Kai not only had a madam, but several, she obviously became a little absent-minded, casually chatting with Yang Kai for a while before taking the initiative to leave. Yang Kai sent her to the door, looked at her departing back and slowly shook his head. He had no choice but to reveal his personal secrets, so he just hoped to cut the Gordian knot. The group battle was still going on in full swing. The more they went on, the more elite they were, and the more intense the fights were. The foundation of many sects in the southern mountain range could be seen through the group battle. The more they could stay at the end, the more powerful the sect behind them was. Naturally, none of the 3 major forces were eliminated. Unsurprisingly, the final 3 places were contested by the 3 great forces. The group from Azure Sun Temple finally lived up to expectations and won the competition at the Dao Source Realm level. Although they lost in the competition at the Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm, it was not a big deal. The rankings had all been announced, and hundreds of the Emperor Realm's tens of thousands of participating disciples once again gathered in the mountain valley. Xiao Yuyang loudly announced the names of the top 10 in each stage of the competition and the rewards they received. The cultivator and sect whose name was called out all felt proud, while those who failed secretly swore to wipe away their shame at the next martial gathering. The Southern Territory martial gathering came to an end, but the crowd did not disperse. According to tradition, the Orthodoxy Palace, as the host, would host a banquet on the last night. Whether it was the people from the Emperor Realm who came to hold the line or the tens of thousands of participating disciples, they were all invited. The banquet would be held at night, so it would take some time. Yang Kai returned to his residence. Not long after, the maid came to inform him again that Yuzhuo was asking for an audience. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He pondered for a moment and said, "Just say I'm not here." Although he hadn't made it clear last time, he had made his intentions clear. Yang Kai didn't know what Yuzhuo was thinking, but he really didn't want to provoke her again. The maidservant looked at him curiously, not understanding why Kai Yang had treated Jade so well a while ago, but today he didn't even want to see her face. However, this wasn't something she could control, so she could only obediently withdraw. Outside the hall, the maid returned and looked at Yuzhuo. "Elder Yang isn't here?" Yuzhuo asked curiously. "I saw him come back." The maid smiled slightly. "Perhaps he went out again." Yuzhua obviously didn't believe her. She had seen Yang Kai return here with her own eyes and there was no trace of him leaving, so how could he not be here? Just as she was about to ask the maid to take a look again, she suddenly seemed to realize something and squeezed out a smile. "Thank you for your trouble." The maid shook her head and said, "Young lady is too polite." Yuzhua turned around and her eyes suddenly turned red. She flew back to where she had landed in a fit of pique, but stopped halfway, turned around and stared at Yang Kai's room, waved her hand vigorously and left quickly. Yang Kai stood by the window and took in this scene. He sighed slightly. Since things had come to this, he could only silently bless her in his heart and hope that she could break free from this quagmire soon. At night, the valley was bustling with noise and excitement. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here and tables were set up all over the valley. Maids and attendants shuttled back and forth, and the disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace were also busy, serving up fine wine and delicacies. The Orthodoxy Palace was hosting a banquet, and such a grand occasion was rarely seen. In the place where the people of Azure Sun Temple gathered, Yang Kai looked around and asked curiously, "Where is Senior Sister Gao?" He didn't see Gao Shueting. Murong Xiao replied, "Senior Sister said she was feeling a little unwell, so she didn't come." "Are you okay?" Yang Kai asked with concern. Murong Xiao blushed a little and said, "It's not a big deal, I just need to rest." Seeing her expression, Yang Kai thought about it and didn't ask any more questions. With so many people coming to toast, the people of Azure Sun Temple naturally couldn't just sit still. Under Wen Zishan's order, several people from the Emperor realm had to go out and toast. On the way back, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head and saw a figure flash by, rushing into the darkness and disappearing. "What the hell?" Yang Kai frowned, threw down the wine glass in his hand and followed. A moment later, a few miles away, a person was waiting in front. Yang Kai walked over and cupped his fists. "Brother Luo?" Luo Qin turned to look at him and said lightly, "Come with me." "Where are we going?" Yang Kai frowned. Just now, it was Luo Qin who quietly sent him a message, asking him to come over. Speaking of which, although he and Luo Qin came here to participate in the Southern Territory martial meet this time, they really didn't communicate much with each other. This guy was even less talkative than Xiao Baiyi. At the very least, Xiao Bai would occasionally speak a few words, but Luo Qin was like a mute, unable to utter a single word. He seemed to be an anomaly in the entire Azure Sun Temple. According to Murong Xiao, none of the elders in the temple had a particularly good relationship with him. Yang Kai didn't have much contact with him and didn't speak much, let alone have the slightest friendship. Yang Kai really didn't know why he called him over in the middle of the night. "Senior Sister Gao wants to see you," Luo Qin said and led the way. "Senior Sister Gao." Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't help but curse in his heart. All of a sudden, the sounds of birds and insects stopped abruptly, as if they had been frightened by something. All the sounds were completely wiped out at this moment. The dagger that had been slowly moving towards Kai Yang's back suddenly burst forth with an unimaginable speed, fiercely thrusting forward. Yang Kai felt a stabbing pain as his Emperor Qi erupted. The communication artifact in his hand exploded into a cloud of dust. His flesh wriggled and became as hard as iron. The foot-long dagger penetrated 5 inches into his internal organs, but it was firmly locked in place by his muscles. The black figure holding the dagger fluttered, and a look of shock burst out from where his eyes should have been, as if he hadn't expected that his attack would be blocked. Although the dagger had penetrated Yang Kai's body, it didn't achieve the desired effect. After thinking for a while, he quickly understood what the problem was. There was something wrong with this person's body. It was not something an ordinary person's body could compare to. Without giving him any time to react, Yang Kai glared at him, turned around and threw out a punch. Chapter 3251. A violent burst of qi burst out, but it passed through the dark shadow's body and hit the air, causing a crack to appear in the void. Now that he had been exposed, the dark shadow no longer hid and stabbed forward with the dagger in his hand, intending to kill Yang Kai. Qi. Yang Kai did not move, but he was pushed back continuously. The ground under his feet seemed to have been plowed, creating 2 long gullies. He stretched out a hand to grab the dagger that had pierced into his waist, ignoring the blood dripping from his fingers as he stared at the dark shadow in front of him, trying to get a better look. Just now, he had been on the brink of death, which made him both shocked and angry. He was shocked because his opponent had attacked without leaving a trace, and he had not even noticed it. This person's assassination technique was simply amazing. Who in this world could block such a method? He was angry because he had actually been attacked by someone. He had been able to avert the danger not because he had detected any killing intent, but because he instinctively felt that something was wrong and moved his body to the side to avoid being hit. Otherwise, he would have been in a really bad situation. Hong hong hong. A violent force passed through the dagger and exploded in his body, turning Yang Kai's waist into a bloody mess. He had no choice but to circulate his emperor qi with all his might to resist the power of the explosion. Golden blood filled his mouth as he roared, "Who are you?" He was led here by Luo Qin and had contacted Gao Shueting before coming here, so he did not think too much about it. Who would have thought that he would be attacked here? This was obviously a premeditated assassination. He could not figure out who he had offended to use such a method to kill him. What role did Luo Qin and Gao Shueting play in this whole process? He did not want to think too much about it, but he had to. The most important thing now was to resolve the crisis in front of him and figure out the identity of the person who had attacked him. He could deal with Luo Qin and Gao Shueting later. The dark shadow did not answer and continued to push Yang Kai forward. Yang Kai scanned the dark shadow with his divine sense, but he still could not see the true face of this dark shadow. He could not even detect any vitality from it. It seemed that it was really just a shadow and not a physical body. Yang Kai was furious and threw another punch. The black shadow turned a blind eye and allowed the fist to hit its body without any resistance. Yang Kai's face turned pale with fright. There was a strong poison on the dagger, but he didn't know what kind of poison it was for it to take effect so quickly. Not bothering to probe further, Yang Kai's space principle surged as he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed at the black shadow. The black shadow let out a muffled groan, and its erratic body suddenly became much more solid. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this. His brute force had no effect on his opponent, and even his emperor qi could not hurt his opponent. If even his space principles were not effective, then he was afraid that this time he would really be in deep trouble. Fortunately, the law of space did not disappoint him. Under the compression of space, the black shadow was indeed unable to bear it and showed signs of revealing its true body. Cut. Yang Kai roared as a moon blade appeared out of thin air, turning into a beautiful arc that cut through the black shadow's body. A burst of warm blood spread out as the black shadow was cut into 2 halves, but strangely recombined. However, the blurry face clearly showed a painful expression. Although the crescent blade did not kill him, it had injured him. Before Yang Kai could make a second move, the black shadow suddenly let go of the dagger and retreated. How could Yang Kai allow him to come and go as he pleased? Opening his 5 fingers, Yang Kai clenched his fist and the space around the black shadow suddenly froze. This move was beyond the black shadow's expectations and could be described as impossible to guard against. Only now did the black shadow realize that this person in front of it was not to be trifled with. No wonder his superiors wanted him to kill him first. Otherwise he might have really ruined his plan. Exile. Yang Kai roared, and the space that imprisoned the black shadow began to collapse. A black hole suddenly appeared behind the black shadow, and an extremely terrifying suction force came from the black hole, wanting to swallow the black shadow whole. This black shadow was too dangerous. Even the moon blade could not kill it, so Yang Kai did not have the mood to investigate its identity. He would kill it first and think about it later. The exile secret technique was a divine technique that could banish the target into a void crack. No matter how weak the black shadow was, once it was banished into a void crack, it would not be able to escape and would eventually die of old age in the void crack. Feeling the aura of nothingness and chaos coming from the black hole, the black shadow became a little flustered. When a sharp whistle sounded from its mouth, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared from all directions, each of them holding a powerful artifact and bombarding Yang Kai indiscriminately. Yang Kai's expression changed. He did not expect this guy to have helpers, and these helpers' cultivations were all from the Emperor realm. Looking up, he was shocked to find that these figures were all very familiar. Every one of them was a face that he had just dealt with recently, and some of them were even faces that he had just met during the day. These people were actually from the Emperor realm that were led by various large sects and families in the southern territory to participate in the martial gathering. However, at this moment, the aura coming from these people made Yang Kai's heart palpitate. Looking up, the Emperor realm was wrapped in a faint black qi. Demonic qi. The scene in front of him was too familiar. How could he not know that the Emperor realm had already been corroded by the demonic qi, and their bodies and minds had become the demon race? How could there be demonic qi? In that moment of hesitation, his body was already enveloped by a violent energy. A small bell suddenly appeared, spinning and becoming as tall as a person, enveloping Yang Kai within. The pictures of mountains, rivers, birds, fish, and beasts on the bell seemed to come alive, quickly swimming around. The mountains and rivers bell. More than a dozen people from the Emperor realm attacked with all their strength. Even Yang Kai did not dare to casually take this attack head-on, not to mention now that he was poisoned and had a dagger stuck in his waist. With a series of rumbling sounds, the mountains and rivers bell flashed wildly, blocking all the attacks. The mountains and rivers bell suddenly shrank and was held in Yang Kai's hand. Turning his head, he saw that the black shadow that was about to be swallowed by the banishing secret technique had taken advantage of his distraction to break free from the shackles. In the darkness, a pair of indifferent eyes stared deeply at Yang Kai, and then its body exploded, turning into countless wisps of black smoke that scattered in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Since the attack failed, it retreated 1,000 kilometers. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth, his heart filled with extreme grief and indignation. He had never suffered such a big loss since his debut. He had almost died at the hands of others, and he did not even get to see the other party's true face. He did not even know the other party's origins. It was simply a disgrace. Yang Kai did not have time to investigate either. The dozen or so people from the Emperor realm had already activated their Emperor artifacts again and attacked him madly. Obviously they were trying to buy time for the Black Shadow to escape. Yang Kai pulled out the dagger stuck in his waist and sealed the wound with his secret art. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of a white-bearded old man, punching him in the face. The white-bearded old man did not make a sound as he was sent flying backwards, fainting mid-air. This old man was only a first-order Emperor realm master, so how could he be Yang Kai's opponent? The remaining people from the Emperor realm were fearless and showed no intention of running away. For people rushed out from the left and right sides while the others held their Emperor artifacts and bombarded him indiscriminately. Yang Kai swept his eyes over them coldly as his figure flickered to avoid a barrage of attacks. The two sect masters who had rushed over were caught off guard and were blasted to pieces, not even leaving behind their bones. Yang Kai didn't know which sect master had died here. The mountains and rivers bell attacked again, enveloping the three people on the right. A world-suppressing pressure descended from the sky. The three people sensed that something was wrong and wanted to escape, but it was already too late. When the bell rang, they lost control of their strength and their Emperor Chi became chaotic, causing them to stagger and fall down. Before they could land on the ground, the mountains and rivers bell had already covered their heads and trapped them. Yang Kai did not stop and flashed to the side of a beautiful woman. He grabbed her by the back of her neck and pushed his Emperor Chi. First, her Emperor Chi was imprisoned, then he slapped the back of her head, knocking her out, and threw her into the mountains and rivers bell. In the blink of an eye, half of the dozen or so Emperor realm masters who had set up an ambush here had been killed, and the remaining half saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, so they didn't continue to fight and instead scattered and fled. Yang Kai wanted to chase after them, but half of his body was starting to go numb. He could only grit his teeth and stop, watching them escape. After scanning the surroundings with his divine sense and confirming that there was no more danger, he reached out and grabbed the two people who had been knocked out, throwing them into the mountains and rivers bell to suppress them. Then, his figure flickered and he hid in the sealed world bead. In the medicine garden, Yang Kai appeared with a slightly pale face. He went directly to the immortal tree and sat down cross-legged. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu heard the commotion and came over. When they saw Yang Kai in such a state, they were shocked and hurriedly surrounded him, casting their arts to heal him. A green light curtain enveloped Yang Kai, and with the nourishment of the immortal tree's vitality, Yang Kai immediately felt much better. In fact, the injuries he suffered this time were secondary. Although the dagger had stabbed into his body and damaged his internal organs, with Yang Kai's current physique and strong recovery ability, it was not a big problem. The key was the strange poison on the dagger. He did not know what kind of poison it was, but even with Yang Kai's current physique and second-order Emperor realm cultivation, he was still poisoned. His Emperor Chi surged and cleansed the numb half of his body. With the help of the two wood spirits, that half of his body gradually recovered. Fortunately, it was Yang Kai. Otherwise, if it was any other third-order Emperor realm master who was poisoned by this strange poison, they would not be able to save the situation. Yang Kai was now a half-dragon, and the dragon race had a strong resistance to all kinds of negative conditions. Naturally, poison was one of them. Although the poison on the dagger was strong, it was still not enough to kill a dragon race member. Even if an ordinary dragon was poisoned, it would not be a big deal. However, Yang Kai was only a half-dragon, so it would take some effort to expel it. The two wood spirits were not only good at healing but also at detoxifying. With the cooperation of the two, in less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood was no longer the normal golden color, but a green light. It was pungent and unpleasant to the nose, and when it fell to the ground, it made a sizzling sound. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and moved his body a little. He felt that there was nothing wrong with him, but when he recalled the attack just now, he still felt a lingering fear. Chapter 3252. Ever since he broke through to the Emperor realm, he had rarely met an opponent he could fight. He had even killed a few third-stage Emperor realm masters, so his mentality had inevitably changed. Today he realized that the world was so big and there were so many capable people out there. The price of underestimating others was to suffer. It was all thanks to his half-dragon body that he was able to escape from death this time. If not for his half-dragon body, that Black Shadow's sneak attack from behind might have taken his life. If not for his half-dragon body, the strange poison on the dagger would have also caused him to die without a burial ground. It was because of the sturdiness of his half-dragon body that he was able to stop the dagger's advance with his flesh and blood, preventing himself from being fatally injured. He was able to slow down the spread of the poison and truly survive. Thinking back to what happened tonight, Yang Kai was full of doubts. He came here because Luo Chen had used Gao Shueting's name to pass on a message. Otherwise, why would he come here for no reason? The Black Shadow's ambush here was obviously premeditated. What did this have to do with Luo Chen and Gao Shueting? Previously he had contacted Gao Shueting and received some response. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have trusted her so easily. There was also the dozen or so people from the Emperor realm who had become the demon race, which made him feel that something was wrong. The demon thought had just been discovered in the Southern Territory. During the dozen or so years when he returned to Hung Luo Starfield to fight, the Southern Territory had been hunting down and searching for those escaping demon wills. It was said that they had already been wiped out, so how could there be so many people who had become the demon race? Thinking about it, Yang Kai was shocked. These dozen or so people were from the Emperor realm who had come to participate in the martial meet this time, and he hadn't noticed anything unusual until morning. If they had all quietly become the demon race, then what about the others? Hundreds of the Emperor realm's elite disciples from the Southern Territory had gathered in that mountain valley. If they were all killed, then it would be a big joke. Not daring to think about it anymore, Yang Kai flashed out of the sealed world bead. On the mountain peak, the mountains and rivers bell stood quietly. The mountain peak was a mess, and there were traces of the battle left behind. There was some movement inside the bell. Obviously, the suppressed enemies inside were trying to find a way to break out, but the suppression force in the mountain valley was extremely strong. How could they break out at will? Yang Kai punched the bell, and with a loud bang, the bell immediately quieted down. Only a few miserable cries could be heard. Yang Kai. The situation was as he had expected. This old man had become the demon race, but it seemed that he had not become the demon race for long. The demonic chi had not eroded too much, so he could still be saved. With a solemn look on his face, Kai Yang's aura suddenly underwent an astonishing change. In an instant, it became ancient and desolate. It was as if he had stepped out from an ancient and distant world, giving off a feeling of incompatibility with the current world. The power of a wizard. Yang Kai was not only from the Emperor realm, but also a wizard king who specialized in all kinds of wizard spells. From his previous contact, the power of a wizard was definitely the most effective way to restrain the demonic chi. Reaching out and pressing on the old man's head, Yang Kai chanted a complicated and strange spell. A layer of hazy light instantly enveloped the old man. They didn't recognize their own family and could even kill their own wife and daughter. But he never thought that this kind of thing would happen to him. For a moment he felt a little uneasy. Yang Kai grabbed his collar and said in a deep voice, "Nothing is impossible. Look at the four of them." The old man turned his head and looked at the four people lying unconscious on the ground. Seeing that the four people were still wrapped in the dark demonic chi, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He had to face reality. Otherwise, there was no way to explain all the strange things that happened to him. Think about it carefully. Is there anything suspicious? The old man hesitated. This afternoon, Madame Han and I were invited by Elder Feng to see Temple Master Lei, and then? I don't remember much. Feng Ming Legu? Yang Kai's face changed. To be called Elder Feng and Temple Master Lei by him, there were probably only two people in the entire Southern Territory. If these two people were the main culprits, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the Orthodoxy Hall. His face was full of worry. That's right. The old man slowly shook his head. It can't be Temple Master Lei who did this. Elder Yang, where are you going? Before he could finish speaking, he saw Yang Kai suddenly rush into the sky and rush in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. He staggered to his feet, feeling incomparably weak. He turned his head and looked at the four people lying unconscious on the ground. Then he looked at the scene of the battle around him. He slapped his thigh in annoyance and said in pain, "The world is going to change." He could faintly feel that the world was about to change. With four people by his side who had become the demon race, he couldn't just ignore them. If they woke up, they would probably go out and wreak havoc everywhere. But he had some friendship with these four people, so he couldn't kill them. He could only think of a way to imprison them first, and then find Yang Kai to rescue them later. Since that Elder Yang was able to save him from his bedevilment, it wouldn't be difficult for him to save the other four. The Orthodoxy Hall was currently in chaos. There were sounds of fighting everywhere and people were constantly running away. Bodies fell into pools of blood one after another, dying. One of the three major sects in the Southern Territory had become as cruel as hell in less than 2 hours. One after another, people from the Emperor realm covered in black gas shuttled back and forth. They killed people like they were cutting vegetables. Their pitch-black eyes were filled with coldness. More than 100 people from the Emperor realm formed a circular formation, forcing all of the escaping people to retreat to the valley. That was the place where the martial gathering and tonight's feast were held in the Southern Territory. Feng Ming held the communication compass in his hand and checked the information inside. He frowned and turned to Lei Gu, saying, "There's news from that side. They failed." Lei Gu's clothes fluttered. Although his entire body was also covered in pitch-black demonic qi, he clearly didn't lose his rationality. This was because he wasn't simply corroded by the demonic qi, but rather possessed by the demonic intent. The current Lei Gu was no longer the Lei Gu from the Orthodoxy Hall. Feng Ming was clearly the same. Hearing this, Lei Gu angrily said, "How did they fail? How could such a foolproof plan fail? I don't know the exact situation, but that person escaped." Feng Ming shook his head. Trash. Lei Gu's expression turned ruthless. It was because he was afraid of that person's space divine technique that he thought of ways to get rid of him first to prevent him from using the space divine technique to mess things up. However, he didn't expect that he still didn't succeed, which made him very dissatisfied. However, he also knew that even that person failed, so even if he personally made a move, it wouldn't be much better. It could only be said that man proposes and God disposes. It seemed like he still underestimated that person's ability. "Hurry up. Try to get this done before the news is leaked," Lei Gu ordered. Feng Ming nodded. His figure flashed and he shot into the night sky. Under the night sky, Yang Kai's figure flickered. His face was tense, and while his heart was slightly relieved, he was also extremely worried. He originally suspected that this matter was related to Luo Chen and Gao Shueting, and reality proved that it was related to them. However, what made him feel slightly relieved was that it wasn't their original intention. Luo Chen and Gao Shueting were probably also corroded by the demonic qi and were then controlled by someone else. Yang Kai also suddenly recalled that Luo Chen and Gao Shueting seemed to have gone out together during the day. Now it seemed like they were summoned by Lei Gu. Their situation was probably the same as that old man and they were both careless. However, he couldn't understand. Didn't they say that the demon thought in the Southern Territory was already suppressed? How could they still make such a big move? Furthermore, they purposely chose the time of the martial gathering in the Southern Territory. It was obvious that the plan was grand and wasn't done in a day. They probably planned this a long time ago. Chapter 3253. After a short while, Yang Kai returned to Orthodoxy Temple, but the scene he saw made his eyes twitch. The sect protecting array of Orthodoxy Temple had been activated, and a translucent barrier of light covered the temple like an inverted bowl, protecting it completely. Before he arrived, he heard a series of screams. It was obvious that many people had already been killed. Looking at a certain location in Orthodoxy Temple, he saw black qi rising to the sky and demonic qi growing everywhere. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. If he remembered correctly, the place where the demonic qi was born should be where tonight's banquet was being held. Before he left, Several hundred elite disciples from the Emperor realm and several tens of thousands of southern territory had gathered there. Could it be that they had all been killed? Thinking about it again, that didn't seem right. If that was the case, there was no need for Orthodoxy Temple to draw him away. Several hundred disciples from the Emperor realm, and many of them were third-layer emperors. If they had all been killed and corroded by the demonic chi, it would have been difficult for him to defend himself. The purpose of drawing him away was obviously because Orthodoxy Temple was afraid that they wouldn't be able to control the situation and decided to make the first move. Yang Kai's proficiency in the space divine technique was no secret, and once they failed to strike him, Orthodoxy Temple would have no chance to strike again. From the looks of it, although the situation was dangerous, it hadn't reached the point of no return. Yang Kai guessed that when Zishan and the others wouldn't be so easily corroded by the demonic chi and might be resisting inside Orthodoxy Temple. His figure flickered and he stopped in front of the great array. Looking around, his eyes widened in anger. Inside Orthodoxy Temple, many cultivators were scrambling to escape. They had obviously sensed that something was wrong and wanted to escape from the whirlpool that was Orthodoxy Temple, but with the sect protecting array blocking them, how could they escape? They were all blocked and many of them were killed by the pursuing demons. Others, seeing that there was no hope in escaping, hurriedly returned to find another way out. Screams, pleas for mercy and cries of grief filled Yang Kai's ears. The people who had been alive and kicking during the day had all been reduced to meat paste in an instant, causing Yang Kai to burn with anger. Sweeping his gaze around, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly froze as he stared at a certain spot a few dozen meters away. On a small slope, a corpse was lying on the ground. The clothes were familiar, the face was familiar, but there was a hole in the chest, and the internal organs could be vaguely seen. Fresh blood dyed the slope where the corpse was lying. The blood had not dried, the eyes were not closed, and the head was tilted to one side as it lay there motionless. The originally dazzling eyes were now dim and had lost their luster. Jade Chakram. Yang Kai's lips parted as he called out softly, but there was no response. Dead. The person who had been looking for him for the past month had died just like that? Yang Kai simply didn't dare believe his eyes. The clear and melodious voice reverberated in his ears, and the figure that turned around and waved goodbye to him was incomparably clear. He still remembered the apprehension she had when she came to thank him with clean clothes, and the expectation in her eyes when they talked many times. He had once whipped a famous horse when he was drunk. Fearing that he would hurt the beauty because of his passion, Yang Kai didn't dare and wasn't willing to entangle himself with her. Thus he shut the door and put an end to it. However, that lively figure was now lying on the cold slope, as if she had some kind of premonition. Before she died, her eyes were still open as she looked in this direction, looking at him who had returned after so long. The blood in his body suddenly became bone-chilling cold. Yang Kai avoided that pair of soulless eyes that were staring at him. He didn't dare to meet her gaze, so he lowered his head. The hair in front of his forehead cast a shadow over his eyes. He clenched his fists and roared towards the sky, "Lei Gu!" Several dozen li away, Lei Gu, who was standing in the void, turned his head when he heard this. He coldly snorted, "You actually came back." His eyes flashed and then he rushed in that direction. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's angry roar was clearly heard by quite a few cultivators who were currently running away. Right now, they were gathering towards him from all directions. They stopped in front of him and shouted through the sect protecting great formation, "Senior, save us." Yang Kai looked up and swept his eyes over their panicked faces. His eyes locked onto a certain place behind everyone. Lei Gu's tall and sturdy figure suddenly appeared. His hands were behind his back as he stood in the void. His face was cold and his eyes were pitch black. Demonic chi wrapped around his entire body. As soon as he appeared, he gently waved his hand. Yang Kai's eyes shrunk. He shouted at the cultivator in front of him, "Hurry and run." How could they still escape? Lei Gu was a third-layer supreme emperor. Now that he had been corroded by demonic thoughts, his bloodthirst had become his nature. An invisible slash swept over and directly cut several dozen people in half at the waist. In an instant, blood flowed like a river in the sect protecting great formation. All living beings wailed in grief. Being cut in half at the waist wouldn't immediately kill someone, but it would make them experience boundless fear before they died. Those miserable screams and wails added endless gloominess to this world. "You still dare to come back?" Lei Gu coldly looked at Yang Kai and sneered. "Sure enough, it was you who did this." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Lei Gu sneered and said, "So what if I did? What can you do to this king?" Yang Kai glanced at the sect protecting great formation in front of him. His boundless anger and guilt were suddenly suppressed. He calmly said, "You think a great formation can stop me?" Lei Gu said, "Then you can try." Yang Kai pointed at him, "If I don't destroy your orthodoxy temple, I swear I am not human." At this moment, a person suddenly shouted from inside, "Yang Kai, orthodoxy temple has become a demon's den. Quickly go and ask for help." Yang Kai was startled. He recognized that it was Wen Zishan's voice, but he didn't have time to pay attention to Lei Gu. He shouted loudly, "Temple Master, what's the situation inside? It can still hold on for a while. Quickly go to Star Soul Palace." Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart sank. He knew that the situation inside was probably not good. Otherwise, Wen Zishan wouldn't have told him to go to Star Soul Palace. However, going to Star Soul Palace at this time was a long journey. It would take at least a few days. By the time he returned, it would be too late. He could only reply, "Temple Master, don't worry. I have a plan." Lei Gu suddenly grinned, "Yang Kai, this king doesn't want to make things difficult for you. How about you rely on this king? With your abilities, your future is promising." "Rely on you? In your dreams?" Yang Kai angrily rebuked. His figure shook as he shouted, "Dragon transformation." A loud dragon's roar rang out as a golden dragon phantom appeared and disappeared in a flash, entering Yang Kai's body. With a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's figure suddenly grew. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. Lei Gu's line of sight slowly moved upwards as the expression on his face changed. A look of disbelief flashed across his eyes as he stared at the behemoth in a daze and cried out involuntarily, "Dragon vein!" He finally understood why that person had failed. This Yang Kai actually had a dragon vein. Although it didn't seem to be orthodox to be able to use a dragon vein to such an extent, it obviously wasn't too bad. The dragon race had tough bodies and a strong immunity to poison, so it would be strange if that person could succeed. However, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to use such a divine technique. If he had known earlier, he would have told that person to be more careful. Perhaps he really could have succeeded in one hit. Space divine technique and a dragon vein, Lei Gu's face sank. If this child isn't eliminated, he will definitely become a big problem. Without waiting for Lei Gu to regain his senses, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and released his avatar. With a thought, he understood Yang Kai's intention. With a roar, his body suddenly grew bigger. 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, the corner of Lei Gu's eyes twitched. What he saw today was simply inconceivable. It was already unexpected that Yang Kai could become so big, but where did this stone golem come from? It looked like a stone fire, but was there such a big stone fire? Break the formation. Yang Kai's figure was towering and his voice was like a dragon's roar. When he finished speaking, he raised his hands high with his avatar and smashed them down. It was as if two mountains were crashing down. Two huge pits immediately appeared on the light screen of the sect protecting formation. Last time, the High Sky Sect's sect protecting formation was broken by the avatar with brute force. The foundation of the High Sky Sect was not much worse than the Orthodoxy Temple. No matter how strong the sect protecting formation was, there was still a limit. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't doubt that he and his avatar could break this formation. When the pits appeared, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. However, before he could regain his senses, the sunken light screen actually bounced back at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, an extremely powerful force was transmitted through his fists. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was sent flying. His 20-meter-tall body was like a collapsing mountain. He rolled along the way and trees fell down. A rumbling sound came. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that his avatar was also in the same situation. Moreover, it was even bigger and caused more of a commotion than him. Chi. While tumbling, Yang Kai struggled to adjust his body and finally stabilized himself. On the other side, the avatar was the same. Their eyes met and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. The Orthodoxy Temple's sect protecting formation was very different from the High Sky sects. Lei Gu's side also heaved a sigh of relief, secretly praising their luck. If it wasn't for the fact that the formation could reflect brute force, with the strength of the two monsters in front of them, there was probably no formation in the world that could stop their wild attacks. Again. Yang Kai shouted. Chapter 3254. Seeing this, Yang Kai and the embodiment no longer hesitated and used their respective divine technique to attack the Orthodoxy Temple's array. In the ancient and profound dragon language, the secret techniques of the dragon race transformed into golden dragons that advanced one after another. The flames on the embodiment's body also burned fiercely, turning the place where he stood into a sea of fire that burned the array's light screen. For a moment, the array's light screen rippled and flashed wildly. Lei Gu snorted coldly when he saw this, and a flag appeared in his hand. He waved it and stabilized the array. Although he had been corrupted by demonic intent and his temperament had changed greatly, almost turning him into a completely different person, he could still easily control everything that Lei Gu possessed. This array flag was the main array flag of the Orthodoxy Temple's sect protecting array. With his ability to control it, the array formation immediately became impregnable. Yang Kai's eyes widened. If the array wasn't broken, how could he enter the Orthodoxy Temple? How could he save Wen Zishan and the others? How could he avenge those who had died? For a moment, his heart was burning with anxiety. Could it be that he had no choice but to ask for help from Star Soul Palace? But if he delayed going back and forth for a few days, who knew what would happen to Wen Zishan and the others? They might be eroded by the demonic qi and become demons. Since Lei Gu dared to make a move at this time, he obviously had great confidence. Turning his head, he saw the embodiment's body burning fiercely and burning the array, but looking at the situation, it was not possible to break the array in a short time, even if he cooperated. Lei Gu said coldly again, "Junior, you've ruined my plans. I'll make you beg for death." This time there was already a flaw in the plan. Yang Kai was not dead, so the news here would definitely spread. In other words, the plan had failed. Fortunately, the failure was not complete. There were still so many people from the Emperor realm and tens of thousands of cultivator who had fallen into the trap, so it was better than nothing. If so many people were demonized, it would definitely be a force that could not be underestimated. It could open up the next stage of the grand plan. Suddenly Yang Kai stopped and retreated. He coldly glared at Lei Gu and used his technique to shout, "Hall Master, can you hold on for a day?" Lei Gu frowned when he heard this. He didn't know what Yang Kai meant by giving him this one-day deadline. Judging from the current situation, this boy's best course of action was to go to Star Soul Palace to ask for help, but the journey to Star Soul Palace was long. How could he return in one day? Even if he was proficient in the divine technique of space, he would not be able to do such a thing. When Zishan's voice came from inside Orthodoxy Hall, "We will do our best." Another person's voice rang out, "Boy, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to the Star Soul Palace." It was the voice of the Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Holy Lord, Ma Qin. He sounded exasperated. He didn't expect Yang Kai to still be here. Yang Kai gazed at Lei Gu and thundered, "All right, you guys should hold on. One day later, we will save you from the sea of bitterness." After saying this, he turned around and left. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the cold corpse on the slope and felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, as if it was being gripped by a hand. After a few flashes, he disappeared from Lei Gu's field of vision. After he left, Lei Gu stopped urging the array flags and the flashing light of the sect protecting Grand Array gradually subsided. He turned his head and glanced at the embodiment, Sacred Spirit Stone Fire. The embodiment stood tall, looking down at him from across the Grand Array. Its two eyes were like burning flames, flickering endlessly. It was connected to Yang Kai, so there was no need for too much communication to understand Yang Kai's plan. At the same time, it was filled with anger and guilt because of Yuzua's death. It stayed here to restrain Lei Gu's energy so that he couldn't deal with Wen Zishan and the others wholeheartedly. On the other hand, it was waiting for an opportunity to destroy the Grand Array. It would be best if it could break the Grand Array before Yang Kai returned. Even if it couldn't, it could reduce some of the Grand Array's power and prepare for the next plan. Seeing that the embodiment didn't speak, Lei Gu said coldly, "Sacred spirits are so noble, when have they been reduced to being controlled by a human? This is a disgrace to the sacred spirits." If the embodiment was really Shihua, it might be angered, but the embodiment was an extension of Yang Kai after all. How could it care about such provocation? Seeing that it didn't respond, Lei Gu frowned and gave up on this useless effort. He turned around and was about to fly inside. But before he could fly away, the embodiment urged the flames to climb up the Grand Array's light screen, burning it to the sky. The corner of Lei Gu's eyes twitched. He waved the array flags in his hand and a layer of light appeared on the light screen, isolating the power of the flames. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure shuttled through the void and it only took him a moment to return to the mountain peak where he had been attacked. The white-haired old man was meditating while the four demonic chi wrapped around him were still unconscious. After noticing the movement, the old man was startled, but when he opened his eyes, he discovered that Yang Kai had returned. Overjoyed, he called out, "Elder Yang, quickly go to Star Soul Palace to ask for help and report the matter of Orthodoxy Temple to the great emperors. Otherwise, the southern territory will be in danger," Yang Kai said hurriedly. "Ah." The white-haired old man was startled for a moment before nodding fiercely, "Good." He then pointed to the four people and said, "Then they, go." Yang Kai turned his head and glared at him, like an enraged beast about to devour him. Facing such a terrifying gaze, the old man didn't dare to say anything else. Realizing that time was precious, he hurriedly summoned his flight-type artifact and flew towards Star Soul Palace. After he left, Yang Kai waved his hand and took the four unconscious people who had become the demon race into his mysterious bead world, suppressing them somewhere inside. Immediately after, he waved his hand and scattered countless materials, directly beginning to work on this mountain peak. Going to Star Soul Palace to ask the great emperors to take action was certainly a way out, but Yang Kai wasn't optimistic about it. It wasn't that he didn't trust the strength of the great emperors, it was just that it would take too much time. By the time the great emperors arrived here, it was likely that the matter here would have already been settled. If he wanted to resolve this disaster and avenge those who had died, he would have to rely on something else. Yang Kai had his own plans. In his mind, the scene of the cold corpse lying on the mountain peak kept flashing, the dim and lifeless eyes seemingly engraved into the depths of his soul, forever staring at him, tormenting him with every breath he took. Strictly speaking, they had only known each other for less than a month, and they weren't even close. On the path of the martial Dao, fighting and killing was normal. The death of a single person shouldn't have caused such a big emotional fluctuation, but because of the endless self-blame, the act of turning around and waving goodbye became an eternal parting. The power of the space array surged endlessly, and many materials gradually merged on this mountain peak, forming a prototype spirit array. As time passed, this spirit array gradually became more complete. After less than half a day, a brand new space array had taken shape. Without having time to inspect it too much, Yang Kai stepped onto it and stared at the location of Orthodoxy Temple for a moment before urging the power of the array. In a flash of light, Yang Kai disappeared. Northern Territory High Heaven Palace. On top of the space array, Yang Kai's figure appeared, alarming the people guarding the array. Today Bian Yuqing was still guarding the array. When she saw Yang Kai, she immediately stood up and cupped her fists. "Palace Master." Her gaze suddenly focused on Yang Kai's waist and she asked in shock, "Palace Master, are you injured?" Although the sneak attack from the Black Shadow was no longer serious, the bloodstains were still there, which naturally couldn't escape Bian Yuqing's observation. "Where is the head chief?" Yang Kai turned around and asked. Bian Yuqing was startled, feeling that there was something wrong with Yang Kai today. He was so aggressive, like a volcano that was about to erupt, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. She couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive, wondering just who had injured him and who had provoked him. This was the first time Bian Yuqing had seen Yang Kai in such a state, and hurriedly replied, "The head chief just returned yesterday, she should be resting." "Call her over." "Yes." Bian Yuqing hurriedly took out her communication compass and poured her divine sense into it. After a while, she raised her head and said, "Palace Master, please wait a moment, the head chief will be here soon." Although she said she would be here soon, in less than 10 breaths, Hua Qingxi had already come in from outside and glanced at Bian Yuqing suspiciously. When Bian Yuqing sent her a message just now, telling her to quickly come to the teleportation array, she looked extremely anxious, so she didn't dare to delay and rushed over without stopping to rest. When she saw Yang Kai standing there with a solemn expression, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Before she could speak, Yang Kai asked, "How many people from the Emperor realm can we mobilize now?" Hua Qingxi blinked and said, "Palace Master, are you referring to the entire Northern Territory, or the entire High Heaven Palace?" "The entire Northern Territory." "Then why are you mobilizing them, Palace Master?" "Murder, revenge, extermination." Yang Kai spat out a few words coldly between his teeth. Hua Qingxi was shocked and realized that something big must have happened. Otherwise Yang Kai wouldn't be so murderous. She said solemnly, "If there's enough time, 300 to 400 people won't be a problem." During this period of time, the High Heaven Palace had led the other 3 sects and had been integrating the major forces in the Northern Territory. Although it hadn't been long, many sects had already chosen to submit. There was no other way. With the 4 top sects working together, Who in the Northern Territory could stop them? Since they had already submitted, the High Heaven Palace had given orders. Whether they were willing or not, they had to obey. Okay, I'll give you half a day to mobilize all the people from the Emperor realm and gather here. After half a day, I'll come and pick you all up. Yang Kai turned around and stepped onto the space array again. After pondering for a while, he said coldly, "Tell them that if anyone dares to not come or cooperate with me when I have the time, I'll definitely exterminate their entire sect." Yes. Hua Qingxi's face changed color. She wanted to ask more, but Yang Kai's figure had already disappeared from the space array. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing looked at each other. They were both confused. Hua Qingxi said, "What happened to the palace master?" Bian Yuqing shook her head. "I'm not sure. He didn't say anything." Hua Qingxi frowned slightly. She could vaguely feel that Yang Kai had met with some trouble. But what kind of trouble was it that required so many people from the Emperor realm to help him? She had also seen the bloodstains on Yang Kai's body. Although she wasn't sure how serious his injuries were, even with Yang Kai's abilities, he was still injured. It was clear that the enemy this time was very strong. She didn't dare to delay. After a simple discussion with Bian Yuqing, they took out their communication compasses and sent out messages. They all stepped onto the space array and began to mobilize all the experts in the Northern Territory. Chapter 3256. This brat was becoming more and more annoying. The Wan Feng secretly gritted her teeth. "So what if I help you? So what if I don't? Help me this time and I will remember your kindness. If you don't help me, I will leave immediately." The Wan Feng sneered, "What do I need your kindness for?" Yang Kai coldly looked at her, nodded, and soared into the sky. The Wan Feng was startled. Was he really going to leave? How could he do this without giving her any time to think? Was he crazy? Although the Wan Feng hated Yang Kai's rude and unreasonable attitude, if Yang Kai really held a grudge against her, she would have a hard time in the future. She could only raise her hand and angrily shout, "Do you think you can come and go as you please in my territory? What do you want?" Yang Kai stopped and tilted his head to look at her. The coldness in his eyes almost condensed into a solid substance. When their eyes met, the Wan Feng's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly realized that Yang Kai's state was not right this time. Although she found him annoying before, he was still reasonable. This time, it was as if he was a completely different person. It seemed that he had really encountered some kind of trouble, and it was a trouble that made him extremely angry. "Where are you going?" the Wan Feng asked in a low voice. "None of your business." He did not have the proper attitude to ask for help. The Wan Feng was furious. She wanted to slap this brat to death, but she knew that he was not weak. If she forced him to use all his cards, she might not be able to kill him. Moreover, once they had a falling out, the consequences were not something she could bear. She bitterly clenched her teeth and shouted, "There will be no next time." This was a promise. Yang Kai did not waste time and directly said, "Call Fan Hua and Song Go here. Also, summon the other 29 monster king of the ancient land." He turned around and returned to the bedroom, standing not far from the Wan Feng. The Wan Feng was shocked. "What do you want?" She thought that he was only asking for her help. Who knew that he would ask for such an exorbitant price? Not only did he ask for Fan Hua and Song Go, but he also asked for the 29 monster king. They were the strongest forces in the entire ancient land. Was this bastard planning to start a war with the sects of the great emperors? Thinking of this, the Wan Feng's body turned cold. Although she was a holy spirit, she knew her own limits. There were only a few great emperors, and every one of them was an existence recognized by the heavens and earth. If they really went up against the great emperors, not many people in the savage wildland would be able to survive. Not to mention, the sects of the great emperors had extremely strong foundations. Looking at Yang Kai's eyes, he felt his hair stand on end. He had long felt that this guy was extremely daring. Wasn't his courage a bit too big? She had to admit that she was overthinking things. "What are you waiting for? I want to see them within 2 hours. Hurry up and contact them." Yang Kai saw Wan Feng standing there stupidly and was annoyed. He gave the High Heaven Palace half a day's time, and they needed to finish gathering in half a day's time as well. How could they waste so much time? Wan Feng suppressed the panic in her heart. She wasn't in the mood to care about Yang Kai's rudeness. her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled. What do you want us to do? You should at least tell me, right? Kill them, save them. Who is the enemy? After Luan Feng asked this question, her heart jumped. She was really afraid that Yang Kai would say the name of one of the great emperors. As she spoke, her breath was like orchids, and a touch of fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. Yang Kai's murderous aura and anger dissipated a lot, and his tumultuous mood gradually calmed down. Turning his head, he looked at her faintly and said, "You said bad things about her in private. What if she heard you?" Dumir's face stiffened and she said awkwardly, "I'm just talking to Master. I believe Master won't spread it." Yang Kai looked her up and down and asked curiously, "What kind of monster are you?" Dumir smiled and said, replying, "Master, this mistress is a flower monster." As she spoke, she raised her hand and pinched the air, and a small golden flower immediately appeared between her fingers. The fragrance was strong and intoxicating. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It's rare for a plant to become a spirit. It was many times more difficult for a plant to become a spirit than a body of flesh and blood." Yang Kai did not expect that the monster king in front of him was actually a flower monster, and to be able to cultivate to the level of a monster king, this was extremely rare. Dumir said sadly, "Master, you flatter me. This mistress has also suffered a lot, and experienced many flowing time great emperors to have today's achievements." As she spoke, she quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Seeing that he had no intention of continuing, she bit her lip and said, "Master, I heard that Ing Fei, Shilei and Xia Wuwei are working under you? You already know the answer." Dumir curled her lips and said, "What can 3 men do? I'm afraid they can't even serve Master well. I don't know what the holy sages are thinking. They should send a woman to serve Master well. At the very least, they should take care of Master's daily life." "Are you very good at serving people?" Yang Kai glanced at her. Dumir eagerly said, "Master, do you want to try? I see that Master is depressed and has a lot on his mind. This is not a good thing. The war is imminent. It's best to empty your mind and body so that you can go all out. If Master doesn't mind, this mistress can show you a little." After saying that, she eagerly looked at Yang Kai, quietly waiting for his reply. After a long time, she did not see any reaction from Yang Kai. She gritted her teeth and walked behind Yang Kai. Putting her hands on his shoulders, she leaned over to Yang Kai's ear and said, "Master, just relax. Leave the rest to this mistress. I will definitely satisfy you." The gentle fragrance, like an invisible hand, tickled Yang Kai's ear, making his heart ripple. It soothed Yang Kai's suppressed anger and all kinds of negative emotions. 2 soft and delicate hands rubbed his shoulders and head with varying degrees of strength as Yang Kai's monster chi and divine sense began to fluctuate. Soon Yang Kai felt as if he was immersed in a sea of flowers. The world was vast, and the sea of flowers was boundless, making his body and mind feel ethereal. Seeing Yang Kai's tense expression gradually relax and his breathing become stable, Dumir pursed her lips and smiled. She became more attentive. Following the Wanfeng's message, more and more figures appeared in the savage, desolate ancient land. Their demonic chi soared to the sky and their demonic chi surged. Many demon generals and commanders raised their heads, not knowing what was going on. They didn't know why their king was moving. 2 hours later, more than 10 monster kings had gathered in the Wanfeng's bedroom. The rest were on their way, and it wouldn't be long before they all gathered here. A group of monster kings came to the courtyard where Yang Kai was. They either sat or stood, staring at Yang Kai and Dumir. Dumir was not ashamed of being stared at like this. Instead, she rubbed Yang Kai even more diligently. Her slender neck was raised high like a proud rooster. "Bitch. Human wanton." In the High Heaven Palace, in the main hall where the space array was located, there were people moving around. Nearly 200 people from the Emperor realm gathered here. Some of them were whispering to each other, while others were watching coldly from the side. As time passed, impatience gradually spread. If it weren't for the experts from the 4 top forces eyeing them, these people from the Emperor realm from various sects would have already been in a mess. They had received orders from the High Heaven Palace to come here. They didn't know what was going on, and they couldn't get an answer even when they asked the chief steward, Hua Qingxi. Naturally they felt uneasy. They always wondered if the High Heaven Palace had secretly raised their butcher's knife and was going to kill them. However, what good would this do to the High Heaven Palace? Ying Fei, Xie Wuwei and Shi Lei stood in a triangular formation. Their demonic qi soared to the sky as they coldly looked around. Anyone who met their eyes would avoid them, not daring to act rashly. Hua Qingxi, Bian Yuqing Yihen, the Southern Gate Army, and the people from Ice Heart Valley gathered together. Ice Heart Valley had sent 5 people from the Emperor Realm, led by Ji Yao. Her face was cold and no one dared to approach her. The people from the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect were also gathered here. Basically, except for the 2 or 3 sects who stayed behind to guard the Emperor Realm, everyone else from the 4 sects had come. Li Jiao and Mi Qi huddled together and whispered. They were also confused, not knowing what Yang Kai was doing. Chapter 3259. It wasn't impossible to travel from the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory in an instant as long as there was a space array that could cross territory. However, this kind of thing was extremely rare in the entire star boundary. It seemed that only a few great emperors' sects possessed it, and it was passed down from ancient times. It was unknown whether it could still be used. The woman and the elderly man hadn't thought of this before, but after hearing the whispers around them, they finally came to their senses. Could it be that they had just used a space array that could cross territory? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was possible. Only a space array that could cross territory would have such a strong transmission after effect. After all, crossing hundreds of millions of miles in an instant was not something that could be compared to the previous transmission. Where did the High Heaven Palace get a space array that could cross territory? The territory occupied by the High Heaven Palace originally belonged to the Seeking Passion sect. Most of them had visited the Seeking Passion sect before, so they were aware of the Seeking Passion sect's heritage and understood that it was impossible for the Seeking Passion sect to possess a space array that could cross territory. They had long heard that the High Heaven Palace's palace master, Yang Kai, was proficient in the space principles. Could it be that he could even arrange a space array that could cross territory? If this was true, then it would be a big deal. The woman and the elderly man looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The whispers around them grew louder and louder. The words Southern Territory appeared more and more frequently. Some people didn't believe it, while others, like them, stared at the space array with burning eyes. If this was really a space array that could cross territory, then it would be a huge treasure. Just like how Yang Kai could see the benefits brought by the flow of goods between the 2 territories, they could naturally see that with such a space array connecting the north and south, any sect could become rich. For the sake of caution, the woman was about to ask the people of the High Heaven Palace about it, but when she looked around, her face turned sluggish. The elderly man hadn't recovered from the shock of instantly arriving at the Southern Territory and crossing the space array, so when he saw the woman's expression, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" The woman didn't respond at all, but her eyes were fixed in a certain direction. The old man was puzzled. Following her line of sight, he was instantly dumbfounded. Over there stood 8 or 9 stone golems, each of them several zhang tall. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. Just by looking at them, they gave off a strong visual impact. Their bodies, which seemed to be made of stone, were filled with an indescribable sense of power. No one dared to doubt their valiant fighting strength. Could this be the legendary stone mongoose? Wasn't it said to be extinct? Why were there so many of them here? It wouldn't have been a big deal if that was all there was to it. On the other side of the stone mongoose there were a lot of silhouettes. There weren't many of them, only about 30 of them, but every one of them was emitting a terrifying demonic qi. Previously, the woman and the elderly man were too focused on the existence of the space magic array to notice the demonic qi. At this moment, when they used their hearts to examine it, their expressions changed drastically. These monster race cultivators were all Monster King level existences. None of them were a match for them. The woman and the elderly man clearly saw the 3 Monster Kings of the High Heaven Palace mingling with the other monster race cultivators, laughing and chatting. Chapter 3260. While Yang Kai and the others were taking action, inside Orthodoxy Temple, Lei Gu, whose body was wrapped in demon chi, apparently received the news. He turned his head to look at the demon next to him and asked, "Are you sure?" The demon cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to Master, I'm absolutely sure. There are more than 200 people, all of them from the Emperor realm." This demon was wearing the robes of Orthodoxy Temple, so it was obvious at a glance that he was a member of Orthodoxy Temple. His cultivation was also at the First Order Emperor realm, and he was probably an elder of Orthodoxy Temple, but at this moment he had obviously been possessed by a demonic sense. Lei Gu's eyes flashed as he frowned. How is this possible? The layout of the Southern Territory was very meticulous, and they had taken advantage of the martial meet to plot against many Emperor realm masters and tens of thousands of elite disciples. They had been scheming against the unsuspecting, so there was no way they could have been foolproof, but they had not expected that Yang Kai would make a mistake at the last moment. He also didn't expect that Yang Kai, who had disappeared for more than a decade, would participate in the Southern Territory's martial gathering, so he sent someone to lure him away and assassinate him secretly. Who knew that even that person would fail, making him depressed? Only now did he realize that the person with the space divine technique was really good at preserving his life. And in less than a day, where did that surnamed Yang find so many helpers? And all of them were from the Emperor realm. But the demon under his command spoke with such certainty that he had no choice but to believe it. To be safe, he decided to take a look himself. After exhorting a few words to the demon, his figure flickered and he arrived at the mountain gate. Looking around, his face couldn't help but turn solemn. Yang Kai, who had been away for a day, had returned, and he had indeed brought a lot of helpers with him. In addition to Shihua, who had been staying here to monitor the situation, there were also 8 or 9 stone golems and a dozen or so people from the Emperor realm surrounding him. Looking around, outside the sect defending array of Orthodoxy Temple, there was a person standing in the air at regular intervals. When they saw him appear, they all looked up. They really were from the Emperor realm, and there were quite a few of them. Although Lei Gu wasn't sure how many people Yang Kai had brought with him, it seemed that the demon's report was correct. Where did he find so many from the Emperor realm? It had only been a day. Even if he had rushed to the various sects in the Southern Territory to inform them, it was impossible for him to find so many reinforcements in such a short time. Lei Gu's expression became a bit solemn. He vaguely felt that things weren't going well. If this plan failed, then Yang Kai would definitely be the main culprit. His heart was filled with hatred. After planning for so many years, his grand plan was going to fail in the hands of a single person. How could he not be angry? As expected, it has become the demon race. Ji Yao was standing beside Yang Kai. After seeing Lei Gu, she immediately clicked her tongue in wonder and sized him up. This was also her first time seeing the cultivator of the demonic chi and become the demon race. Even though it was her first time seeing it, the black energy on Lei Gu's body gave her an extremely uncomfortable feeling. There was a kind of rejection that came from the depths of her soul. Was this the demonic chi? It really was filthy. Lei Gu, today will be the day of your death. Yang Kai shouted through gritted teeth. The sight of his enemy made his eyes turn red. Lei Gu's expression was cold and he didn't say a word. He suddenly turned around and left, not even intending to say a word to Yang Kai. He came here mainly to see if the information was wrong. Now that it was confirmed, there was no need to stay any longer. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. He knew that this guy was going to cut off all means of retreat, so he immediately shouted, "Is the temple master here?" His voice was activated by his emperor chi and like rolling thunder, it spread into the depths of Orthodoxy Temple. A hearty laugh immediately came from inside. "Not dead yet. Temple master, hold on a little longer. I'll save you now," Yang Kai shouted again. When Zishan's voice came, "Okay." Although he didn't know what was going on outside, since Yang Kai had returned, he must have found help. Now that everyone's hope of escaping was on Yang Kai, he could only trust him unconditionally. "Little brat, why aren't you attacking? If you keep talking, your temple master is going to become the demon race." Ma Qing's exasperated voice also came. When Zishan laughed, "Bullshit, you're the one who's going to become the demon race." Yang Kai grinned when he heard this. Fortunately, they were still in the mood to bicker. This meant that the situation hadn't reached the most critical point yet. He raised his hand high and his voice resounded in all directions. "Everyone heed my order." Clanging sounds could be heard as swords and sabers were drawn. Emperor artifacts were summoned one after another. Monster Chi and Emperor Chi were rolling, ready to attack. Yang Kai's raised hand swung down fiercely as he shouted, "Attack!" As he spoke, a dark moon blade slashed forward and slammed into the light curtain of Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array. A poochie sound immediately rang out as the light curtain caved in slightly and ripples spread out from the center of the impact. In the next moment, hundreds of attacks of various shapes and sizes bombarded the light curtain from all directions, causing it to sway unsteadily. For a moment, the sky darkened as the world energy became chaotic and various principles intertwined like a net. Before the light curtain of the grand array could be stabilized, it began to sway from side to side. It looked like it was about to collapse, but to everyone's surprise, the light curtain actually withstood a round of fierce attacks and did not collapse in the first place. Orthodoxy Temple's sect defending array was naturally extraordinary. If someone had been in charge of it, it might have been able to repair itself quickly, but at this moment, this spirit array was only defending itself on its own. There was no one in charge of it, so even if it had some self-repairing ability, it was of little use. It wasn't that Lei Gu didn't want to stay here to preside over the spirit array, but he also knew that the situation was hopeless. With so many masters joining forces to attack, even if he was in charge, the spirit array wouldn't be able to last much longer. Rather than wasting time here, it was better to think of something else that might give him a chance. The first wave of attacks had only just stopped when the second wave arrived, and it was even more ferocious than the first. The heavens and earth changed color and the universe was turned upside down. Everyone in the Emperor realm felt an indescribable sense of excitement rise in their hearts. Never before had so many masters taken action together. Just the momentum alone was enough to shock anyone who saw it, and as a part of this scene, the helpers Yang Kai had brought naturally shared the glory of this event. With a series of rumbles, the spirit array collapsed and the light curtain that had been covering Orthodoxy Temple burst like a soap bubble. "Kill!" Yang Kai roared and was the first to rush in. Beside him, Jiao also followed closely behind, her figure graceful, but as she rushed into Orthodoxy Palace, she turned her head and glanced to the side. On a small slope, there was a woman's corpse. She had a beautiful figure and beautiful features, but her eyes were wide open as if she had died with a grievance. She didn't know what the relationship between this woman and Yang Kai was, but just now Yang Kai had clearly glanced in that direction, and after looking, there was a trace of pain in his eyes. Jiao's eyes flashed and she pointed down. A snowflake floated out and lightly fell on the woman's corpse. The snowflake didn't melt and instead released an extremely cold aura. In the blink of an eye, the woman's corpse was sealed in a block of ice. A group of demon dwellers wrapped in black chi rushed in. They all had dull expressions and seemed to have lost their minds. They were like walking corpses. They wore different clothes, but they were obviously disciples of the various sects in the southern territory. They waved their weapons and charged at the group of people from the Emperor realm without any regard for their lives. Yang Kai was the first to bear the brunt. His figure was erratic as he flitted past one demon dweller after another. He reached out and gently patted them on the back of their heads. The group of demon dwellers suddenly fell from the sky like dumplings and into the forest below. Yang Kai didn't kill them. Others might not be able to solve the problem of being corroded by the demonic chi and becoming the demon race, but he could dispel the demonic chi and let these demon dwellers regain their consciousness. Otherwise, if he really started a massacre, the Yuan chi in the southern territory would definitely suffer a great loss. But at this time he didn't have the time to take care of them one by one. He could only knock them out as soon as possible. They didn't fly too high, so even if they fell like this, it wouldn't be fatal, not to mention there was still the forest below. The people behind Yang Kai also followed suit. While urging their Emperor Chi to protect themselves, preventing the demonic chi from corroding their bodies, they also knocked out their enemies. The demon dwellers who rushed over were all below the Emperor realm, so how could they be a match for them? Even if they didn't fear death after becoming the demon race, they still didn't have the qualifications to fight the Emperor realm. One by one the demon dwellers fell unconscious, creating a spectacular scene. But there were too many of these demon dwellers, at least 1,000, and this was only from the direction of the sect gate. If the demon dwellers in the other directions of the Orthodoxy Temple were included, Yang Kai estimated that in just one day, the number of disciples from the southern territory who had become the demon race had reached tens of thousands. With Yang Kai taking the lead, the dozen or so people stabbed into the camp of those who had become the demon race like a sharp knife. Wherever they went, no one was able to withstand a single blow. That's all there is to it, ha. A first-order Emperor realm elder from the High Sky sect laughed. He no longer hesitated and rushed towards the valley. Halfway there, 3 streaks of light came from 3 different directions and landed beside him. They were Fan Ku, Song Go and Wan Feng. Obviously they had seen his movement and came to help. No matter how much they hated Yang Kai and how much they wanted to slap him to death, Yang Kai still had that woman behind him. She was the natural enemy of all divine spirits. Before that woman entered the blood door, she had been intimate with Yang Kai. They also knew how important Yang Kai was to her. If Yang Kai really died in front of their eyes when that woman came out, the 3 of them would definitely have a hard time. Therefore, Fan Ku and the others had to stay by Yang Kai's side to prevent any accidents. The 4 figures sped along without the slightest obstruction. Soon they arrived at the side of the valley and landed on a mountain peak. The 3 holy spirits furrowed their brows as they glanced over. Their eyes were filled with dread. This was because the valley was filled with rich demonic chi. The demonic chi was rolling and squirming like a living creature. They didn't know how such demonic chi was formed, but they were certain that once they fell into it, they would definitely have a hard time. In the middle of the valley, there were some sounds of fighting as if someone was trapped inside. Boy, you ruined my plants. Do you think you can save them? Wishful thinking. Lei Gu's voice came from somewhere in the valley, drifting erratically, making it impossible to distinguish the direction. Hiding your head but showing your tail, if you have the ability, why don't you fight me head-on? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Lei Gu laughed loudly. Naive, this king will deal with them first before dealing with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the devil chi in the valley began to churn even more violently. Cries of alarm rang out from the center of the valley, mixed with cries for help. Yang Kai's expression changed. Junior sister Murong. He clearly heard Murong Xiao Zhao's voice and wanted to rush over, but he was pulled back by Luan Feng, who glared at him and said, "What are you doing? Are you courting death? Let go." Yang Kai angrily flung her hand away. Fan Wu's figure flickered and blocked in front of him, quickly saying, "Yang Kai, don't be impulsive, that guy is clearly deliberately provoking you and leading you into a trap. If you really rush over, you'll fall into his trap." Song Dog also advised, "Yes, the demonic chi here is so strong, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the open, we need to think about it carefully." Think about it carefully, my ass. Yang Kai spat at the 3 divine spirits and said with a ferocious expression, "My friends are all inside and I don't know how long they can hold on. If I don't go save them, do you think I'll just stand here and watch?" Lei Gu nodded and said, "That's true." He was still a little hesitant. Feng Ming volunteered, "I'll go take a look. This person is rare. If I can use him, it will be a great contribution in the future." "Be careful," Lei Gu warned. Feng Ming nodded. His figure flickered as he walked towards where Yang Kai was. He wasn't careless. Although he was almost certain that Yang Kai had already become the demon race, he still needed to be on guard. His demonic essence surged, ready to retreat at any time. And following his footsteps, the boundless demonic chi took the initiative to open up a path, revealing a scene shrouded in darkness. The distance between them was less than 10 zhang. Feng Ming carefully examined Yang Kai's situation while slowly walking forward. Soon he arrived 3 feet in front of Yang Kai. Without any warning, his hand suddenly turned into a claw, grabbing at Yang Kai's chest. His claw overflowed with energy, and the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was clearly powerful. With a chi sound, the claw pierced 3 inches into Yang Kai's chest, and blood splashed out in an instant. Yang Kai still didn't move, as if he couldn't feel any pain. Seeing this scene, Feng Ming couldn't help but chuckle. He was certain that Yang Kai had really become the demon race. After all, he had killed so many people without hesitation, and there were even a few of his fellow disciples among them. How could he resist the corrosion of the demonic chi under the influence of the inner demon? And from the outside, this brat had indeed been affected by the demonic chi. His actions just now were just a final test. If he had only pretended to become the demon race, then he would have reacted to his fatal attack. Now that he didn't resist, it meant that he had succeeded. On the other side, Lei Gu also let out a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. This time he could finally report to his superiors. Originally, he didn't know how to report the failure of the Southern Territory. But now, as long as he could capture Yang Kai, he could completely offset this mistake. This person was proficient in the power of space and he also had some dragon race bloodline which would be very useful in the future. Feng Ming had already retracted his hand. Yang Kai's chest was instantly bleeding, but his expression was dull, as if he didn't feel anything. He walked around Yang Kai in a circle and seriously examined him. Feng Ming nodded and said, "Good, good, good." Once again standing in front of Yang Kai, he suddenly took out a pitch-black box from his chest. That box was made of an unknown material, neither gold nor jade. When he opened the box, a seed-like thing appeared inside. The seed was also pitch-black and was only the size of a mung bean, but it fluctuated with a clear divine soul fluctuation, as if it wasn't a seed but a person. Feng Ming reached out and pinched that seed, and slowly pressed it between Yang Kai's eyebrows. If we capture him, we might be able to get some information out of him. Yang Kai and Wen Zishan both tilted their heads and looked at him. Ma Qing glared and said, "If we let him escape this time, there may be another catastrophe in the southern territory. Gold Envoy Xiao, what do you say?" Xiao Yuyang frowned and didn't say a word. He naturally agreed with Ma Qing's words. He also knew that Ma Qing's words were not selfish. The southern territory had been besieging and suppressing demonic wills for more than 10 years. Originally he thought that most of them had been killed. Even if there were a few that slipped through the net, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Who would have thought that the entire Orthodoxy temple would fall without anyone noticing? No one knew who made such a big move and what their purpose was. If they could capture Lei Gu, there was hope that they would be able to get some information out of him. They would be more prepared in the future. At the very least, they would know who else among the masters in the southern territory had been possessed by demonic wills. Just based on this point, Lei Gu couldn't easily get away. But at this time he couldn't make the decision. He was the gold envoy of Star Soul Palace. Normally he could represent Star Soul Palace. With one order, no cultivator in the southern territory would dare to disobey, but at this moment, Xiao Yuyang turned his head and glanced at the unfamiliar masters around him. He smiled bitterly in his heart. His words were probably useless. Yang Kai and Wen Zishan were obviously trying to snatch Gao Shueting back. If he really went against them, he would be the one to lose face. Ma Qing saw that Xiao Yuyang didn't speak and naturally knew what he was worried about, so he didn't count on him. He looked at Wen Zishan and said in a deep voice, "Temple Master Wen, this ma knows how you feel, but I still hope that Temple Master Wen will consider the overall situation and the people of the Southern Territory. You are the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple. Every word and action of yours is a role model for the millions of cultivators in the Southern Territory. Think twice." Wen Zishan's face was filled with pain as he slowly said, "Brother Ma, if Madame Qi falls into such a situation, what will you do?" Madame Qi was his first wife. She had a second-order Emperor realm cultivation and was standing next to him at this moment. Ma Qing's face twitched a few times as he gritted his teeth and said, "You have to give up something to gain something." His voice was filled with sorrow as if he had really given up on Madame Qi. As soon as these words came out, a woman in a palace dress next to him couldn't help but tremble and lower her beautiful eyes slightly. When Zishan smiled bitterly, "Brother Ma is so bold, shut him up." Yang Kai suddenly winked at Fan Hua. Fan Hua's figure flashed and appeared in front of Ma Qing, raising his hand and pointing at him. Even though Gao Shueting had made a mistake, he still rushed forward and took advantage of the moment when Yang Kai was distracted to smash his hammer into Yang Kai's chest. Lei Gu had used all his strength in that attack, so a second-order Emperor Realm Master would definitely not be able to survive. He would definitely be smashed to pieces. What surprised him even more was that Yang Kai didn't die. Although the sound of bones breaking could be heard, a large part of his chest caved in, and his aura became extremely weak, he was still alive. Only now did Lei Gu realize that he had underestimated the strength of Yang Kai's physical body. He had seen Yang Kai transform into a half-dragon with his own eyes, so he naturally understood that he had underestimated the strength of that half-dragon body. But now that things had gotten to this point, Lei Gu had no intention of retreating. Even if this little brat in front of him had the Space Divine technique, how long could he last with such a heavily injured body? The failure of the plan in the Southern Territory was all because of him, so how could Lei Gu let him live freely? He was determined to kill him here. Four eyes met, Lei Gu's murderous intent surging and his eyes cold. Yang Kai's aura was weak and his face was pale, but he still grinned. This grin was fine, but it affected his injuries and caused him to spit out another mouthful of golden blood. Lei Gu raised the round hammer and pointed it at Yang Kai. "Boy, you ruined this king's plans. Today you will die." As soon as his words fell, the round hammer turned into a stream of light and instantly arrived above Yang Kai's head, smashing down with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Before the attack even arrived, the void shattered and cracks appeared one after another. Yang Kai held his breath and raised his hand. The mountains and rivers bell appeared and spun straight towards the round hammer. With a loud bang, a shockwave visible to the naked eye spread out like an invisible blade, splitting the whole world into two. The mountains and rivers bell flashed wildly as it was smashed away, and the watermelon hammer was also blocked. Yang Kai couldn't withstand it and fell down, smashing into the swamp. His face was covered in dirt, but he didn't dare to stay in place. He hurriedly soared into the sky, put away the mountains and rivers bell, then turned around and fled in the direction he came from. When a tiger falls to level land, it is bullied by dogs. When a dragon swims in shallow water, it is teased by shrimps. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid of Lei Gu even if he was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. If he was lucky, he might be able to kill him. But just now, in order to suppress Gao Shueting's self-destruction, he had no choice but to delay for a moment. Lei Gu's Emperor artifact directly smashed into his chest, displacing all his internal organs. If it weren't for his half-dragon body supporting him, he would have been crushed to pieces. Even so, he was seriously injured at this moment. How could a third-stage Emperor Realm Master attack with the full power of an Emperor artifact be so easy to withstand? The circulation of Emperor Qi in his body was slightly blocked, making it inconvenient for him to attack. Even though he used the mountains and rivers bell to block the other party's attack, he was just barely hanging on. If he didn't escape now, he wouldn't be able to escape once he was entangled by Lei Gu. He was a little annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have hidden Lu Yen in the sealed world bead. With Lu Yen as his trump card, Lei Gu wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. As long as he delayed until reinforcements arrived, Lei Gu would die. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to do so before. Now he could only rely on himself to deal with Lei Gu. As he fled, a gust of wind blew behind him and a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Yang Kai looked up and suddenly had the urge to curse. Above his head, a dense number of hammer shadows smashed down. Obviously, Lei Gu was really angry and wasn't going to let him leave alive. Yang Kai took a deep breath, endured the pain all over his body, and began to circulate his space principles. The hammer shadows in the sky smashed down, creating huge craters in the ground. Yang Kai was also smashed to pieces. However, Lei Gu's gaze suddenly turned and looked to the other side. Not far away, Yang Kai's figure appeared strangely. Obviously, he had used the Space Divine technique to avoid the fatal attack. Lei Gu roared in anger. He had long heard that those proficient in the Space Divine technique were the best at escaping. Now that he saw it, he knew that this reputation was not in vain. However, from the distance Yang Kai had teleported, he could infer that the other party was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. He wouldn't be able to use this kind of life-saving method more than a few times. He immediately soared into the sky and chased after Yang Kai, shouting, "Boy, where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai was amused when he heard this. He was a little worried that Lei Gu wouldn't chase after him, but if that was the case, he could only turn back and entangle with him. That would be too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he would capsize. In his current state, he really couldn't fight with his full strength. When they passed by a valley surrounded by mountains, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. Light shot out from his eyes in all directions. Behind them, Lei Gu, who was flying into the valley, suddenly felt alarm bells ring in his heart. An incomparable feeling of danger spread through his entire body, making him suddenly stop and vigilantly look around. 100 zhang away, Yang Kai leisurely turned around and spat out a mouthful of blood. He calmly looked at Lei Gu and said, "Chase, why aren't you fucking chasing anymore?" After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, in addition to his powerful recovery ability, Yang Kai finally let out a sigh of relief. Although there was still a long way to go before he fully recovered, at least he wasn't as weak as before. Lei Gu coldly glanced at Yang Kai when he heard this. He turned around and was about to leave. A figure flashed behind him. Fan Hua blocked the path with his hands behind his back. He indifferently said, "This path is blocked." Lei Gu's eyes narrowed when he saw this. His body didn't move, but his expression shifted to the left. However, another figure suddenly appeared on that side, revealing a woman in a white palace dress. When he looked to the right, another thin and short man also appeared like a ghost. Lei Gu's heart sank. He naturally knew who these three people were. Yang Kai even specially introduced them to him a few days ago, so he knew that these three were all holy spirits. How could it be like this? They had actually been lying in ambush here, waiting for him to walk into the trap. And from Yang Kai's previous actions, he was actually stupid enough to be lured into this trap. The only thing Lei Gu couldn't understand was how they had secretly contacted each other. He didn't see any movement of him taking out a communication compass, nor did he see any traces of him leaving a secret mark. Three holy spirits? Lei Gu couldn't even smile bitterly. He wasn't a match for one holy spirit, let alone three. For a moment his intestines turned green with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have directly escaped into the southern swamp. What was the point of chasing? Now he had fallen into the other party's trap. He probably couldn't escape. At this critical moment of life and death he was very decisive. There were holy spirits blocking the way from his left, right and back. He couldn't resist. His figure flashed and pounced forward. Only the front was the only way out. Yang Kai wasn't his match at all in his current state. Facing the aggressive Lei Gu, Yang Kai stood in place without moving. The corner of his mouth held a mocking smile. Lei Gu suddenly felt that something was wrong. He realized that Yang Kai should have hidden something, but now that the arrow was on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. The demonic chi around his body surged, turning into a giant palm that grabbed at Yang Kai. As long as he could capture Yang Kai, he could make those three holy spirits hesitate. He could then use the same trick and leave calmly. The demonic chi giant palm broke through the air. Just as it was about to capture Yang Kai, a petite figure suddenly flashed behind Yang Kai. That figure was a 7- or 8-year-old little girl. She looked like she was carved from jade and was very cute. But this little girl's next move made Lei Gu's soul leave his body. She opened her mouth and blew out a breath. That breath suddenly turned into a monstrous flame that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. The moment the pitch-black demonic chi giant palm came into contact with the flame, it was burned to pieces and became unrecognizable. Not only that, the flame turned into a flaming blade in the air and slashed down, heading straight for his face. The aura of death enveloped him. Lei Gu's expression changed drastically. Although he couldn't recognize what kind of flame it was, he knew that he couldn't touch it. Coupled with Yang Kai's powerful physique and restorative abilities, it only took 3 days for him to fully recover, a speed that made Yang Kai very happy. Without the assistance of the two wood spirits, it would have taken him at least a month to fully recover from his injuries this time. In his happiness, he naturally praised Mu Zhu and Mu Lu's magical methods, causing the two wood spirits to blush and become extremely bashful. After recovering, Yang Kai finally had the time to deal with Gao Shueting's matter. Gao Shueting was eroded by the demonic chi, causing her body and mind to become the demon race. Previously she was controlled by Lei Gu and almost self-destructed. Fortunately, Yang Kai pulled her into the sealed world bead in time to suppress her, otherwise she would have been dead by now. With a flicker of his body, Yang Kai arrived at the loft where Gao Shueting was being suppressed. Pushing open the door and walking in, Yang Kai was slightly surprised. That was because when she sensed someone approaching, Gao Shueting suddenly turned her pair of black eyes and looked at him. Then a strange sound came from her throat and her expression became ferocious, as if she couldn't wait to eat Yang Kai's flesh and drink Yang Kai's blood. This change made Yang Kai frown because according to his previous observations, the demons in Orthodoxy Temple were divided into two types. The first type was like Lei Gu and Feng Ming, possessed by a demonic sense. This type of demon was pure demon and had their own thoughts and thoughts. They were wholeheartedly devoted to the demon race. The second type was like Gao Shueting and many other cultivators in the Southern Territory who had become the demon race. They were eroded by the demonic qi. This type of demon didn't have their own thoughts and was controlled by the former type of demon. But now, Gao Shueting clearly had some self-awareness, but it wasn't Gao Shueting's own consciousness. From her ferocious expression, it was a reaction after becoming the demon race. Yang Kai arrived in front of Gao Shueting and looked at her with a complicated expression. He softly called out a few times but Gao Shueting didn't respond at all. She only roared and struggled. If it wasn't for the suppression she would have already pounced on him and fought him to the death. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that after becoming the demon race, all the demons without self-awareness would become like this and rely on their own instincts? If that was the case, then the Orthodoxy Temple would be in trouble. Without hesitation Yang Kai's aura suddenly changed, becoming ancient and desolate. It was as if he had walked out of an ancient painting. His hands formed a seal and he chanted an incantation. A ray of light entered Gao Shueting's body. It was the bloodthirst technique. Although it was the most commonly used wizard technique, it wasn't a high-level wizard technique, but it was proven to be very effective in resisting the corrosion of demonic qi. In an instant, a red light shone brightly. It was estimated that 1/3 of the hundreds of people in the Emperor realm had died, and more than half of the tens of thousands of elite disciples had died. After this battle, the Southern Territory wouldn't be able to recover for at least 500 years. What's the situation over there? Yang Kai suddenly pointed to the valley where the martial meet was held and asked. The valley was wrapped in countless vines at this moment. Looking at it, the entire valley seemed to have become a ball formed by vines, and inside the ball, a terrifying dark demonic qi was constantly emitting, turning even the vines pitch black. Hundreds of petite wood spirits were spread out under the protection of the stone mongoose and seemed to be casting spells. When Zishan said, "It's the work of the wood spirits you brought. They seem to have a way to suppress the demonic qi, so we gathered all the people who become the demon race there." After saying that he sighed again, "But this isn't a solution at all. Their methods can't solve the problem at the root. Sooner or later those people will be completely eroded by the demonic qi. When that time comes there will be no turning back." "I'll go take a look," Yang Kai said and rushed over. Ma Qing and Xiao Yuyang were also there. After all, no one knew if the wood spirit's methods would work. If the cultivator who become the demon race suddenly attacked again, someone had to be able to subdue them. The two of them had already seen Yang Kai return, but because of their duties they couldn't run over to ask. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai come over, Ma Qing anxiously asked, "How's the situation?" "Lei Gu is dead." Ma Qing and Xiao Yuyang's expressions brightened when they heard this. They clapped and said, "Good. If Lei Gu had really escaped, who knew what would happen in the future? Since Lei Gu had been killed, this matter was basically solved. All that was left was to deal with the cultivator who become the demon race." They also had a headache. There were many of these cultivator, more than 10,000 of them. If they had really killed them in a fight it would have been fine, but now that these 10,000 demons had been captured, it was difficult to kill them, but they couldn't release them either. Needless to say, it was very worrying. Among these tens of thousands of people, there were disciples from almost every sect and sect. Who could be so determined as to slaughter tens of thousands of people? Although the wood spirits were suppressing the devil qi with their miraculous methods, they were only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Xiao Yuyang said thoughtfully, "Elder Yang, do you have a way to awaken the consciousness of these demons?" He also saw Gao Shueting come back safe and sound, so he had this guess. Gao Shueting had also become the demon race before. Now that she looked no different from normal, it meant that the demonic qi that had invaded her body had been expelled. Only Yang Kai or the three divine spirits could have such a magical method. After seeing Yang Kai's methods this time, he had higher expectations for Yang Kai than the three divine spirits. "I'll try." Yang Kai nodded. Even if Xiao Yuyang didn't say it, he would do it anyway. He turned to Muna and said, "Patriarch, please withdraw your secret technique." Muna nodded when she heard this. She worked together with a group of wood spirits to cast a spell. The ball of vines that wrapped the entire mountain valley suddenly retracted, revealing the situation inside. More than 10,000 demons stood there motionless. Yang Kai looked at them for a while. He knew that if his guess was right, they should have become the demon race for too short a time, so they didn't have the ability to move on their own, unless there was a demonic chi driving them. However, this was also convenient for him to cast his secret technique. He even obtained an ancient secret technique. This is a great help. Fan Hua said lightly, "It has nothing to do with obtaining it." "What do you mean?" Wen Zishan looked at him curiously. Perhaps it was because of Yang Kai, but Fan Hua's attitude towards Wen Zishan was quite good. He pondered for a while and said, "In today's star boundary, there are secret techniques from the antiquity time, but have you seen anyone use them?" Wen Zishan frowned and said, "I haven't seen anyone. Maybe that person treasured them and hid away to cultivate." Luan Feng chuckled, "You can't cultivate them." When Zishan was stunned, "Why is that?" Luan Feng said, "Every era has its own world principles, and under the corresponding world principles, corresponding secret techniques are born. The wizard technique is something from the antiquity time and can only be cultivated under the world principles of the antiquity time. Today's star boundaries world principles cannot meet the requirements of cultivation." Ma Qing and Wen Zishan looked at each other. Is there such a thing? Although their cultivations were not low and their knowledge was not shallow, they had never heard of such a thing. Only divine spirits who had inherited memories from their source could know a thing or two about it. Xiao Yuyang nodded slightly and said, "I have heard similar remarks from the great emperors. The great emperors once said that the star boundaries' many secret techniques would not have been able to bear fruit in another era." Fan Hua nodded, "Exactly." Ma Qing was stunned, but since Elder Yang can perform it, it means that he has succeeded in cultivating it. Why is that? Yes, why is that? Not only did he not understand, but the three divine spirits also did not understand. They even suspected that Yang Kai had some kind of opportunity in the ancient wildlands. They even suspected that the ancient wizard technique was successfully cultivated in the ancient wildlands. The reason why the savage desolate ancient ground was given such a name was because this place had inherited the aura of the ancient desolate ancient ground, which had not changed over the years. The world principles of the savage desolate ancient ground were slightly different from the environment of the entire star boundary. An ordinary cultivator would be suppressed to a certain extent after entering the ancient wild lands. Everyone thought that it was because of the ancient wild aura, but in fact, it was caused by the different world principles. If there was any place in the world where Yang Kai could cultivate the ancient wizard technique, it would be the ancient wild lands. But Fan Hua and the others had never heard of any wizard technique inheritance in the ancient wild lands. Besides, Yang Kai had not been in the ancient wild lands for a long time. Where did he learn it? Since you three know that it is the ancient wizard technique, do you know what it is? Ma Qing asked again. What he said was similar to what Xiao Yang and the others knew. The only difference was that they didn't know Yang Kai's experience. After learning that Yang Kai had followed Lei Gu all the way to the southern swamp and set up a trap to kill him, everyone couldn't help but sigh. There weren't many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters in any place, so they had a good relationship with each other. Lei Gu had been possessed by a demonic spirit and lost his ability to think, ultimately ending in tragedy, so it was natural that everyone felt sad. Next up was to settle down the survivors of the various sects in the southern region. As time passed, the news of what had happened here gradually spread throughout the entire southern region. The experts from the various sects who had been left behind to guard the Orthodoxy temple rushed over to investigate the situation. They also wanted to confirm the extent of their own casualties. Almost every day there were people going in and out of Orthodoxy temple. In less than 10 days, Orthodoxy temple became quiet as everyone who needed to leave had left. After this incident, the southern territory would likely fall into a state of recuperation for a long time. Chapter 3279. Half a day later they had toured the entire Rakshasa sect. Yang Kai brought Rani Ro and Yu Karen out again. 19? Yes, they went straight out of the sect. In the main hall, the remaining 5 Dao Source realm cultivators of the Rakshasa sect were busy preparing for the coronation ceremony and making invitations. Suddenly, a female disciple walked in and whispered a few words in Qin Pei's ear. Qin Pei waved her hand to dismiss her and laughed. Our honored guest elder really can't stay idle. Tao Yingrua asked, what happened? Qin Pei replied, he went out with 2 disciples. Tao Yingrua's beautiful eyes lit up. Where did they go? Qin Pei said, I heard that they went out for a walk. They should have gone to Luo City. Luo City was a city under the jurisdiction of the Rakshasa sect. It had a population of several million and most of the expenses of the Rakshasa sect came from this city. They went to Luo City. Tao Yingrua pondered for a moment and her beautiful eyes lit up. She nodded and said, good good. The few Dao Source realm cultivators looked at her with strange expressions. Qin Pei said, senior sister, you mean? Tao Yingrua put down the invitation in her hand and took a sip of tea. Why did we spend so much effort to prepare for the coronation ceremony and send out invitations? Qin Pei thought for a moment and said, naturally it's to create momentum. The only sect master of the Emperor realm was dead and Yang Kai took the initiative to ask to be the honored guest elder. How could the Rakshasa sect not make use of such a good opportunity? The greater the momentum created now, the more the surrounding forces would not dare to underestimate the Rakshasa sect in the future. Tao Yingrua said, and this momentum is on Elder Yang. We're just borrowing his strength to create momentum, but it's different if he shows up himself. Just wait and see. His trip to Luoqing this time is equivalent to announcing his relationship with our killing Rakshasa sect in advance. Let's see who dares to underestimate our sect in the future. The few Dao Source realm cultivators' eyes lit up when they heard this. Qin Pei said, senior sister, are you saying that Elder Yang did it deliberately? Tao Yingrua nodded and said, if not, why didn't he have a good rest when he just arrived? She smiled and said, we owe him a big favor. Everyone was enlightened and their faces were filled with gratitude. 2 days later, Yang Kai returned with Rani Ro and Yu Karen. Since then they had been living on Luo Sha Peak, secluding themselves and cultivating. But the effect of his trip was soon revealed. Although Luo City was under the control of the Rakshasa sect, the shops in the city did not belong to the Rakshasa sect alone. Most of the surrounding forces had businesses in the city. Yang Kai, Rani Ro and Yu Karen swaggered through the streets of Luo City. It was difficult for people not to notice them. Naturally, they sent the news back to the forces behind them one by one. The disciples of the Rakshasa sect who returned with the invitations reported that the forces who received the invitations were all very polite to them. They all said that they would definitely be present at the coronation ceremony. Several forces even had masters from the Emperor realm personally come forward to receive the invitations. All kinds of signs indicated that the Rakshasa sect's crisis had passed. With Yang Kai's protection, no one dared to have any ideas about the Rakshasa sect. When the news reached the Rakshasa sect, Towing Rua and the others were overjoyed. They prepared for the coronation ceremony even more carefully than when they prepared for the coronation ceremony. But then again, the entire Rakshasa sect was like a dragon without a leader. There were no masters from the Emperor realm, so no one was qualified to assume the position of sect master. It could be seen that in order to repay his kindness, the Rakshasa sect had completely let down their guard against him. If he were in their shoes, Yang Kai could understand their feelings. No matter what, simply giving them something couldn't be maintained for a long time. He asked a few more questions, but to his surprise, Towing Rua had never been to the forbidden area and naturally didn't know what would happen on the night of the full moon. In the entire Rakshasa sect, only Yu Luocha was qualified to set foot there. After bidding farewell to Towing Rua, Yang Kai directly rushed to the forbidden area in the valley and took out a large pile of materials to arrange a space array. After half a day, the space array had already taken shape. Yang Kai casually refined a transmission token and called Ran Yi and Ro Nu over. He told them the use of the transmission token and taught them how to open the space array. He asked them to pass on the message to Towing Rua. With this space array, the Rakshasa sect would no longer have any worries in the future. After Towing Rua received the transmission token, she personally came to thank him. Yang Kai simply took her to experience the transmission token and directly sent her back to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. She was amazed and couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 3282. To be honest, Yang Kai didn't know whether this woman was good or evil after finding her in the void, so he didn't know how to deal with her for a while. This woman was a heinous existence, so if he saved her life, wouldn't that be the same as helping her commit a sin? However, if this woman had accidentally broken into this place and was trapped here, it would be too cruel for him to just sit back and watch. He was definitely this woman's last chance, and if he didn't do anything, she would definitely die. So, in any case, Yang Kai decided to restore her vitality first. It wouldn't be too late to make a decision after he learned more about her origins and nature. Stepping forward, Yang Kai handed over the spirit pill in his hand. The emaciated woman stared at it eagerly, trying to swallow it, but sadly she didn't even have the strength to open her mouth and could only look up at Yang Kai pleadingly. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, suddenly feeling that he had been too cautious. Even if this woman had really been heinous in the past, in her current state, it would take her at least a few dozen years to recover. With no other choice, Yang Kai reached out, opened her mouth, and stuffed the spirit pill into her mouth before circulating his emperor chi to help her swallow it. A look of gratitude flashed across the woman's eyes before she closed her eyes and began to adjust her breathing. Yang Kai didn't remain idle either, placing his hand on her shoulder, and regardless of whether she agreed or not, carefully pouring his emperor chi into her body to help her refine the medicinal efficacies. As a result, Yang Kai understood the situation in her body like the back of his hand, and he couldn't help feeling a little shocked. He didn't know what kind of cultivation this woman had at her peak, but at this moment her physique was shriveled up and her meridians were almost completely shriveled up. Yang Kai had to concentrate and carefully circulate his emperor chi, Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, her body would explode and she would die. An Origin King grade spirit pill was naturally not enough for her to fully recover. Even with Yang Kai's help refining all the medicinal efficacies, she only managed to stabilize her unstable vitality. Her emaciated appearance didn't change at all, but her dead fish eyes finally regained some color. Yang Kai sighed with emotion. It was said that even ants would struggle to survive, let alone humans. However, if a person was really trapped in this place for thousands of years, Yang Kai felt that it would be better to just die. At least death would be the end of everything. Being trapped in this place was simply torture. But this woman had survived. What kind of strong willpower and tenacity did this require? The cultivation of this woman's temperament was definitely unimaginable, which was why she was able to persist under such conditions. After refining the Origin King Great Spirit pill, the woman stared straight at Yang Kai with a look of longing in her eyes, obviously wanting Yang Kai to give her more pills. Yang Kai pretended not to understand and stood there scratching his face. Seeing that there was no result, the woman didn't press the issue and closed her eyes again. After recovering for a while, she opened her mouth and a string of words came out. It was obvious that she hadn't spoken for a long time. Even though she had obtained a spirit pill to maintain her vitality, she still couldn't form a sentence. After struggling for a long time, she finally managed to form a complete sentence, "Many thanks." These two simple words seemed to have exhausted all her strength, so after saying them, she closed her mouth and fell silent. Yang Kai nodded and smiled. "It was nothing. May I ask what honored sir's name is?" The woman was startled and a blank look appeared in her eyes. Yang Kai observed her expression and wondered if she had been trapped here for so long that she had even forgotten her own name. But very soon the woman tried her best to reply, "Sound? Bamboo." A person's name was their brand throughout their life. Even if they forgot it for a while, they could always recall it after some thought. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. This name was quite strange. Thinking about it carefully, he didn't seem to have heard of this surname among the people he had dealt with. This junior is Yang Kai. Yang Kai cupped his fists. "I am the current guest elder of the Rakshasa sect. I inadvertently found something in the forbidden area and followed the traces here. I didn't expect to see honored sir here." The abnormality in the forbidden area of the Rakshasa sect was caused by honored sir? Xing Yuzhu nodded. It was unknown whether it was because she was a woman of few words or because it was difficult for her to speak. Sure enough. Yang Kai laughed dumbfoundedly. Everything that had happened in the forbidden area had led him to guess that the root cause was in this void crevice, and after seeing this Yuzhu here, Yang Kai immediately concluded that those anomalies must be man-made. Sheng Yuzhu was trapped here, so she used the great divine technique to leave clues through the tiny space crack. If someone really found this clue, they would definitely be curious about the space crack and find her. But this kind of inexplicable clue could only be found by Li Wui of the Spirit Beast Island in this world except for Yang Kai. Because only the two of them were proficient in the law of space and could perceive the existence of the space crack. Otherwise, the sect master of the Rakshasa sect, Yu Luocha, wouldn't have been unaware of it. She only thought that the situation in the forbidden area was a blessing from heaven and earth, a blessing from heaven to the Rakshasa sect. In that case, what Yu Luocha had comprehended from the smooth cliff was intentionally left behind by Xing Yuzhu. Therefore, Yu Luocha could be considered as Xing Yuzhu's disciple. The entire Killing Luo sect could be considered as Xing Yuzhu's disciples and grand disciples. Looking at Xing Yuzhu's current situation, it was obvious that she didn't have the ability to do those things. Yang Kai estimated that the method had been used thousands of years ago and had been maintained in an incredible state. That was why the situation changed every full moon night. "How long have honored sir been trapped here?" Yang Kai asked again. He was really curious about this question. Xing Yuzhu slowly shook her head. "I don't really remember." This was a really sad answer. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but cry for her. She didn't remember how long she had been trapped here. Obviously, it had been a long time, so long that she couldn't calculate the time. Does honored sir understand the law of space? Yang Kai thought of another matter. The space crack in the forbidden area of the valley couldn't have appeared for no reason. Chapter 3284. Therefore these people had to thank Wukong. Without Wukong's massacre, they would not have had the chance to become supreme emperors. But there's always a chance, isn't there? After all, the great emperors are not immortal. Xing Yuzhu smiled slightly. Perhaps she was a beauty at her peak with a sweet smile, but at this moment, it was not suitable for her to smile because it was uglier than crying. Your biggest advantage is that you are young. Yang Kai nodded and said, Senior, you are right. He had only been cultivating for 100 years, and with his talent, it was not a problem for him to cultivate to the third level of the sovereign realm, or even half a step away from the great emperors. He had a long life and by that time he might have a chance to stand at the peak. Xing Yuzhu said slowly, if there is such a day, I will tell you how to become great emperors. Yang Kai's body shook and his eyes lit up. He stared at Xing Yuzhu and said, Senior, do you know the secret of becoming great emperors? This was a question he had always been puzzled about. He only knew that if he wanted to become great emperors, he had to master the power of heaven and earth. He did not know anything else. However, great emperors were so noble that even if he could master the power of heaven and earth, he might not succeed. Now Xing Yuzhu's words gave him infinite hope. Xing Yuzhu said, if I had not been plotted against by Wukong, I might have had a chance. I have experienced a similar thing once. Do you think I don't know? Yang Kai couldn't help scratching his ears and scratching his cheeks. He couldn't wait to use violence to pry open this Yuzhu's mouth and dig out all his secrets. If he could really understand the secret of becoming a great emperor, then when the time came he would be ahead of everyone. But after all, he was not the kind of person who could not distinguish right from wrong. How could he go against his conscience when Xing Yuzhu returned the favor? He had to admit that Xing Yuzhu's reward was a bit big. Although it sounded unreliable, it was more valuable than any secret treasure. He grinned and said, can't you tell me now? Even though he knew it was impossible, he still had to give it a try. Perhaps the other party would really be kind enough to teach him. Xing Yuzhu shook her head slowly. It's not the right time. It's useless to tell you. You'd better work hard on your cultivation. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. Yang Kai nodded, no longer insisting. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn. Then when the time comes, Junior may have to compete with Senior. Is Senior not worried about provoking a strong enemy? Even if there was an opportunity, it would be extremely slim. It would be impossible for the position of great emperors to be vacated like the last battle in the Shattered Star Sea. The death of any one of the great emperors would shake the world. Therefore, even if there was an opportunity in the future, it would most likely only appear in one position. Xing Yuzhu was creating a powerful enemy for herself, and this enemy would know everything she knew. Hearing this, Xing Yuzhu smiled and said, in the battle of the Great Tao, it's either you die or I live. What's more, do you really think that when the time comes, there will only be two of us? At that time, everyone in the world who is qualified will sense it. At that time, maybe you and I can join forces. So that's what Senior thinks. Yang Kai's doubts were all gone. He had to admit that what she said was very reasonable. At that time, all the old monsters hiding in the world would probably swarm up. What difference would it make if there was one more person or one less? On the contrary, they could join forces with Yang Kai to resist the enemy and fight to the death at the last moment. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. But then again, Yang Kai sincerely admired her. If he was trapped in the void for tens of thousands of years, even if he had the means to save his life, his character would have changed greatly. The mad demon would have gone crazy, but Xing Yuzhu didn't. It could be seen that her temperament and perseverance were strong. Yang Kai had no doubt that as long as she was restored to her peak level, when it came to the battle of the Great Tao, he might not be her opponent, and perhaps no one in the world could be her opponent. But so what? Xing Yuzhu didn't mind sharing her biggest secret, so how could Yang Kai, a grown man, be afraid? As a martial artist, we should have a clear mind and forge ahead. Looking to the east, Yang Kai's heart was filled with infinite pride. The conversation with Xing Yuzhu made him feel a little urgent. Opportunities were indeed left to those who were prepared. Although he didn't know when the opportunity would come, before that, he must have the qualifications to compete with the heroes of the world. If he didn't even have the qualifications, even if the opportunity came, he could only watch it slip through his fingertips. Therefore, strength was the key to everything. He must improve his cultivation to the qualifications to participate in the competition. After accompanying Xing Yuzhu to watch the sunrise for a while, Yang Kai took her back to Luosha Peak. Randy Ro and Yu Karen were shocked when they saw Yang Kai coming back with a skinny woman. Mainly because Xing Yuju's current image was too horrible, but they didn't dare to ask anything. Under Yang Kai's instructions, they respectfully arranged for her to enter a room. After the two women left, Yang Kai said, "Senior, you can rest here for the time being. If you need anything, just let me know." Xing Yuju said without any pretense, "Can you lend me some source crystals and spirit pills? I will pay you back in the future." Yang Kai's top priority was to quickly improve his strength and prepare in advance. Xing Yuju naturally had to restore her strength as soon as possible, but Yang Kai didn't know if her cultivation had declined after being trapped for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps it had, but with her perseverance and determination, it wouldn't be too difficult to recover. She spoke freely, so Yang Kai didn't hesitate. He took out an empty space ring and filled it with millions of high-rank source crystals and some spirit pills for her. Xing Yuju thanked him gratefully. When Yang Kai walked out of the door, he bumped into Taoing Rua, who was rushing over. "Elder." Taoing Rua cupped her hands and glanced inside the hall. Apparently, she had received some news and came to see what was going on. Yang Kai said, "Acting sect master came at the right time. I have something to tell you." He was about to tell Taoing Rua about Xing Yuju and let her know that Xing Yuju would be recuperating in the Rakshasa sect in the future, but before he could speak, he heard Xing Yuju's voice, "Tell her to come in." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "Acting sect master, go in. That senior seems to have something to say to you." "Senior?" Taoing Rua was shocked. In her opinion, Yang Kai was already a high and mighty existence, but Yang Kai actually called someone senior. Could it be that the person he brought back was a third-order Emperor Realm Master? But according to Randy Ro and Yu Karen's report, that person seemed to have difficulty moving and his aura was weak. He was so thin that he was just skin and bones. How could such a person be Yang Kai's senior? Thinking so, she didn't dare to neglect and hurried in after excusing herself from Yang Kai. Yang Kai waited quietly outside. Randy Ro and Yu Karen walked over and knelt down at his feet, saying in low voices, "Please forgive us, elder." Both of them lowered their heads and looked very pitiful. The Orthodoxy Temple could definitely share some of the pressure, not to mention the extraterrestrial astral wind in the Orthodoxy Temple, which could help the cultivator temper their body. Yang Kai knew the importance of a strong body better than anyone else. Last time he was secretly ambushed. If it weren't for his strong body, he would have already died. If it were others, even if they had such a treasure, they would be helpless. After all, one was in the Northern Territory and the other was in the Southern Territory. Who could take care of both sides? Yang Kai was different. A space array connected the North and South, completely ignoring the barriers of space. No matter which side had a problem, the other side could quickly provide support. Unless someone could sneak in and destroy the space array in one fell swoop. During the time that Yang Kai stayed in the Rakshasa sect, the High Heaven Palace was already preparing to take over the Orthodoxy Temple's territory. They were preparing to set up a High Heaven Palace branch in the Southern Territory. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. The Southern Gate Army had already been sent over by Hua Qingxi to prepare to set up a large array in the Orthodoxy Temple. Once the array was completed, they could preside over the migration of the disciples. Hua Qingxi was preparing to migrate 50,000 people over. When that time came, it would definitely greatly reduce the pressure on the High Heaven Palace. After all, these people were all cultivators who had just followed Yang Kai from the Lower Star Territory. They were all in a state of cultivation and had a high demand for heaven and earth energy. With 100,000 people gathered in the High Heaven Palace, how could the heaven and earth energy be supplied? If half of the people were sent out, the pressure would definitely be greatly reduced. The astral wind is truly mysterious. This subordinate has experienced it once before. It has the miraculous effect of tempering the body. Now that the Rhino Thunder Monster King is guarding there is no need to worry about safety. However, the space array needs to be rearranged by the palace master. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Hua Qingxi sighed again. The number of people in the Emperor realm in our palace is still too small. If we set up a branch in the southern territory, the only thing I'm worried about is that there aren't enough masters to guard it. It's inevitable that some people will covet it. The High Heaven Palaces, the Emperor realm, consisted of Yang Kai and Lu Yan. Below them were the three monster kings, Jiying, Hua Qingxi, Bian Yuqing, the Southern Gate Army, Houyu, and the newly promoted Yi Hen. There were more than 10 people in total. Such a number would be terrifying to other sects. Anyone who was the palace master would probably wake up laughing. However, strictly speaking, Jiying, the Southern Gate Army, and Houyu were all special talents. If a battle really broke out, Yang Kai would definitely not let them participate. They would definitely be protected first. The three monster kings were quite strong, but they were born in the Eastern Territory's ancient wild land and were not raised by High Heaven Palace. They were also from the monster race. The rest of them were all First-Order Emperor Realm masters. Not to mention the Emperor Realm, even the number of Dao Source Realm cultivators could be counted on one hand. Therefore, although the High Heaven Palace seemed to be deeply rooted on the surface, in reality, only its own people knew the situation. It would take a long time to change the current situation. I'll solve this problem. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. Hua Qingxi glanced at him as if she had understood something, and she smiled. After discussing with Hua Qingxi, they would go to Orthodoxy Temple tomorrow to take a look. Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared. With his help, arranging the space array was extremely simple and easy because this place would be the High Heaven Palace's branch in the Southern Territory in the future, and 50,000 disciples would migrate here, so a small space array would definitely not work. Yang Kai spent a lot of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades to arrange the largest space array possible, which could transport up to 100 people at a time. By the time they were done, a day had passed. Yang Kai made some adjustments to the space array here, connecting it with other space arrays, then bid farewell to Hua Qingxi and the Southgate Army. By the time Yang Kai reappeared, he was already in the ancient desolate lands. Walking out of the small treehouse, Yang Kai went to visit the elder and the wood spirit matriarch, Mu Na, to thank them for their assistance last time. At the same time, he also brought them many gifts. During the battle at the Orthodoxy Temple, the Stone Mongoose clan had contributed a lot. It was them who first opened a gap in the demonic chi when the situation was unfavorable, controlling the demons who had been possessed by the demonic chi. At the last moment, the wood spirit matriarch used her clan's secret technique to suppress the demonic chi in the tens of thousands of demons, creating a large space for Yang Kai to use her exorcism technique and save the many elites in the Southern Territory. The two clans were both clans that stood aloof from worldly affairs. This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai's request, they probably wouldn't have left the place where they had lived for generations and participated in so many disputes. Yang Kai would naturally remember this favor in his heart. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai returned to the topic at hand. Elder, you are very knowledgeable, so I would like to ask you about someone. The elder smiled slightly and said, I've just lived a bit longer, may I ask who you want to ask about? Elder, have you heard of the name Xing Yuzhu? Yang Kai naturally didn't come to the ancient desolate lands specifically to inquire about Xing Yuzhu's background, he just happened to come along. Although he didn't think Xing Yuzhu was an evil person, there was nothing wrong with being careful. After all, Xing Yuzhu had promised him some things, so it would be easier for him to cooperate with her in the future if he knew more about her. The Stone Mongoose clan had a long lifespan, especially the elder, who could be said to be a know-it-all in the star boundary, so Yang Kai naturally had to consult him. Xing Yuzhu? The elder repeated before slowly shaking his head, I haven't heard of her before. Elder hasn't heard of her before? Yang Kai was stunned. The elder said, This is a very special name. If I had heard of her before, I would have naturally remembered her. I don't know what is so special about her that you care so much about her. Yang Kai sighed, It's like this, He then briefly described what he saw in the Rakshasa sect, but didn't mention Xing Yuju's promise to him. Even so, the elder and Muna were stunned. The elder was shocked. There is actually such a person in this world. Muna also covered her mouth with her hand as she exclaimed in amazement. Living for tens of thousands of years in the cracks of space by herself, how astonishing is that? She paused for a moment before continuing. She's so pitiful. Yang Kai nodded. I was also shocked, so I came to ask Elder. The elder shook his head. I really haven't heard of this person before. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a strange light. Elder, do you mean that her origin is a bit strange? The elder said, that's not the case. Although I have lived for a long time, I don't know everything. Especially tens of thousands of years ago, my stone mongoose clan began to live in seclusion in the ancient lands. I don't know much about the War of the Great Tao. Yang Kai actually had an unclear relationship with a pure dragoness. Moreover, he seemed to have gone to Dragon Island and returned unscathed. She didn't know what happened on Dragon Island, but she couldn't underestimate him just based on this point. She snorted and flicked her sleeve. No matter how eloquent you are, don't think you can get away with this queen this time. Yang Kai bitterly said, Madam, you don't have to be so ruthless. I just want to borrow 3 monster kings. There are still 29 monster kings in the ancient land. Even if you give me 3 more, there will still be 26. It's just a small matter to you, it won't shake the foundation of your rule. Wan Feng was so angry that she laughed. You have the nerve to ask for 3 more? I already lent you 3 last time. What do you think a monster king is? My ancient land is so big and there are only 32 monster king in total. You want 3 more? How much wealth does the ancient land have for you to take? I won't lend you any more. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, this is the last time, this is definitely the last time. If I have any ideas about Monster King in the future, I will be a dog. Wan Feng looked at him with a disbelieving expression and suddenly said, this queen is curious, why do you want 3 more Monster Kings? With Shi Lei and the others guarding your High Heaven Palace, isn't that enough? Yang Kai sighed, of course the High Heaven Palace alone is enough, but Madame also knows about the matter of the Orthodoxy Temple. This Yang is not talented but has already taken the Orthodoxy Temple from the Southern Territory and is preparing to set it up as a branch of the High Heaven Palace. And so I still need other powerhouses to guard it and maintain stability. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to disturb Madame. Wan Feng was surprised. You also took the Orthodoxy Temple? Did Star Soul Palace actually agree? Yang Kai smiled. It's just a piece of land without an owner. Why would Star Soul Palace be reluctant to part with it? Wan Feng nodded. Boy, your ambition is not small. You are developing well in the Northern Territory and now you want to reach out to the Southern Territory. Yang Kai said with a bitter expression, I had no choice. This was the truth. There were too many disciples in the High Heaven Palace, otherwise he wouldn't have set his sights on the Orthodoxy Temple. However, seeing that Wan Feng's tone showed signs of loosening, Yang Kai hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. That's how it is, madam, please help me. I only need 3 Monster Kings. Wan Feng said lightly, this queen already said, don't even think about getting your way this time. Everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. For you, the ancient land has already yielded time and time again, so don't push your luck. Feeling her determination, Yang Kai frowned. You really won't lend it to me? Wan Feng coldly said, there are some words I don't want to say twice. Dumi, and Qilian were also not easy to deal with. One was gentle and sweet, while the other was cold and sinister. The three female Monster King girls had three different auras that intertwined with each other, making Yang Kai feel like he was in a trance. If he hadn't been controlling his heart, he would have probably found a place to have some fun. After returning to the stone mongoose's residence, the group of stone mongoose stared at the three female monsters with wide eyes. Then they glanced at Yang Kai and revealed an expression that all men would understand. Yang Kai felt very embarrassed from being stared at like this. This wasn't the situation he wanted. He came to the ancient lands this time just to get the three monster kings to guard the Orthodoxy Palace. He didn't expect to be able to bring the three-dragon lady with him. Now that he thought about it, that lowly servant Luan Feng clearly didn't have good intentions. She probably wanted the three-dragon lady to capture him and use him as an opening to do whatever she wanted. After returning to the Orthodoxy Palace in a sorry state, under Hua Qingxi's dumbfounded gaze, he introduced the three female monster kings to her and told her to make arrangements according to the situation. Before leaving, Yang Kai's expression became serious. His gaze swept over the three dragon ladies' faces and he said in a deep voice, "After I leave, you will listen to Manager Hua's arrangements. The human world is not the same as the ancient lands, nor is it as free as the ancient lands. Since you are in my territory, you must abide by the rules. If you make any mistakes, don't blame this king for being ruthless." Hu Fei smiled faintly. "Master, what are you saying? The three of us are very obedient." As she spoke, a faint charm bloomed. If it was any other man, they would have been immediately captivated and wouldn't be able to say a single harsh word. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was already prepared for this and intended to show off his strength. A golden vertical pupil appeared in his left eye and a tidal wave of his divine sense transformed into a destructive force, crushing Hu Fei's invisible charm to nothing. Hu Fei's snow-white and flawless face changed slightly. She let out a muffled groan and became even paler. Dumier and Qilian's eyes also flashed, a trace of surprise finally appearing in their watery eyes. At the same time, Yang Kai quietly urged the power of the golden divine dragon source. A faint dragon pressure spread out and enveloped the three-dragon lady. He then stretched out a hand to touch Hu Fei's delicate face. Hu Fei's eyes widened in an instant as an incredible scene appeared in her field of vision. Yang Kai was clearly standing in front of her, but she felt as if she was looking at a giant dragon reaching out with its claws that could tear the world apart. In front of this dragon claw, any defense she had seemed to be fragile and could be torn to pieces at any time. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, some were alone, and some were running around in groups. The Heavenly Wolf Valley disciples were not afraid of them at all. Some even accompanied the wolf demons. The sect's characteristics were very obvious, and Yang Kai sighed inwardly. As expected of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, this was the rhythm of carrying out the motto of being in the company of wolves to the end. As they were moving forward, a vicious aura rushed towards them. A gray wolf the size of a calf suddenly blocked their path. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder because this wolf demon was a rank 12 monster beast. In other words, it was equivalent to a human expert from the Emperor realm. However, its aura was not very strong. It should be at the early stage of rank 12. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that he actually sensed a trace of Basket's aura from this wolf demon. Thinking back to everything he had seen, he had some guesses. As expected, Basket smiled when she saw the wolf. She rushed forward and patted the wolf's head. "Little Five, were you waiting for me?" The giant wolf's large head nuzzled in Lan He's arms, looking extremely affectionate. Basket laughed with it for a while before turning her head. "Little Five, let me introduce you. This brother is Brother Yang Kai, who saved my life back then." She then said to Yang Kai, "This is my battle wolf, Little Five." Their eyes met, and the wolf's eyes were sharp. It nodded slightly and expressed its gratitude to Yang Kai in a very human-like manner. Yang Kai also knew that a rank 12 monster beast had already gained intelligence. It was definitely not something an ordinary monster beast could compare to. He cupped his hands and said, "Hello, Brother Five." The giant wolf howled with a displeased look on its face. Yang Kai was stunned. Basket laughed until she was convulsing. She was overjoyed. "Brother Yang, Little Five is female." Just as she finished speaking, a series of crackling sounds came from the wolf's body. Its huge body distorted and suddenly turned into a burly woman. She was a head taller than Basket. Her bones were wide and her 5 fingers were strong. Her fingernails were as sharp as blades. She wore a short shirt and a short skirt. Her round and thick thighs were exposed to the air. Her bulging muscles definitely contained explosive strength. She waved her fist at Yang Kai and roared, "Are you blind?" Yang Kai was embarrassed. "But you can't blame me. Who knew if you were a man or a woman?" Basket jumped up and patted her head. "Don't be rude." Only then did Little Five curl her lips. Suddenly her expression turned serious. She cupped her hands and said, "I've heard Xiao He mention you. Thank you for what happened back then." Yang Kai smiled. "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." Xiao Wu looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, then nudged Lan He with his broad shoulders and said casually, "This little brat is not bad, why don't you take him in? You're not young anymore, it's time to find a man." As soon as he said that, Basket he was embarrassed. This was because a beast-seeking envoy from the Spirit Beast Island had left behind a keepsake. With that keepsake, one would be able to find the approximate location of the Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Sea. He smiled and said, "It's just a small matter. Since you are indebted to him, I will personally accompany him and help him find the Spirit Beast Island." That keepsake might be the Skywolf Valley's greatest reliance, but they were only using it to find the location of the Spirit Beast Island. It wasn't considered using the favor of the Spirit Beast Island, so there was no loss to the Skywolf Valley. In the future, if the Skywolf Valley were to encounter any danger, the keepsake would still be useful. It was not a bad idea to return a favor to the Yang Kai. Furthermore, he could also befriend this person. Tang Xing had heard from Lan He that the youth was very powerful and had outstanding talent. What was even rarer was that he was proficient in the spatial law. His future was bound to be limitless. Li Wui was able to obtain the title of number 1 under the great emperors because he was proficient in the spatial law. In the future, Yang Kai might not be inferior to Li Wui. If they could have a good relationship, it would be beneficial for the Skywolf Valley in the future. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Tang Xing already had a plan. This was not to say that he was good at scheming, but it was just a normal consideration. Moreover, as the Valley Master of Skywolf Valley, he was concerned about the entire sect, so naturally he would think more. Lan He was not happy to hear this. Instead, she looked at him cautiously and stammered, "It would be fine if that was all, but Brother Yang's situation is not very good." "Chem?" Tang Xing was suspicious. "What do you mean?" Lan He said, "Master, have you forgotten? He killed a lot of people in the Shattered Star Sea, including the 2 holy sons of Brahma Holy Land, Jianghu and Jiangxian." Tang Xing's expression changed slightly. "Brahma Holy Land is looking for trouble with him? There is also the Netherworld sect." Lan He's voice became even smaller. "What?" Tang Xing's expression really changed this time. One top force looking for trouble with the Yang Kai was one thing, but now 2 top forces were looking for trouble with him? How could he still be alive? Others would rather avoid such a hot potato. Who would be stupid enough to bring it to their own home? Tang Xing really didn't know what to say to Lan He, so he angrily pointed at her. Lan He said aggrievedly, "Master, Didn't you say that a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring? What's more, he saved this disciple's life. If he hadn't sent me out of the void crack back then, this disciple would have died long ago. Tang Xing said bitterly, that's true, but it also depends on the timing. The current situation, you are bringing trouble to my Heavenly Wolf Valley. Lan He pursed her lips and said, doesn't our Heavenly Wolf Valley have the token of Spirit Beast Island?